Off the back, I'm tripping. We need 4,000 likes on this. Hold up. Now, off the back, I'm tripping. Off the back, I'm tripping. I need 10,000 likes on this mug.
Want to see my videos early, extended, and uncut? Visit patreon.com/traplawross, where you can sign up for just $2. On the 23rd of August 2024, Philadelphia rapper by the name of YBC Dul was gunned down in a car. To the outside world, this was another tragic loss of a young, promising rapper, a victim of gun violence in an inner-city war zone. But to the followers of Philadelphia drill music, his death was far from surprising, as YBC Dul had another nickname, Mr. Disrespectful, a moniker earned from years of disrespectful trolling of rival gangsters. He would diss his ops in his music, bragging about how his friends had killed their friends, and he would post videos that appeared to show him digging up the graves of dead rivals. And perhaps worst of all, he would troll his gang's victims' grieving mothers on the internet.
What do you think some of the most disrespectful things you've done? Obviously the one that comes to mind is, the notorious, the grave digging situation.
That's something new though. Like, I've been drawn. Like, one of the most disrespectful John though, when I said I was gonna slap K3 mom though.
You were gonna smack his mom?
Yeah, cause she be dissing my homies. I don't know what she be on. She like an old miserable mother.
With all of this dark trolling, it's no surprise then that many people online were not surprised by the death of YBC Dul. Many were in fact happy that this rapping menace had been taken off the streets. But in many ways, the life and death of Mr. Disrespectful is a symptom of a very demented and deranged music scene flourishing in Philadelphia. The emergence of drill music originally in Chicago saw the rebirth of a new disrespectful form of gangster rap, where rappers rapped about real murders and disrespected their ops, dead and alive, by name in songs for millions to hear. And for thousands of the most dedicated fans of drill music emerged discussion forums on places like Reddit, where interested fans could discuss and follow along with the latest song releases and murders taking place in the Chicago underworld. This form of gangster rap punditry has now spread all over the world, with drill music scenes and their related fan communities all following along, keeping score of the gang wars and the music about it in their respective cities. From the knife-murdering gangster rappers in London, followed by the UK drill subreddit, to the gun-toting Chicago drillers in r/Chiracology, or the blood and crip monitoring world of r/Cali banging in Los Angeles. Drill music and its surrounding culture has exploded in popularity all over the world, and Philadelphia is no exception, with the Reddit community Philly Wiki being the premier hangout and discussion spot for anything occurring in Philadelphia's gang or drill music world. However,
hey, to the people that be wanting they city drill culture to, let's say, emerge or be popular or whatever, Reddit. Get somebody, make a Reddit about your city drill. Be internet detectives. I ain't gonna lie, that's what the Reddit is.
History of disrespect when it comes to ops. It seems that Philadelphia has now taken it to a new level, because beyond Mr. Disrespectful, there's crew after crew of Philadelphia gangsters turned rappers willing to say the unthinkable on the mic. And that's not just disrespecting the dead. In Philly, you have rappers killing multiple people and then rapping about it immediately afterwards. Not only that, but within hours of murders taking place in Philadelphia, rabid fans take to the internet and social media to speculate on the most juicy details, sharing surveillance footage of murders and analyzing gang hits and hitters like they're professional basketball players. All while the real-life district attorney for the city, tasked with shutting the gangs down, trolls them mercilessly in news conferences, making fun of the gangs' names and promising to take them off the streets for good.
Ultimately, this case is about YBC. And YBC, sometimes known as the Young Bag Chasers, has a new name. I didn't invent it. Somebody else did. The new name is You've Been Charged, and the newer name is You've Been Convicted. We did a press conference, not all that.
I don't know which one hit the hardest. You've been charged or you've been convicted? You've been convicted, actually. After you convicted, don't you get sentencing and stuff like that? Yeah. You can, charges can get dropped, but the conviction, God.
That long ago.
So yeah, that one hit different.
About a group called O to the 4. And at that time, we said O to the 4 was going to go to the jail, and they did. There is a group known as 524. Well, some of what we're going to talk about today will close the jailhouse door on 524. We're going to talk about CCK. CCK is going away. They better get ready. We're going to talk about a group known as 56th Street, and also sometimes called Christie Rec, because they can be found near Christie Rec at times. Well, we got a new kind of rec. We got a new kind of recreation for members of the group Christie Rec. You might call it SCI Rec, State Correctional Institution Rec.
Larry Krasner, buddy, I think you picked the wrong profession. I think you should have been Shakespeare or some shit or something. You should have hopped in the booth.
Christie Rec is going to get yard time.
The world of Philadelphia drill is like no other music scene in the world, so today we're going to take a closer look at the city so violent that some people call it Philadelphia, and answer once and for all, how has the city of Philadelphia become the most disrespectful city in drill?
No, Philly fucked up, bro. They fucked up. And they got cameras everywhere. They
in Westville with over here.
People that never been to the city of Philadelphia, man. The city of Philly is rough, man. It's a rough city. Philly is like, it's like a pretty much like, don't want you to win, and people just like everybody out for themselves.
Some nights can even turn cold, and the streets of Philly when don't even get to turn old.
And B, you feel me?
I ain't gonna lie, bro. Bro, I'm talking about when I see Philly rappers, bro, they be the most thugged out, gangsterish. When I grew up, at least. By the time I got grown, 2016 came around, we had a nigga named Lil Uzi. I couldn't believe that nigga was from Philly. I ain't gonna lie. I am not gonna lie. It fucked me up. Like, he from Philly. All right. And then you got the Philly Ghost too, rare, and then they kind of showed us it's a different side to Philly. They be on that, but they be doing the dancing and shit. They do the dances and shit. Yeah. I don't know how to do none of that shit. I ain't gonna lie.
Pastorius and B, as you can see,
shout out to them,
my
though.
block, where I get my name from P&B Rock, Pastorius and B and Rock. You feel me? Everybody on my way got the same like little acronym in front of their names. Like you get a lot of P&Bs.
Hey, yo, where the fuck Rodney at, yo? Rodney, where the fuck you at?
I got some to say too though. All ops, CCK, LMG, 56th Street, Belmont, 38th Street, 38th Street, the Dub too, Collar Hill, Parkside. Like, is the real disrespectful. I'm going who you is. I will disrespect you.
I know. You could be the next K. You could be the next K.
When I realized I started making money off dissing dead niggas, like, bro, I really make like.
When I was watching some of the documentaries about what's going on in the streets of Philly, it was saying that like the average for a long time was like 300 murders a year, and then the drill music starts to hit, and then all of a sudden it's like 500 a year.
You wanna smack his mom?
Yeah, cause she be dissing my homie. I don't know what she be on. She like an old miserable mother.
You're a rapper, young boy. You burning me out like crack.
Well, why y'all getting that far away more than you? What they want? What they want it? This life.
Get up, bring it.
What time you ever jumped out or drove on a drill? Never drove. You don't get no participation credit. You don't even drive on it. You get participation.
Mind you. I'm talking about mind you. This is Instagram Live. Why the f***? I'm talking about why. Why the f*** would a mother even mention participation on anything like that? That's why it's crazy out there, bro.
It's real.
Do you feel like you could make it out with?
Like he was about to say, you know that one drill? You know that one? I was there. I did that.
Without dissing the dead?
Like, yeah, I can do that, but I want to be the first that do make it out from my
They
city.
got a whole Trap Lord. Shout out to Trap Lord Rose.
You could be the next K.
I need to step my shit up, boy.
Some of the murders a year, and then the drill music started saying that like the average for a long time was like.
They got a Miko, Ryan, and Gina, Jacina. Shout out to them.
300 murders a year, and then the drill music starts to hit, and then all of a sudden it's like 500 a year.
You wanna smack his mom?
Yeah, cause she be dissing my homie. I don't know what she be on. She like an old miserable mother.
You're a rapper, young boy. You burning me out like crack.
Well, why y'all getting that far away more than you? What they want? What they want it? This life.
Get up, bring it.
What time you ever jumped out or drove on a drill? Never drove. You don't get no participation credit. You don't even drive on it. You in participation for real.
Do you feel like you could make it out without dissing the dead?
Like, yeah, I can do that, but I want to be the first that do make it out from my city of this one is.
Upon arrival, police observed the victim, who was later ID'd as Joshua Munson. He was suffering from multiple gunshot wounds.
New information about a deadly shooting on a basketball court in Philadelphia's main section.
No, last time I've been in this park, well, Bud died.
A 6-year-old girl has been shot in a drive-by shooting in the 38.
I remember that, bro. Look, the Bud incident. I'm just briefly talk about it. But anyway, the Bud incident, dude was at the crib. One of his homies came up, was like, yo, let's go hoop. I don't even got one. Like, I don't got one. Dude was like, you gonna be all right. The whole time, he wasn't all right. He wasn't gonna be all right. In that video, it seemed like it was a backdoor situation. It's like they pulled up to the park. They got into something where hands was used. Whole time, that wasn't the intentions to fight. It was let's keep it going.
800 block of Wyalusing Avenue.
In Port Richmond, a gunman shot and killed a 19-year-old man and wounded a 49-year-old believed to be the teenager's father.
Daewoo Scruggs, he recorded songs and videos to make people laugh. Tragically, someone killed him while he was recording a live video on social media. Police are offering a $20,000 reward for his death. It's one of 492 murders in Philadelphia this year.
One person is dead, 3 others fighting for their lives after a shooting in Overbrook Park.
16-year-old Aman Hurst is now in custody and facing charges as an adult.
Now leading the search for 2 escaped prisoners, 18-year-old Aman Hurst and 24-year-old Nasir Grant. 2 teens were shot in separate shootings in less than an hour.
Released in memory and honor of 16-year-old Kaylin Johnson.
18-year-old Tommy Frazier gathered at a vigil at the Christie Rec Center. Frazier and a friend were killed Wednesday.
O to the 4. Today we want to send a very clear message to the members of O to the 4. You like that name? How about go to the jail?
Fuck around might see my name.
A shooting that
shout out to Traveler Ross in the Patreon. Another one injured. I pay my bill monthly. I appreciate my name on that screen every fucking month. I be appreciating that shit. Shit, at least I can get for my 10.
The same.
I already
goes
watched
for
that
the young bag chasers. The same goes for
without no ass, I ain't gonna lie.
Brickyard Mafia, Topside,
and watch my ass, I ain't gonna lie.
5th Street, 7th Street, Wilson.
I'm talking about watch my shit to the fullest extent. Your hard work will not get unnoticed. You know what I mean? I appreciate that.
Park, time is up.
A 25-year-old man was killed after being shot in the chest and hand. Sources ID him as Abdul Vix, a rapper known as YBC Dul.
I'm gonna become 50. Fasim said the ops ain't gonna kill me, I'm gonna die from old age. Ops ain't gonna kill me, I'm gonna die from old age.
I'm still right here. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna give me some water or whatnot. Matter of fact, let me pause it. The dark history of Philly. Should I be taking notes?
To fully appreciate the state of Philadelphia's streets in the modern day, then we're going to have to go way back. Before teenage gangsters and drill rappers made the streets their war zone, back to the very start of this historic city. To understand its unique culture and attitude, and to appreciate the inherent grit that underlines society in Philadelphia. These are a people that are tough and refuse to back down in the face of opposition. There are people who refuse to be told what to do or how to live, and will always fight for their way of life. And this is an attitude that's permeated Philadelphia's society for hundreds of years now. Philadelphia is actually one of the most significant cities when it comes to the history of the United States. After being founded in 1682 by an Englishman, William Penn, an influential member of the Quaker movement, which promoted religious freedom, democracy, and equal human rights in early America.
That nigga on everybody oatmeal box. Shout out to Buddy. Nigga invented some cool shit. Hell yeah.
The city would later play a key role as a central gathering spot for the nation's founding fathers during the American Revolution and the following Revolutionary War, and it would host the First Continental Congress in 1774 and the Second Continental Congress starting in 1775, where the 13 colonies would plot their get-back against the British tyrants. You see, Philly has actually been sliding against the British from day one, and they would elect one of the most respected OGs from their block, George Washington, as the commander of their Continental Army. During the Second Continental...
Hey, this nigga gangster. The only thing I don't like about George Washington, he had slaves. Bitch ass nigga. Anyway, niggas thought he wasn't about to slide. It was like a blizzard or some shit. Snuck up on the whole ass British. Killed them all. Took his shit back.
Continental Congress, the Philly native Benjamin Franklin was also given the task to pen the draft of the first official diss on paper against the Brits. You see, Philly's been chasing that bag from early, that's why these guys are on the money. But anyway, the Declaration of Independence would clap back at the British ops, and Ben Franklin would showcase his impeccable pen game, where he would go bar for bar, detailing just how the King of Great Britain had wronged the American people. Now, after the Brits heard this diss, they would be outraged and the war would escalate. During this time, Philadelphia would also serve as the nation's revolutionary capital, which made it a particularly special target, and the main bloc for the United States to defend. And in 1777, the Brits would stand on business, successfully sliding in Philadelphia and taking over the city. But the occupation wouldn't last that long, as one of Britain's oldest ops, the French, would click up with the American 13 colonies, making the British-occupied New York vulnerable to naval attack by their old rivals, which forced the British to do the dash, getting run off the block and eventually retreating from Philadelphia. Philly would not only be one of the early capitals of America, but also the nation's largest city until 1790, when it was surpassed by New York. But this special time as America's leading city established Philadelphia as an economic and intellectual powerhouse in the country for hundreds of years. It's also the home to many of the alleged firsts in American history, such as having the nation's first library in 1731, the first hospital in 1751, the first central bank in 1781, and the first zoo in 1874. However, in much more recent times, despite the city's central role in America's history, Philadelphia has become somewhat passed in fame by some of the flashier and larger cities in the nation, like New York, Los Angeles, and Chicago. But still, over the years, the city has had a strong hold on American culture and has been famously depicted in numerous popular movies and TV shows, like providing the backdrop for the ultimate boxing underdog story in the Rocky movie series, which showcased some of Philly's most famous locations, such as the large stairway now called the Rocky Steps going up to the Philadelphia Museum of Art, with this being where the iconic Benjamin Franklin Parkway leading to downtown Philly can be seen in all its glory. Then there's the dark, twisted comedy of the longest-running American live-action sitcom, It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, that mostly takes place in the South Philly neighborhood, known for its diverse working-class population. However, both of these popular pieces of media have mostly centered around white characters, but the city also has a very rich African-American history going back decades and even centuries, as the black population in Philly.
Damn, the black population then overtook the white population. That is crazy. That fact is crazy. So it's what's the number on that? If it's 2 million people in Philly, that means, okay, if it was 1 million people in Philly, that means over 300,000.
Has slowly grown to become the majority. In fact, the first African Americans arrived in Philadelphia even before the founder of the city, William Penn, as they were brought in as slaves by the first European settlers. Later, even the first president of the newly formed United States, George Washington, would actually keep slaves at his home in Philadelphia. And when one of these, a young woman named Oni Judge, would escape, the president would publish ads in the local papers to try and get her captured and returned. However, Philadelphia has also become home to the first abolition movement in the country, driven by the Quaker movement that the city's founder had also been part of. This movement eventually forming the Pennsylvania Abolition Society. Now, the number of African Americans in Philadelphia slowly increased during the 18th and 19th centuries, with many free black residents becoming involved in the abolitionist movement and serving as conductors on the Underground Railroad, a network of people, organizations, secret routes, and safe houses that helped slaves to escape from the antebellum South. Most famous.
Let me see that. Shout out to Harriet. Shoot, me mugging the camera and shit. Hold up. So this motherfucking Harriet got motherfuckers from Louisiana to Michigan by feet. Right. I shouldn't be laughing, but goddamn.
Secret routes, and safe houses that helped slaves to escape from the antebellum South. Most famously, Harriet Tubman would escape her slavery in Maryland in 1849, finding refuge in Philadelphia, from where she would make over a dozen trips to rescue others still held in slavery. Philadelphia was also home to the Free African Society, founded by Richard Allen and Absalom Jones in 1787, the first black religious institution in the city, which led to the creation of the first independent black churches in America. However, like in most other northern cities, Philadelphia's white population would also show great hostility towards the new black inhabitants. And in the early 19th century, Philadelphia went through several major race riots that destroyed black homes, businesses, and abolitionist meeting places, such as the Pennsylvania.
My bad for looking at my phone.
Armin Cole said I need a. Armin Cole said I need a. Yeah. You could go bang for bang.
Philadelphia, even before the founder of the city, William Penn, as they were brought in as slaves by the first European settlers. Later, even the first president of the newly formed United States, George Washington, would actually keep slaves at his home in Philadelphia. And when one of these, a young woman named Oni Judge, would escape, the president would publish ads in the local papers to try and get her.
That's it? much was what year was this? What's the inflation value for $10 from 1776? I'm gonna say $362.42. Right. $300 though. It's like
captured
damn.
and
That's how much the bounty is worth. You gotta double it, triple it, or something.
Turned. However, Philadelphia has also become home to the first abolition movement in the country, driven by the Quaker movement that the city's founder had also been part of. This movement eventually forming the Pennsylvania Abolition Society. Now, the number of African Americans in Philadelphia slowly increased during the 18th and 19th centuries, with many free black residents becoming involved in the abolitionist movement and serving as conductors on the Underground Railroad, a network of people, organizations, secret routes, and safe houses that helped slaves to escape from the antebellum South. Most famously, Harriet Tubman would escape her slavery in Maryland in 1849, finding refuge in Philadelphia, from where she would make over a dozen trips to rescue others still held in slavery. Philadelphia was also home to the Free African Society, founded by Richard Allen and Absalom Jones in 1787, the first black religious institution in the city, which led to the creation of the first independent black churches in America. However, like in most other northern cities, Philadelphia's white population would also show great hostility towards the new black inhabitants. And in the early 19th century, Philadelphia went through several major race riots that destroyed black homes, businesses, and abolitionist meeting places, such as the Pennsylvania Hall that was built by the abolitionists only to be burnt down by the white rioters a few days after it opened in 1838. In the 20th century, the Great Migration drew a wave of black migrants from the southern states to Philadelphia, who were both escaping from the Jim Crow era, attracted by wartime job opportunities during World War I. And because of this, Philly's black population doubled from 63,000 in 1900 to 134,000 in 1920. Most of these new arrivals came from rural areas and were working class, competing for jobs with the white population, many of whom were also recently received migrants. This would lead to yet more racially motivated riots and even a lynching in the nearby town of Coatesville, where a black steelworker named Zachariah Walker was burned alive by a mob after he had allegedly shot and killed a policeman in 1911. This would prompt even President Roosevelt to write an editorial in a newspaper condemning the attack, but nevertheless, everyone indicted for it would eventually be acquitted. Later during the 20th century, the black population of Philly would grow significantly, despite becoming increasingly segregated to poorly upkept neighborhoods that the government-sponsored Homeowners Loan Corporation established as part of President Roosevelt's New Deal during the Great Depression. Many of these areas housing black inhabitants being considered hazardous or definitely declining. But despite all the challenges that the black population in Philly were facing, their numbers kept growing significantly throughout the century, peaking at over 650,000 residents in 1970, at the time making up 1/3 of the city's population. Unfortunately, around this time, America would go through a major phase of deindustrialization, and Philly, being part of the so-called Rust Belt region in the northeastern United States, would get hit particularly badly by the decline of industrial working-class jobs. The white population of the city would respond to this by moving to the suburbs in the neighboring counties, while the black population would both lack the resources to do the same, as well as being commonly still subjected to discriminatory housing policies. This essentially locked them into the poor inner cities where the wages would keep dropping and the poverty kept increasing. As a result of the white flight from the city, the population would decline while the percentage of the black population from the overall population would grow, with the black population eventually becoming the majority coming into the 2000s. The changing demographics in the latter half of the 20th century would once again cause unrest in the city, leading to events like the 1964 Philadelphia race riot, also known as the Columbia Avenue riot, as tensions between Philly's black population and police department accused of police brutality would boil over, with this taking place during the Civil Rights era when similar riots would take place all over America. But perhaps the most shocking event would take place a few decades later, in 1985, when the Philly Police Department, aka PPD, would literally decide to drop a bomb on some of the city's black residents. The PPD had been in an increasingly tense face-off for years with a group called MOVE, founded by a man named John Africa, a black revolutionary whose ideology also combined aspects from the hippie movement such as environmental protection and animal rights. On the 13th of May 1985, after years of escalating tension between the police and this group that had previously led to a policeman getting killed during an attempt to evict the group from their homes in 1979, the mayor had given an order to evict this group from their new home due to complaints of disturbance. But in a move that seems completely insane by any metric in any city, this would eventually escalate to the PPD actually dropping a satchel bomb off at the house, which would end up blowing up and burning down the entire block, which actually killed 11 people, including John Africa himself and 5 children, as well as destroying 61 homes and leaving 250 people homeless. But despite numerous official investigations into the tragedy, including a mayor-appointed investigative commission whose final report called the bombing reckless, ill-conceived, and hastily approved, in the end, no one would end up being criminally charged. Due to the
And see, that's why people be mad right there. you got people out in this world today that be like, oh, slavery was so long ago. Mind you, we talking about the 70s here, right? 50 years ago. Not even a century. Right. Anyway, people want us colored folk, black folk, whatever you want to call it. They want us to kind of let go.
Centuries-long discrimination, segregation, and the resulting poverty of Philly's large, now majority inner-city black population, and the overall decline of the city's economy during the late 20th century, this heightened the crime rates that have troubled inner-city Philly for decades. And moreover, since the city has a rather ideal location near other big East Coast cities like New York, Washington, and Baltimore, as a result, Philadelphia has become quite known for its organized crime, with groups of gangsters swooping in to take advantage.
So small on the map. Them bitches be looking so small on the map. I might skipped it, fuck it.
While the history of Philadelphia's criminal underworld is nowhere near as infamous as the likes of New York or Chicago, the city has definitely played a significant role in the history of organized crime in America. One of the most recent examples of this is seen in the film The Irishman by Martin Scorsese, which is actually based on a book about the life of Frank Sheeran, played by Robert De Niro, an Irishman who was involved with the Italian-American mafia families operating in Philadelphia. The movie shows some historic Philly establishments like the Villa di Roma restaurant in South Philly, as well as the surrounding cityscape. The Philadelphia Italian Mafia, also known as the Philadelphia Crime Family, formed in the 1920s, founded by an immigrant from Sicily named Salvatore Sabella, who was specifically sent to Philly by the Sicilian Mafia to establish a crime family in the city. The Philly Crime Family would then become known for many infamous leaders over the years, such as Angelo Bruno, who led the family for 21 years from 1959 until 1980, or Nicodemo Little Nicky Scarfo, who would become known for his murderous tendencies during his reign from 1981 to 1990, and he would allegedly lead the Philadelphia Crime Family through its bloodiest period of operation until he was indicted and convicted on multiple charges including conspiracy, racketeering, and first-degree murder, eventually dying in prison on January 13th, 2019, while serving a 55-year sentence. After Scarfo's downfall, the Philly mob would be taken over by the likes of John Stanfer, who would eventually end up at war with one of the younger emerging members, Joey Molino, the son of former leader Scarfo's underboss. When Molino seized control of the Philly mob, he gained a reputation of being a flashy celebrity gangster and was dubbed by the press as the John Gotti of Philadelphia. Joey's high profile also made him a huge target for both the ops and the cops, and it's believed that by the late 90s, Molino had dodged more than 24 assassination attempts, as well as heavy efforts from law enforcement to shut him down, culminating in a huge RICO case in 2001 that led to him being sentenced to 14 years in prison. Interestingly, since his release in 2011, there's been intense debate as to whether or not he's still involved in the mob life, with the FBI apparently believing that he was indeed still connected. Molino would move to Florida after his release and claim that his life as a criminal was over, but he ended up wrapped up in even more criminal cases, being accused of working with the New York mafia family, the Genovese family, as well as being implicated in a complex medical insurance fraud that allegedly generated millions of dollars, eventually beating the latter charges in court, but ultimately having to enter a plea deal, accepting a charge of facilitating illegal gambling transactions to avoid a retrial over more serious charges. Molino got 2 years for that charge and served some of it before an early release and returning to South Florida, allegedly living a legitimate life as an ex-mobster turned media personality. And since then, he's actually done interviews for rap-related platforms like Vlad TV, where he spoke extensively on his former life as a Philly mob boss, unsurprisingly, keeping tight lips about his or his family's roles as bosses for the Philly crime syndicate.
They say after Nicky became the boss, they promoted your dad to the underboss.
I don't know nothing about that. That I'm not going to talk about. I don't want to talk about none of that.
You don't know anything?
I don't want to talk about none of the mob stuff. I want to talk about the rats.
Okay.
However, some articles speculate that he is indeed still the head of the Philly mob, despite claiming to be reformed, with Reddit communities tracking Italian-American mafia families.
No bullshit. Y'all see how easy that was? I won't talk about that shit. Tell Vlad that. Y'all niggas, hey man, niggas, no, Vlad, it ain't happened like this. We killed him, ran him over with the car, Vlad. Right.
Regularly posting and speculating.
Nah, Vlad, we ain't talking about that, but let's talk about this, Vlad. Let's change the topic.
With Molino even making headlines in 2023 after posting for a picture with arguably the biggest don in America, Donald Trump. So clearly, the Philly streets have a long and rich history.
I've been hitting the Jay Prince pros all day. I got this mirror. It's in the hallway. Well, it's not in the hallway, but you walk past, you just look at it. Oh, goddamn it. Motherfucker be walking past. All right.
history with the Italian American mob. However, what's more relevant to this story is the African American gangs that eventually emerged in the city too, with the Philadelphia Black Mafia picking up headlines in the 1970s, being labeled as a white-collar fraud empire run by black people. Articles would run in the Philadelphia Inquirer calling out the Black Mafia as Philadelphia's fastest-growing crime cartel, and printing gang matrices showing the dead and alive members and the organizational structure to the group, as well as tracking the movements of high-level members in the decades that followed. The Philly Black Mafia is also referred to as PBM, or due to its association with the Islamic faith, it's also been referred to as the Black Muslim Mafia or the Muslim Mob. Philadelphia had already become a hub for organized crime in the wake of the long-running Italian mob's influence on the city, but eventually African American gangs carved out their own legacy in the Philly streets too, and by the 1980s, Philly newspapers would be reporting on the rising rates of gang violence associated with the city's African American community. The Black Mafia in Philadelphia was actually one of the earliest and most notorious African American gangs in the country.
The infamous Black Mafia was involved in extortion, murder, drug trafficking, and embezzlement in the predominantly African American sections of Philadelphia.
Founded in September 1968 by Samuel Christian, who later adopted the name Suleiman Bey under the Nation of Islam, the Philadelphia Black Mafia, or PBM, would seize control of lucrative heroin markets in Philly during...
Hey, if he gonna touch on the topic, can you tell me why a lot of Philly people, well, not Philly people, but why the black community in Philly is majority. Oh, today must not be the day, gang. I don't know. But anyway, hopefully he'll tell me why majority of the black community in Philly is Muslim. Why is that? Did everybody, like, was everyone born Muslim, or it just became a trend? Not gonna bullshit. I don't know nothing about Philly. You know, I can't even say that. I just don't know that. Why is that? Where I'm from, it's people that's Muslim. It's people that's Muslim, black people, but not as much. It's like, and when they not the strong Muslim. They like, no, I'm just a Muslim. I don't eat pork. Like, you don't see Buddy practicing Ramadan. You don't see a lot of the Muslim shit, whereas you will see somewhere else where it's like they heavy into the faith, you know? So, yeah.
During the 1970s, extending its reach into the 1980s. With H being the most popular drug in Philly, those who controlled the flow of dope into the city's streets would swiftly build serious criminal empires with a lot of cash. Interestingly, the founder of the Philly Black Mob, Samuel Christian, was a former Black Panther who was part of the Nation of Islam, and the Nation's ideology would become a large part of the organization's identity, as many of the original members eventually became Nation of Islam members or converted to Islam, giving the organization its nickname the Muslim Mafia or Muslim Mob, and their operations would eventually expand far beyond the Philly drug trade, eventually encompassing prostitution, racketeering, political corruption, extortion, and violent control over sections of the city, cementing their influence in Philadelphia's underworld. PBM was highly organized and brutal, controlling neighborhoods through fear, and their influence would shape the next generations of street gangs in the city. And as the crack epidemic hit Philly hard in the late 80s and early 90s, more localized street gangs began to rise in attempts to profit from the latest drug that took hold of the city's fiend population. From here, new sets emerged like the Junior Black Mafia, or JBM, founded by Aaron Jones in 1985, who would end up becoming the dominant force during this era. This was also known as the crack era in Philadelphia due to the rampant trafficking and use of drugs, largely distributed by these gangs. This would lead to the US president at the time, Ronald Reagan, declaring war on drugs in 1986.
Drugs are menacing our society. They're threatening our values and undercutting our institutions. They're killing our children. From the beginning of our administration, we've taken strong steps to do something about this horror. Tonight, I can report to you that we've made much progress. 37 federal agencies are working together in a vigorous national effort. And by next year, our spending for drug law enforcement will have more than tripled from its 1981 levels. Today, there's a new epidemic. Smokable cocaine, otherwise known as crack. It is an explosively destructive and often lethal substance which is crushing its users.
Motherfuckers got the audacity, bro. You niggas put it out here. I seen Snowfall. I seen that part of Snowfall. The last shit, the past 3 seasons, I ain't seen none of that shit. But I seen when that motherfucker was in that lab making that goddamn crack, bro. I seen that. You niggas ain't like invented crack. You niggas did. It's one of you smart motherfuckers in the lab show them motherfucker, you gotta do this. You gotta put a little water. You gotta put the baking soda. You gotta mix it around. You gotta heat it up and cool it down. Yeah, you motherfuckers did that, bro. I'm about a war on drugs. Y'all, hold up. Us niggas, we invented AC. We ain't invent guns. We invented the stoplight. We ain't invent crack. We invented peanut butter, nigga. We ain't invent the switch, I'll tell you that. I'll tell you that one. We ain't invented the shiesty. We ain't invented the Drake. We ain't even invent none of that bullshit. Y'all did. And bro, clean over here. I hate that. What side y'all on, man? You niggas invent, bring it over, get it into the. Y'all invented Hennessy. It's really French. The French invented Hennessy. But the point I'm trying to make is this: y'all bring all this illicit ass shit over here, and then once it do what y'all want it to do, then y'all want to start making these new laws. Y'all want to start practically getting us off the streets, saying we the problem, making us look crazy and all that. But y'all putting this shit in impoverished ass places where they fucked. They are fucked up. Ain't got shit else to do. Expect them not to utilize this shit for personal gain. Put these folks in jail and lock them up and throw away the key. I feel like y'all are majority of the problem, if you ask me. Yep.
Moral aspect of it, they can care less who becomes victim of it, as long as they make their money out of it.
Living is dangerous.
But you gotta think, people don't give drugs to the motherfuckers that don't want them. That's why I'm really cool with drug dealers. Like, sell your fent, sell your perk 30s, sell your weed, sell your crack, sell your cocaine. They only sell to people that want them. I don't know why this concept's so hard to get. They don't force people to buy their drugs at the end of the day. I don't get what's the whole, in that case, lock up the pharmacies. Close them all down. Fuck them. You can't do one and not the other. Shit, the pharmacies can give you some shit. Let's take Adderall, for example. Adderall and Vyvanse, Ritalin. I'm trying to think if it was another one. But anyway, it's an amphetamine salt. What is that? What is that, Snore? What is that, Snore? Boy, that's about the closest thing you can get to meth.
They got them AK-47s out here now.
Tear shit up.
They ain't got no more sticks and knives. They got AK-47s.
By the mid-2010s, the influence on social media would also begin to reshape the gang landscape in Philly. Gangs and crews started using platforms like Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube to promote their status, taunt rivals, and flash their illegal profits. This new dynamic would escalate tensions, with online beefs often leading to real-world violence. In this era, you had crews like OBH, led by AR-Ab, who became infamous.
This nigga here. Shout out to him. Dog, clap it up for him. He's in jail right now, but I swear to God, that motherfucker worked hard to get there. Shout out to him again. Clap it up. Hey, I ain't done no rappermentary on Buddy, but I seen some footage. He gave the district attorney his case. He walked. Hey, look, this the case. This right here is the case. This the case. He walked to the DA and handed him this motherfucker. Here you go. Hey, he made their job a little too easy, huh? Hell yeah.
Not just for street-level crime, but for its influence on the Philly rap scene, blending music and gang culture.
I'm a type of dude, I can't be broke. You see, I got this whole building of 50. What? I don't make no money off rap. I extort people.
representing a movement from the highly structured operations of the Black Mafia and JBM to more fragmented street crews in the 2000s, which still had a heritage in those original street gangs that shaped the city's criminal landscapes over the decades that came before. And much like Chicago, in the aftermath of the destruction of the larger, more organized gangs like the Black and Gangster Disciples, and the demolitions of the project buildings that they operated from, the younger generations of gangsters in the city would become much more fragmented, forming smaller, new gang sets centered around smaller micro-conflicts with other small groups in their neighborhoods. And the modern-day gang wars in Philly are indeed no exception. With the dismantling of the traditional large Black Mafia families operating in the city, in the modern day, an array of small gang sets clicking up and warring with numerous other small groups means that life for a teenage gangster in the streets of Philly in 2024 is incredibly confusing and very dangerous. With gangs now counting 4 or 5 other small gangs, all from different blocks as their enemies, navigating the city's gang and drill scene can be perilous, with members on both sides having such itchy trigger fingers that in many instances it's actually an innocent person mistaken for a rival gangster that ends up losing their life to the gun. So, now you know the history of the OG gangs in the city of Philadelphia, let's fast forward to the modern era of drill music and look at the lyrics that will tell us exactly who it is fighting the modern day gang wars on the streets of Philly today. To truly understand the rise of Philly drill, we need to go right back to the start. Drill is a subgenre of hip-hop, and the origin of the word hip-hop is unknown, though mentions of it date as far back as 1671 in the satirical play The Rehearsal by George Villiers, 2nd Duke of Buckingham and others. Okay, alright, maybe not that early, but jump forward a few hundred years, and Bronx resident DJ Kool Herc is recognized as one of the earliest hip-hop DJs and artists. Some credit him with officially originating hip-hop music through his 1973 Back to School Jam. In 2007, he campaigned successfully for 1520 Sedgwick Avenue to be officially recognized as hip-hop's birthplace. From there, the hip-hop genre would start gaining momentum, and Philadelphia became one of the first major markets to embrace rap music shortly after it emerged in the 70s. Lady B would actually be the first woman to record a rap record as a solo artist, shattering the glass ceiling before it was even constructed with her song To the Beat Y'all going gold. Lady B is credited as the first Philly artist to put rap on vinyl, and in commemoration in 2022, the city renamed the 5700 block of Windale Avenue in Overbrook Lady B Way. Philadelphia long supported dynamic and ever-evolving local music scenes. Back in 1985, Jesse Weaver Jr., aka Schoolie D, released the hit song PSK What Does It Mean, introducing gangster rap to the world for the very first time, with lyrics about a Philly street gang named PSK, or the Parkside Killers, inspiring the lyrics and the name of the song. The track had some of hip-hop's first ever lyrics about life as a gangster, as Schoolie D rapped about riding around with guns and pressuring suckers before ops were even a thing. And while Philly invented gangster rap, it wasn't the city that made it famous. When that song came out, it was the first time that other rappers realized that rap didn't have to be about partying and being happy all the time, according to the memoirs of hip-hop gangster rap legend Ice-T, who himself would embark on a long, illustrious career as one of LA's premier gangster rappers. Gangster rap would become world famous on the West Coast, with LA-based artists like NWA putting street music on the map all over the country, and also fighting with law enforcement who was setting out to ban gangster rap. Ironically, back in Philadelphia, gangster rap would fall by the wayside as squeaky clean commercial rappers emerged from the city. In November 1986, DJ Jazzy Jeff linked with another Philadelphia native, Will the Fresh Prince Smith, releasing their first track, Girls Ain't Nothing But Trouble, introducing Smith's clever, pop-friendly rhyme style and providing a glimpse at the talent that would propel Smith to stardom. Girls Ain't Nothing But Trouble spent 12 weeks on Billboard's Hot 100 chart, but Will Smith wasn't the only pioneer of positivity in Philly's rap scene. In 1988, some Philadelphia High School for the Creative and Performing Arts students formed a band called Radioactivity that ultimately became Philly's beloved hip-hop band, The Roots. And while The Roots would go down as legends in the rap game, DJ Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince would go on to accomplish another rap first by winning the Grammy for Best Performance by a Rap Duo in 1989 for their sophomore project, He's the DJ, I'm the Rapper. But the award wasn't broadcast because apparently the Grammys didn't want to offend mainstream audiences, according to Lady B. Sounds a bit like racism to me, but anyway. The rap duo, however, did win an American Music Award for Favorite Rap Artist that year, which was indeed aired on the award show. And Will Smith would truly put Philly on the map when he landed his own sitcom, The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, and making the song's intro theme where he rapped the iconic bars that would resonate with the drill rappers running the streets of Philly today. Rapping in West Philadelphia, born and raised, on the playground is where I spent most of my days, chilling out, maxing, relaxing, all cool, and shooting some b-ball outside of the school. When a couple of guys who were up to no good started making trouble in my neighborhood, I got in one little fight, and my mum got scared and said, "You're moving with your auntie and uncle in Bel-Air." Now, unfortunately, many of the people we'll be discussing in this story country didn't have the means to move in with their auntie and uncles in Bel Air. And had Will Smith remained on the basketball courts of West Philly after getting into that trouble, we could well have seen ops on the streets of Philly smoking that Will Smith pack. But anyway, as the 90s rolled in, new hip-hop acts would start to emerge out of the Philly rap scene. Corrupt, real name Ricardo Emmanuel Brown, a rapper from Philly, would break into the scene, being one half of the rap duo The Dog Pound, together with Daz Dillinger, a California native. They would be signed to Death Row Records, home to Dr. Dre, Tupac Shakur, Snoop Dogg, and many others. The Philly battle rap scene would also emerge soon after this, and these rappers would be grittier than the musicians that had come before them, with rappers tending to battle it out for rap supremacy, like the real-life 8 Mile decades before it happened. In this period, rappers like Cassidy, real name Barry Adrian Reese, would emerge, making a name for himself in his Philadelphia-based rap hip-hop collective, Larceny Family. Then you have Eve, real name Eve Jahan Cooper, who would end Philadelphia's century.
Fuck that. I need to hear some Cassidy beats, man. Cassidy beats. Of my life. Why the fuck he ain't rap on that shit? Cassidy, you a talented rapper. I'll give you that. Talented. Why the fuck you ain't rap on that shit?
In 1999, becoming hip-hop's Rookie of the Year. It was also during this period that American record producer Swizz Beatz would discover both Cassidy and Eve, with Eve being signed to and Cassidy being featured on the hip-hop record label Rough Riders, home to one of the biggest artists in the world at the time, DMX. In the turn of the century, other acts like Dwight Iquan Grant, aka Beanie Siegel, and Leslie Edward Pregan, aka Freeway, would be making moves putting Philly hip-hop on the map too. Freeway would be a member of the Philadelphia-based hip-hop collective State Property, which was signed to Jay-Z's Rockefeller Records, an imprint of Def Jam Records, which had also signed Beanie Siegel. 2002 would see Philadelphia lose one of its most prolific rappers and singers after the death of Lisa Nicole Lopez, better known by her stage name Left Eye. Left Eye was a member of the R&B girl group TLC, alongside Tion T-Boz Watkins and Rosonda Chili Thomas. But it would be the mid-2000s when the spotlight would start shining on gangster rappers coming out of Philly once again, owing to rap acts like Gilly the Kid, now known as Gilly the King, real name Nasir Fard, who was actually one of the 7 members of 90s underground hip-hop
Shout out to Gilly. No, I'm gonna hear this part. I'm gonna hear this
group Major Figures. In 2006, Gilly would be thrown into the national spotlight owing to his beef with Cash Money Records and its star rapper Lil Wayne, when he claimed to have ghostwritten for some of the label's artists, particularly Wayne. At this point, Gilly had been signed to Cash Money and strangely had never released any songs with the label owing to his disputes with the company about his publishing. With the public spotlight on him, Gilly's ties to the streets would soon come to light. In June 2006, he would make a headline after narrowly escaping death, being shot 3 times by his ops. He would sustain 2 gunshot wounds to his arm and leg, getting discharged later the same night. The FBI would now surveil his house, and on February the 8th, 2007, he would be arrested after authorities...
Oh, never mind. I was about to say some stupid shit. That nigga had 89 pounds? Boy, 89 pounds is... Boy, you can get a $1,000 bow. I mean, you can get a $400 bow. It ain't gonna be no good, but you can get that bitch. 400,000 is crazy. But anyway, I was about to say this shit. I'm still saying, I ain't gonna lie. Can anybody, I'm talking about anybody in the Philly area that's a little age, like a 90s baby, preferably 80s baby, cool. Can Gilly rap? I ain't never heard a Gilly song ever in life. I'm talking about ever. And I could go do my own research, but I want to hear y'all opinion before I even go there with it. Like, his shit nice or his shit ass? Like, let me know something. Let me know something.
Discovered that Gilly was running 2 drug stash houses where they found 89 pounds of marijuana and $404,000. But fortunately, Gilly was able to get back on the straight and narrow path later in life, eventually teaming up with Wallow and creating the blockbuster podcast $1 Million Worth of Game, interviewing the most popping rap stars in the modern era. However, Philly's treacherous streets would still impact Gilly's family.
I'll let the record reflect. Gilly had $1 Million Worth of Game on Instagram before Wallow even jumped out of prison. He had that shit booming on Instagram. Hell yeah.
And in a tragic turn of events in 2023, Gilly's 25-year-old son, YNG Cheese, would be gunned down in a triple shooting in Philly. But as Gilly was departing the rap game, it was around this time that a young rapper from Philly named Robert Rameek Williams, aka Meek Mill, would be on a come-up. Raised in the North Philadelphia section of the city with his sister and inspired by his mother and father, who died when he was 5, Meek Mill began taking the rap game seriously at the age of 12 after losing a street battle to neighboring rappers. After taking and accepting the L, he would morph into a hardened battle rapper who became part of the group named the Bloodhounds, which had a short stint between 2006 and 2008, after which Meek would later sign as a solo artist to T.I.'s Grand Hustle Records. 3 years later, in 2011, he would jump ship to Rick Ross's Maybach music group, opening his own record label, Dream Chasers Records, where he signed to his own label that he's still signed to this day, and a name brand that's got mainstream recognition, with numerous hit mixtapes and albums being released under both labels. But despite having gotten in trouble with the law over the years, Meek Mill has never really referenced being in a specific gang in any of his music, and Meek Mill has openly spoken about the negativity that gang life can bring. Towards the late 2000s, Philly's music scene was evolving, with gangster rap starting to dominate the airwaves. While R&B had been the go-to sound for much of the early 2000s, the streets were starting to tell a different story, and one rapper would soon rise to personify the shift, AR-Ab. Born Abdul Ibrahim West and representing OBH, the original Block Hustlers, the rap label and group he co-founded with fellow Philly rapper Dark Low, AR-Ab took the grind mentality to the next level. He was an OG in the game, earning his stripes not just through his music, but also as a feared battle rapper, and also having gained a lot of respect in the streets. His skills would eventually land him a spot in Cassidy's Larceny Family, where he would make his mark as one of the toughest lyricists in the group.
I keep me a coke strip popping, a dope strip popping, my 4/5 cocked. I put him to bed if he's short with the profits. Cause I'm trying to get my paper on, in the crib cooking coke with an apron on. While y'all was doing kid shit, playing in the schoolyard, I was in the crib loading shells in a bulldog. Y'all was in the pool hall.
Hold on, my nigga. I need a, do you want a cookie or some shit? Fuck. Fuck, nigga. Nigga, fuck. My bad, nigga. My bad. My bad, I had a childhood, nigga. Fuck. Nigga, I need another button. Oh, that button don't work. Fuck, nigga. Let's hit that. While y'all was playing as kids, I was loading shells in the pool hall. What the fuck?
I was trying to move hard, then a block mine and it jumped like a bullfrog. OBH.
But while AR-Ab's career was taking off, his name was already circulating in the streets for his alleged involvement in criminal activities. He wasn't just rapping about life on the corner, he was still living it. And in April 2013, AR-Ab would tweet about facing consequences from a past crime, revealing that he was caught up in a drug trafficking raid 3 years earlier. Shortly after, he announced his plans to turn himself in.
Yo, it's AR-Ab, man. You know, I'm out here on the block, man. I got 5 days before I turn myself in the jail.
Following the incarceration, the Free AR-Ab slogan became prominent in his music videos and amongst fans. And after serving 18 months, he was released on parole in November 2014, having allegedly reduced his sentence by participating in a boot camp program. However, in October 2018, AR-Ab, along with 8 others, was indicted on drug trafficking charges in North Philadelphia, where he was identified as the leader of the operation. And in November 2019, he was found guilty of conspiracy and drug distribution involving cocaine, crack, heroin, and meth. And on April the 15th, 2021, AR-Ab was sentenced to 45 years in prison. After AR-Ab's legal troubles cast a shadow over Philly's rap scene, a new generation of artists started to take the spotlight. Enter Samir Baisel Woods, better known on stage as Lil Uzi Vert. A stark contrast to the gritty, street-centric narratives that had defined rappers like AR-Ab, Uzi, standing at 5'4", with a body covered in tattoos and an enigmatic personality, brought a different kind of energy, a blend of melancholic lyrics and high-fashion flair that resonated with the youth in the city. Lil Uzi Vert broke into the mainstream in 2015 with emotional rhymes that amassed millions of streams on Spotify. His emotional yet energetic style created a whole new creative lane in the hip-hop genre. By June 2016, Uzi had cemented his place in the hip-hop culture, appearing on XXL's 2016 freshman class list alongside big names like 21 Savage, Kodak Black, and Lil Yachty, and his appearance in the Cypher solidified him as a new force in the industry. And while questions about Uzi's possible gang affiliations have swirled over the years, DJ Drama and Don Cannon, Uzi's mentors and the heads of Generation Now, his label, have repeatedly debunked these rumors, emphasizing that Uzi's sole loyalty lies with their label and the music game, and that he's not a street rapper like the gangster rappers. This revelation disrupted the typical narratives around street life and affiliations, marking Uzi as somebody much more connected to music and creativity than the streets, but still being inspired by life in Philly. In a sense, Lil Uzi Vert represents a shift in Philly's hip-hop scene, a brief move away from the hardcore streets-driven stories of battle rappers like AR-Ab to a more emotionally complex and commercially savvy sound, and his journey highlights the power of mystique and artistry where public perception often blurs the lines between reality and performance art. But after Lil Uzi Vert's meteoric rise in the mid-2010s, another Philly native began carving his own path in the hip-hop scene, P&B rock. But unlike Uzi's energetic genre-blending style, P&B rock, born Rakim Hashim Allen, would bring a completely different vibe to the table. His music was a reflection of the duality of life in the streets of Philly, hopelessness mixed with fleeting joy. His breakout single Selfish, released in 2016, showcased his ability to merge emotional storytelling with catchy melodies, a sound that caught the attention of mainstream audiences. Originally from Germantown, near Pastorius and Banton streets, from which he gets the P&B moniker from, with there being a gang of the same name in this area. P&B rock's adolescence was rough. Raised in a Muslim family, his father had been murdered when he was just 3 years old, and so he was raised by his mother. By age 13, he was being sent to juvenile detention centers for committing robberies and fighting in school. By 19, Rock had found himself behind bars again, this time serving 33 months for drug charges. But it was during this time in prison that P&B Rock honed his craft, studying how to blend hip-hop and pop to create an original sound that would later define his career. And he quickly made a name for himself after his stint in jail. By the time he dropped the song Selfish, he had solidified his place in the rap music world. Like many rappers from a tough environment, the streets always seemed to follow him, and danger would always be lurking, even far away from the streets of Philly. And on September the 12th, 2022, P&B Rock's life was tragically cut short during a robbery at Roscoe's House of Chicken and Waffles in South Los Angeles. The incident, where P&B Rock was targeted for his jewelry, shocked fans and peers alike. And just days before his death, in an interview with DJ Academics, P&B Rock talked about a close call that he'd had previously with gang members in LA, and he described how he felt unsafe in certain areas and often avoided being outside, knowing that being a successful rapper would make him a target.
Yo, I hear that just walking up to like broad daylight, like, yo, give me your chain. Like, I'm like, yo,
try me on some. It'd be like every time.
They try to take your jewelry or some shit?
I don't know, but it'd be like, I be on and I'm not, where I'm from, we like sneaky criminals. Like, in LA, it's like they bold. It's like, they want you to know, they want to spark a conversation with you first before they get into some shit. Some of them might just go crazy. Like, I know some that too. They might be on their sneaky too. But the majority of the times I got into some shit, it was like they just gave a drop up too fast. You feel me? So the second time I got into some shit, like, I was just talking loud as shit, wanting me to hear their conversation. And it's like, I'm with my peoples. Like, I'm with my daughter and my girl. Like, why they talking about this gangster? Like, with this around? Like, we outside, we on Fairfax. I'm like, man, you know, I already peed it.
There's gangsters out there on Fairfax?
Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, what the f is going on? Like, I'm on Fairfax right now. So I'm like, man, we out of here. You feel me? Like, we going. My girl, like, no, we ain't. What's wrong? I'm like, I'm just going off of the vibes. Like, we out.
Is she peeping the energy? Because I'm
she
you on
peep
point.
it. Yeah, she ain't peeping. She was thinking I'm tripping.
About women sometimes.
She be thinking I'm tripping.
I'm not gonna say no weird shit like, oh, she was back though. No, it ain't even that. What I could say is, I don't think she was street savvy like Buddy was. She was oblivious. Leads me to my next point. We all know how he passed. His location was known due to the fact of some Instagram posts that she had made. Some more oblivious to the fact, or oblivious to the street shit. That's what I last heard when I was checking out the P&B situation. I do know this. The case has been, like, niggas in jail, prison, my bad, since they that shit's done and over with. But that right there just let me know, oh, she was not to disrespect her, but ignorant in that shit, like that street shit. Oh, what's wrong? Why we gotta leave? She not even feeling the danger.
So, in the mix of all this, I'm like, no, we out. So she peeped it. I'm serious. She's like, no, we out. We drive probably like 2 blocks in the street. She thinking it's game. She pulled over somewhere else. Like, oh, I wanted to go to this store right here. And then, in the mix of me, like telling her like where to park at, it's like somebody just came fast and took the parking spot, like the same spot that we. Yeah. I'm like, dude, they must have been following me or something, bro. How did this car get behind me this fast? Like, I ain't even look. I look back and it was there quick as.
But following his murder, 3 suspects were arrested, including a 17-year-old and his father, Freddie Trone, as well as a woman, Chantrell Trone, all linked to the robbery and killing. Later, more individuals were implicated in the case, including Tremont Jones, who was accused of alerting the killers to P&B Rock's location. P&B Rock's story stands as another grim reminder of the dangers that fame can bring, particularly for rappers. And his death parallels fates of those other LA-based rappers like Nipsey Hussle and Draco the Ruler, as well as New York drill rapper Pop Smoke, all of whom fell victim to senseless violence in the gang-dominated streets of Los Angeles. But despite his efforts to steer clear of trouble, P&B Rock, like many before him, found out that the streets have a long reach. And while P&B Rock represented a more melodic, emotional side of Philly's hip-hop scene, a newer generation has emerged in his wake, determined to leave their mark on the city too. Another one of the rising names from P&B's block in Germantown is Kaiser Reeves, better known on stage as Hopout Blick.
Go ahead, introduce yourself to the people who ain't too familiar with you.
You already know it's Hopout Blick, the ordo trick.
The rule book is it's a lot of imposters out here too. They ain't me though.
Repping the same P&B set that P&B Rock hailed from, Hopout Blick is seen by many as part of the younger generation known as the Tortures, a group carrying the torch of P&B into the future, though with a harder, more drill-orientated sound of music. However, Hopout Blick's burgeoning rap career has been overshadowed by his involvement in a violent shooting. In April 2024, Reeves was charged with murder in connection with a shooting that left 3 teenagers dead: Mark Ballard, Salah Fleming, and Khalif Rezgi, with another person being seriously wounded. According to the police, the incident stemmed from a gun trafficking deal gone wrong, with Reeves and others attempting to rob the buyers, which quickly escalated into gunfire. Despite the gravity of the charges against him, Hopout Blick continued to push his music career whilst on the run. With over 20,000 Instagram followers and a strong presence in Philly's drill rap scene, he dropped tracks like Double Coffins, where he and his crew flaunted weapons, allegedly props, in front of the camera. And his boldness extended to interviews too, where he openly discussed his life and music, seemingly unfazed by the fact that he was indeed wanted by the authorities.
Like I said, like I just started popping my shit. Like I just started talking about that shit. Like it be no cap in my rap. Like that's all entertainment though, you feel me? But like, that's all made up.
Hopout Blick's rise and now potential fall reflects the darker side of Philly's rap culture.
Niggas must think we, goddamn it. It's no cap in my rap. I just got the copy my shit. But that should be all for entertainment.
Where fame and street life often intersects with tragic consequences. As the Tortures continue to emerge out of the next wave of P&B, the story of Hopout Blick will play a significant role in shaping the narrative of this generation, caught right in between the allure of music and the danger of the streets. But while the story of Hopout Blick and the Tortures unfolded, another crew was steadily rising to prominence in Philadelphia's volatile underground rap scene, the Young Bag Chasers, or YBC. This group, a dangerous collection of rappers from West Philadelphia, had been deeply involved in a gang war, battling at least 6 rival gangs across the city. One of the founders of YBC was one of the earliest rappers from their set, J100, dropping tracks like Turn Up Part 1, a street song with bars all about shooting their ops and running around Philly with guns. But behind all of these gangster rap songs are real stories of the actual deadly gang war playing out in the streets of Philly. Their music, much like their street reputations, were fueled by disses, often calling out fallen rivals in their songs. And it wasn't just music for these guys, it was personal, and it earned them a toxic infamy on platforms like Reddit. The streets would buzz with chatter that YBC had made enemies on nearly every block in West Philly, pushing their way to the top by stacking bodies and releasing tracks that celebrated their violent exploits. But as the tables begun to turn, those same blocks that YBC had been taunting came together to take revenge. The narrative would shift, and the once feared YBC at times would start becoming the hunted. People would say that they had torched so many neighborhoods, only for those very blocks to unite and start torching them back, all while continuing to rack up views on their inflammatory rap songs. Despite the online hatred, YBC became a name that rang out across the streets of Philly. But on the opposite side of this conflict was people like Lil Bucks from O to the 4, a prominent figure in Philly's drill rap scene too, who's gone on to have a prolific rap career, as well as rappers whose hard-hitting tracks and unmistakable presence on the mic made him a target of the ops too, as well as fans on Reddit desperately trying to work out his specific gang affiliations. OT7 Kwani is Zoo Gang, a crew with another affiliated rapper Poundside Pop, known for tracks like Zoo Militant, who apparently famously rejected a record deal from Meek Mill. Kwani, who started gaining traction around 2020 with his crew No Regrets, featuring rappers like NR Bor and Lil Nas. Coming into his own with a series of solo freestyles by late 2021, his style and presence were undeniable, and his collabs with other notable figures, including Skrilla, made him a key player on the field. Skrilla, a more versatile artist who initially avoided gang affiliations, eventually found himself aligned with major figures in the city's rap scene on both sides. Though he would initially steer clear of picking sides, his actions would end up speaking louder than his earlier videos. By 2023, Skrilla had found himself collaborating with all corners of the city, including Lil Uzi Vert. He would even work on tracks that seemed to intentionally blur the lines between friend or foe, featuring on tracks with YBC Dul's ops like Lil Bucks and Poundside Pop, with their ironically titled song Hood Hopper. But his appearance in a controversial and disrespectful collab with YBC Dul, titled McButtons and McNuggets Part 2, led many people to believe that Skrilla had ultimately sided with the YBC gang, considering that this was a song disrespecting a dead rival of YBC. Skrilla's willingness to navigate Philly's treacherous rap politics made him both respected and feared, and it wasn't long until the streets started to take notice. But anyway, those are the key figures, and now you know the complicated background to Philly's rap music history. In the next chapter, let's dive deeper into some of these gangs behind the music and the streets they control, to peel back the layers and understand why Philadelphia's drill scene has become a powder keg ready to explode. So let's take a closer look at the modern day gangs inspiring the murder music in Philadelphia, most specifically one of the most deadly groups, YBC, the Young Bag Chasers.
See, I'm trying to get right. I ain't gonna lie. Fucking 4 hours.
The streets of Philadelphia have been dangerous for decades, and despite the many gangs of Italian-American and African-American origin that have operated in the city over the last 100 years, in today's day and age, it's the younger, smaller sets of African-American gangs with an interest in rap and drill music that are causing the most chaos on the streets of Philly. On Reddit forums like the infamous Philly Wiki detailing the going-ons in Philadelphia's gang strongholds, people share fan-made gang maps which identify all of the blocks and gangs and their respective turf in Philadelphia. And these are updated constantly, showing countless gangs to be aware of in Philly's treacherous streets. And in terms of today's story, there's really one gang that stands out amongst the crowd, not only being one of the most dangerous, but also the most disrespectful. This is a crew known in the streets as YBC. YBC is a Philly street gang with the letters YBC standing for Young Bag Chasers, or Youngers Bout Chicken. J100 was a founding member and rapper from the crew, and YBC Dul, aka Mr. Disrespectful, would wind up being one of the most prominent members in recent years, particularly as a result of his popular and offensive rap songs all about the gang war. Other prominent YBC members include Fat Seam, Eam Stacks, Mir Pablo, FS DeBender, Reek 1200, Curry, F5, Darfetti, Baby 1K, Baby Wick, Yak Yola, Money Making T.O., Baby Car, Kerr, Peso, and Lil Moo. The YBC turf is 42nd, 43rd, and 39th Streets, with their area sometimes being referred to as Josh World in memory of YBC Josh, one of the earliest members to lose their life to the gang war. At some point, YBC expanded and formed an alliance with a North Philly crew notorious for shootings called YFA. In the now infamous Brandon Buckingham interview, YBC Dul explained how YFA is actually the younger generation of the YBC gang.
Would you say that YBC is from West Philly?
Yeah, YBC is the bottom. We got a couple that's like from North and shit. Majority, like YBC originated from West, and everybody in YBC, like we somebody like Big Brother or something that's in like YFA. Like it's two groups, it's YBC and YFA. That's the younger version of it.
Interestingly, one of Philly's most famous singers in the modern era was PNB Rock, and his PNB gang hail from a nearby block and is affiliated with the YBC and YFA crews. YBC Dul would even take Brandon Buckingham to tour PNB Rock's block, showing you just how comfortable YBC Dul felt there.
Past 30th Street right now. We on past 30th and Baton. We in PNB. This PNB Rock block though. Like this where PNB Rock from. Like
Hopout Blick is another famous member affiliated with PNB who made numerous songs with YBC Dul. Now Hopout Blick is currently incarcerated for double murder after 3 young men lost their lives in a robbery turned shootout, with this murder receiving a bunch of media attention due to the young age of the boys involved. But after the murders, Hopout Blick would drop songs seemingly mentioning the tragic events, with many people reporting that he was self-snitching in these songs and that it might be the very reason he got locked up. This younger generation of PNB members sometimes refer to themselves as the Tortures, and they're infamous for being incredibly dangerous in the streets as allies of YBC. Now eventually, YBC began to beef with a group of gangs in their neighborhood, with several of these smaller gangs clicking up to defend against YBC. CCK was a collective of gangs that would form against YBC after years of violence and disrespect. This collective was made up of 3 groups: the Campers, the Clappers, and the Clappers with a K. There's first C in CCK standing for the Campers, who are based on O to the 4. The second C is for the Clappers, based on 56th Street, and the K, standing for Clappers starting with a K, hail from 7th Street. The Campers, or O to the 4, takes the O from 60th Street and 4 from 64th Street, as Lil Mur from O to the 4 broke down in an interview with Philly Fame.
Where you from, 64th Street, y'all call that O to the 4. I mean, explain that for the people when
It's 60th and Lansdowne, and 64th and Copper.
Alright, okay, yeah, go ahead.
My ties for real. We all grew up together, you dig me? That's all.
Now, one of the most notable members of CCK is Lil Bucks, a rapper from the gang who has multiple songs on YouTube that have millions of streams. A few other prominent members of CCK include HL Osama, Sid aka Fro, Buka, and a plethora of other members who we might touch on in this video. But a number of other crews would also click up with CCK to beef against YBC. For instance, the 39th Street clicked up with 44th Street aka The Mont in an effort to avenge Sid and Kanye, 2 young men who were killed in this deadly gang war. YBC Dul.
I ain't gonna lie. Them motherfuckers are right next to the zoo. That is crazy. Anyway, you know how it looked from the outside looking in? When this one group of people, YBC, have all these enemies that's basically coming together to fight against one group. It looked like everybody weak as hell, and they need to join forces to prevail. Like, that's how it looked from the outside looking in.
would also beef with a few other sets from around his turf, with 59th Street and 62nd Street also being ops of YBC Dul and his set. This means YBC is surrounded by ops on almost every side, and interestingly, the music made by members of all of these gangs would be a major catalyst in the violence going on their blocks. But anyway, YBC members would actually begin making music a number of years ago, with one of its founding members, J100, being one of the first people to start making music all the way back in 2017. One of his first songs, Know How We Comin', featured Lil Car, where the two teenagers flex that the ops know how they are coming and that they should be afraid of the violent tendencies of YBC members. A month later, he dropped the track Trenches with 2K Rico, and less than a year after that, J100 would drop a remix of Takeshi 6ix9ine's song Kuda featuring YBC Hemo, which shows Jay rapping in 6ix9ine's flow, albeit much more believably whilst rapping about the violence going on around him. Another song he did around this time was a feature for YBC Hemo, their song called The Life, a song that's all about the life of these two teenage boys from West Philadelphia trying to grind their way out of the violent neighborhood they were born into. Around 3 months later, Jay would drop another song titled Blackin' Out, and J100 would have been at the oldest around 16 years old when recording these songs, but by that age, him and his friends were already rapping about the dark life they were living, discussing it.
Look, that was a young dude. I just peeked. Damn, I missed it. Hold up.
Would drop another song titled Blackin' Out, and J100 would have been at the oldest around 16 years old when recording these songs, but by that age, him and his friends were already rapping about the
Yep, that's a young dude. Y'all see him to the right? Hell yeah.
dark life they were living, discussing incarceration, and even their dead friends. But over on the other side of the fence, CCK also had members who were dropping music around this time too, Lil Bucks, who would shake up the streets when he dropped the song We Spinnin' featuring One Mir, with the song being an anthem where the 15-year-old Lil Bucks would rap about being a boss who is feared and not to be played with, while Mir uses his verse to rap about the guns that he constantly uses on his ops. Coincidentally though, the music video of this song was released only one day before a pivotal death in the YBC camp, a murder that would unfortunately escalate the war in the streets of Philly to new heights and start a chain reaction that would ultimately lead to countless deaths of young men all across Philadelphia. Throughout 2017, 18, and 19, YBC members were making a name for themselves as rappers as well as gangsters, with the likes of J100 dropping songs like Pushin' the Gas with Satcho, or the song Portland with YBC Hemo and Lil Dre, and one time with Lil Dre where they dissed Ode to the Four. But it would be the middle of 2019 when YBC would suffer their first major loss, which massively escalated the gang war in their neighborhood. On the 29th of May 2019, an 18-year-old Joshua David Munson, better known by his friends as YBC Josh or Baby YBC, would be outside in YBC's hood on the 4200 block of Wyoling Avenue. At around 1:40 PM, an unknown man would park his car near the Wyoling Avenue and quickly approach Josh on foot, opening fire, hitting him multiple times, before running back to his car and fleeing westbound. As the police would arrive at the scene, they would find Josh in critical condition and take him to the nearby Presbyterian Hospital, but unfortunately, 2 days later, on the 31st of May, Josh would pass away from his injuries. At the time, Josh's murder would seemingly receive very little coverage from the local media, but in 2021, his case would be picked up by the local 6 ABC television station for their series covering cold cases.
It's been 2 years since a teenager was gunned down on a sidewalk in Philadelphia's Parkside section. Now law enforcement hopes a big reward will urge someone to come forward to solve this case.
On Wednesday, May 29th, 2019, Joshua David Munson was along the 4200 block of Wyoling Avenue in Philadelphia's Parkside section. At 1:40 p.m., police were called to the area for a person with a gun.
Upon arrival, police observed the victim, who was later ID'd as Joshua Munson. He was suffering from multiple gunshot wounds and was taken to Presbyterian Hospital, where he was listed in critical condition.
Unfortunately, the 18-year-old died from his injuries on May 31st. Police have released some details on the suspect and the suspect's vehicle. At the time of the shooting, police say a black male between 24 and 25 years old, wearing blue shorts and a white tank top, parked a gold Dodge Ram pickup on the corner of 42nd Street and Mantua Avenue, just around the corner from Munson. Police say the man exited the truck and jogged to Wyoling Avenue. They say the man then ran back to the truck immediately following the shooting and drove westbound on Mantua Avenue.
The city of Philadelphia is offering a $20,000 reward for any information that leads to the arrest and conviction of the person.
All you have to do is call the Citizens Crime Commission tip line at 215-546-TIPS. All calls will remain anonymous.
The motive was unknown. There was nothing.
But look though, see. People that know shit about the streets, they know that little bit of information will get out. So that $20,000 do not seem worth it. I'm just saying, motherfuckers snitch every day, B. It is what it is at this point. But getting that little piece of information could really cost you your life. That $20,000 don't seem like shit. Do they tax that $20,000? Yes, they do. That's like more of $13,000. $13,000. It ain't the whole 50% like everybody think. It's $14,000. You gonna have to pay like $6,000. I ain't gonna lie, $6,000 in taxes. I know that's federal. I don't know nothing about no Philadelphia city tax, but or Pennsylvania state tax or whatever the case. But hey, you ain't getting that $20 if they tax it too. Just think about your life. Let them do their job.
Taken that we're aware of, and it's just another senseless killing of a teenager.
In his 2024 vlog with the YouTuber Brandon Buckingham, YBC Dul would reflect on losing Josh while stood outside of his house.
I got a video of Josh right now. He's saying, when you come to my crib, throw some rocks at my back window. Like, that's our first loss. That's our first YBC loss. Oh, he pissing right here, but look, right here, it's his crib. It's Josh's crib right here.
He passed?
Yeah, he passed away. I got him tatted on my face right here. For Josh too. Like, all my homies booked, bro. Don't you know I just was telling you about Josh, right? I was right here tagging up. Josh was supposed to come meet me. No, I was taking a weed. I was supposed to go meet him at the corner of the block. All I heard is gunshots. Boom, 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 boom.
I'm hearing gunshots right now.
Bro, that's good, but all I'm hearing is gunshots. Boom, boom, boom. Bro, my man band up y'all's coming around the corner. He said, bro, Josh, bro. I just broke down crying. I'm like, damn, bro.
Sorry to hear that. Rest in peace.
Our ops block right here, bro.
It was the death of Josh that took things to a whole new level in the streets for YBC members. In fact, people on Reddit would later describe Josh as being like the O.D. Perry of YBC. O.D. Perry being the young man who the infamous O Block in Chicago, real name Parkway Gardens, is named after, with his death taking place all the way back in 2011. This comparison likely meaning that just like the death of O.D. had been pivotal to many of the youngsters from Parkway due to O.D. being such a loved member, and that this being one of the first major losses to really hit home for many of them. Similarly, for the youngsters in YBC, the loss of Josh likely meant the beginning of a new, much darker era defined by the need for revenge. And just like how the death of O.D. Perry would escalate the existing gang war and start a new string of back and forth killings on the south side of Chicago, the death of Josh would lead to a seemingly endless cycle of violence in West Philly and beyond. In the months that followed, YBC members would stay heavily active in music. J100 continued dropping songs like Turn Up Part 2, Steppers, and 130, and Reek 1200 dropped the Pain song His Story, followed by the melodic track Mobbin'. The young YBC members still had a lot of potential in music, but the pull of the streets would be strong too, and members would be looking to avenge YBC Josh. 10 months after the death of Josh, on the 2nd of March 2020, a 19-year-old Nifeek Hawkins, known in the streets as Bud or Buddy, was playing basketball at the playground on 39th and Olive, located in the Mantua neighborhood, not far from where Josh had lost his life. However, Buddy was seemingly not from the area, but rather from the neighborhood whose set claims the 62nd and Callow Hill. But anyway, while on the busy court playing a pickup game with other people, someone would suddenly approach Buddy, shooting him numerous times in the torso and legs. Buddy too would be transported to the nearby Presbyterian Hospital, where he would unfortunately pass away. And while the basketball court had seemingly been full of people, nobody would provide any description of the shooter or shooters.
A man was shot and killed on a basketball court in Mantua this evening. The shooting happened on the 3900 block of Olive Street around 5 o'clock. Police say the victim was shot multiple times. At this point, police have not discovered a motive, and no one has been arrested.
Learning new information about a deadly shooting on a basketball court in Philadelphia's Mantua section. It happened just after 5 yesterday afternoon on the 3900 block of Olive Street. The 19-year-old victim was pronounced dead a short time later. Investigators now say the victim was shot several times and was indeed the intended target. Witnesses say a game was going on at the time, but it's unclear if the victim was playing or watching. There were 30 people clustered around the victim when officers arrived at the court. Still, so far, there's no description of a shooter or shooters.
Once again, the murder of Buddy would receive limited coverage from the local press beyond these initial reports, although his name would be included in the long list of gun violence victims that the local newspapers would report on during the summer of 2020. But as Philadelphia was beginning to experience a wave of gun-related killings not seen in generations, much like many other major cities in America, however, it does seem that there were eventually people charged for this murder, although unsurprisingly, the Philly news media would fail to report on it. According to online rumors, 2 people would allegedly be charged for the murder, one of them known in the streets as YBC Von. And then, in 2022, a rapper called Tay Savage 215 from the 62nd and Callow Hill set, also known as Hoopers or Blow for Bud in honor of Buddy, would post an Instagram story of members from his set allegedly catching Von in prison and beating him up.
Sexy?
In 2024, during their vlog with the British YouTuber Khadija, a rapper called Remu from the Hoopers would pay tribute to their fallen friends, including Buddy or Bud.
What's a hooper? What's a hooper? I lost my homie. I lost my homie Ja. You feel me? Long live Ja and all that. Feel me? All the bros, we all like. We lost Ja. His name was Ja the Hooper though. Like, feel me? And we just be hooping for Ja. Like, you could apply hooping. We apply hooping to everything we do. Like, you get in the studio, you working. That's like putting up shots in practice. You feel me? Like performing all that. That's like the game. Like, we do a lot of we just hoop. Like, so we the hoopers. Like, and it mean a lot to us. You feel me? Cause it's really for our homie. Like, me personally, you feel me? It's really for my homie. So doing this, we lost homies to the system. We lost homies to gun violence. Long live Ja. Long live Crazy Will, long live Steve Drive. Feel me? We lost a lot of homies. Feel me? The Bros got long live Bug. Feel me? It's a lot of homies. They told me Quan, you know what I'm saying?
Meanwhile, also in 2024, during his vlog with Brandon Buckingham, YBC Dul would visit the basketball court where this happened and say that the last time he was there was when Bud died, before laughing hysterically, as well as saying that this was J100's block.
When on the last time I've been in this park? Well, Bud died. Bro, we ain't come to this park ever since then, bro. Bro, that was my right-hand man, bro. This J100 block right here. Like, this where J100 to be at right now. This J100 block. Put your burn up. Put that burn up, bro.
A few months after the murder of Buddy, J100 continued dropping music, like the tracks What I Do and Havoc in July, and after that, he dropped a song titled Stand on Business, where Jay rapped about his gang spinning blocks on their ops and putting in work, as well as ending the song with a tribute to Josh. But interestingly, he wouldn't diss Buddy by name, as it would be a few years before YBC rappers would begin openly dissing Buddy in their music. Buddy would go on to be a name that would be heavily disrespected by members of YBC who rapped, but then of course, nobody would go harder than Mr. Disrespectful himself, who would frequently say in his music that he's smoking Buddy or pointing out that he got shot 16 times in the park. Clearly, after the murder of their beloved friend YBC Josh, the murder of Buddy meant a lot to the surviving YBC members, but naturally, Buddy's friends and affiliates would be equally devastated, looking to get revenge of their own, particularly a young man by the name of Sidney Sessoms, aka Sid or Fro, who would later be described as a major problem in the streets for YBC. Sid came from 39th Street and was seemingly a fearless shooter when it came to the beef with YBC, with rumours circulating on Reddit that he was responsible for the murders and shootings of numerous rivals. Apparently following the murder of Buddy, there were numerous shootouts that Sid got involved in, including a rumoured shootout near 38th Street close to where Sid lived, where he was hit but survived, which could well be this mass shooting reported on 38th and Poplar in August 2020, where two of the surviving victims will be 18-year-old males, this age possibly matching that of Sid at the time. A few months after Buddy's murder, another person was shot and killed, a man named Brashawn Hall, aka BL. According to CBS News Philadelphia, at 9:30 p.m. on September the 28th, 2020, a 21-year-old was shot multiple times in the head and pronounced dead at the scene on the 900 block of Belmont Avenue, with the police and news attending the scene to record a report.
Tonight, Philadelphia police say a 21-year-old man was shot and killed execution style in Belmont. It happened at Belmont and Westminster Avenues around 9:30. Investigators say the gunman fired 15 shots at the victim near his house. They are looking for a tan car seen speeding away from that area. So far, no arrests or motive in this case.
A few weeks later, BL would have his funeral, which would be live streamed on Facebook for friends and family. BL was from 43rd and believed to be a casualty to Sid's set from 39th. As a result, members from 39th, like Sid, became even bigger targets of their various surrounding rivals. In one of the most senseless killings in this story, a few months later when Sid had been sent to jail for an unknown charge, false information would circulate that Sid would be getting released on March 18th, 2021, with shooters sliding to the jail and killing a man named Rodney Hargrove by mistake, thinking it was Sid.
He didn't do this. Not even close.
Rodney Hargrove Sr. says the pain and heartbreak of his son's murder, Rodney Hargrove Jr. won't go away. March 18th, Hargrove was shot and killed outside the Curran Firmhold Correctional Facility.
I didn't understand. They telling me my baby was gone.
Hargrove took this video just moments after his release. Tragically, he was shot and killed just an hour after being let out of the correctional facility. His family has now filed a wrongful death and civil rights lawsuit. After his early morning release around 1 a.m., the prison transported Hargrove across the street to a bus stop. While waiting on a ride, Hargrove ran back onto prison grounds because he was being chased by a car. It's not clear why, but investigators say there was no guard at the gate and the car followed Hargrove. He was shot and killed just feet.
I remember this. Aman Hurst. I remember this. This is something they accused him of.
From a raised gate, the shooter was identified as Aman Hurst.
Despite the fact that the man killed was innocent and simply mistaken for Sydney, this didn't stop YBC rappers like Dul making fun of this innocent man's murder. Dul would rap on his track Free F5 that he thought he was smoking on Sid, but the whole time he was smoking on Rodney, and that they kill anyone they catch on their ops block, regardless of who it is. The shooter, responsible, Aman Hurst, would turn out to be an incredibly deadly factor in the streets, responsible for numerous murders, but we'll be covering his story in more detail.
In the 3800 block of YBC in the Mantua section, the little girl was playing outside. Suddenly, a group of young men came running towards her, apparently being followed by men in a dark-colored sedan. Shots rang out, striking parked cars and homes, and as it turns out, the 6-year-old girl. She ran to her parents, who were sitting in their car, and told them that she had been shot in the leg. She was then taken to Children's Hospital for treatment. Police Commissioner Danielle Outlaw rushed to the scene when she heard a 6-year-old had been shot. Here's what she had to say.
It's disgusting yet again that I'm here speaking to you about a 6-year-old getting shot, but what's also very striking to me is that the 6-year-old had the wherewithal to tell her parents that she had been shot. How does a 6-year-old know what getting shot is like? How does a 6-year-old know what bullets sound like, or what, gunfire sounds like? And how does she know, or how does he or she know what a bullet wound looks like? That is what's so heart-wrenching for me.
Police say the area is well known to them, the scene of several recent shootings between apparently rival gangs.
Less than 24 hours after being shot in the leg, a very brave 6-year-old girl limped to her home on YBC Street Tuesday afternoon. Her parents, asking not to be identified, tell Fox 29, thankfully she's going to be okay.
As long as she's okay, I'm okay. So that's all that matters to me.
Police say the first grader was an innocent bystander simply riding her bike outside her home Monday just after 3 when gunshots rang out. She was shot once and raced to the hospital. The girl's dad says it's time to move.
I'm just thanking God she's still here with us.
It's a shame our children know about gunshots and everything.
Police have recovered surveillance video of the vehicle used in this drive-by shooting. They continue to say at this point that this looks like it's connected to some other shootings in the area, that it's a back and forth between two groups. They're tracking some leads and hope to make an arrest.
Sid and his sister would survive this incident, and the family would ultimately move across town to Port Richmond, also known as Little Poland due to the neighborhood's large Polish community. But unfortunately, even moving away from the immediate surroundings of the escalating gang war couldn't save Sid, and eventually he would get caught by his ops, who worked out where he was living. But even more unfortunate is the fact that he was allegedly on house arrest during this time. Therefore, once his enemies had his address, it was as simple as going to his home and getting the job done. Some rumors have circulated that Sid's killers actually knew that he was at home because he was online playing video games, meaning he must have been inside the house, with disrespectful lyrics from YBC Dul coming out years later suggesting that Sid was playing a game when he was killed. It would all come to an end on September the 16th, 2021, when 2 YBC shooters traveled to Sid's home on 2900 block of Wakel Street in Port Richmond and opening fire. According to the DA's office, 2 shooters would arrive at the door, opening fire, and then chasing 19-year-old Sydney into his home, shooting him as well as his father, who fortunately ended up surviving the attack that would end up taking Sydney's life. The shooting would have an element of overkill, or as Philly rappers would say, Sydney was overcooked. Besides the DA's office stating that Sydney was shot in the chest, at least one news report would claim that Sydney was actually shot in the nose, with rumors circulating online that he was shot so badly in the face that his nose was gone. And YBC Dul would later rap about the incident on his song Dynamic Duo, referring to the exact date of the murder and saying that Sydney, aka Fro, had been killed with a switch on his couch, the hail of bullets literally destroying his face. However, many news reports seem to indicate that Sydney was in fact killed in the doorway of his home. Sydney's brother Samuel, or Sam Sessoms Jr., is actually a talented basketball player who played for several different college teams, including Binghamton Bearcats, Penn State Nittany Lions, and Coppin State Eagles, and he now plays abroad for French basketball team Stade Rocieles in the city of La Rochelle. A lengthy post was made in 2021 profiling him and his journey to stay out of the streets, explaining how good students and talented athletes are usually off limits when it comes to gangsters. And he would even appear alongside his father in an interview about his basketball career, where his father would get emotional about his efforts to give his sons a better life.
I'm about to get emotional. Like, he's a great kid. Like, I say this all the time. When you have a son or a daughter, you want them and you give them your namesake, they probably don't even know it, but you put them at a level. And he done surpassed it. He done surpassed it. Like, if God took me today, I'm happy. And I mean that. I mean that.
I grew up on loyalty. Where we from, like a lot of places, like where I'm from really built me, you know, but I guess it's been times
What
like,
block?
I'm from 39th and Walusa, 39th Street. But it's all
at the bottom.
Yeah, it's the bottom. That's the heart of the bottom.
Yeah, it's the bottom.
That's the heart of the bottom.
However, he has at times taken to social media to warn people about dissing his brother. The shooter of Sid was a prominent member of YBC-affiliated YFA set named Arshad Curry, also known as Curryo or Most Wanted, a name reflecting his wild reputation in the streets. To make things even more crazy, after the murder of Sid and escaping the home, in the course of taking the police on a chase, he would open fire on officers that were responding to the shooting, but fortunately he didn't injure them, allegedly firing 6 shots at 2 to 3 uniformed police officers who chose not to return fire for the safety of civilians, instead taking chase. Curry then fled the scene and tried to hide under a car, where he was found and arrested, with the news soon reporting on this wild night of violence soon after it happened.
We begin tonight with a deadly ambush in Port Richmond. A gunman shot and killed a 19-year-old man and wounded a 49-year-old believed to be the teenager's father. The gunman fired through the screen door of their home on the 2900 block of Weichel Street. Police say the gunman also fired at police officers as they pursued him down the street. They arrested the gunman on Monmouth Street. No officers were hit by the gunfire. The surviving victim is in stable condition.
One of the latest incidents of gun violence in Philadelphia has torn a family apart and put police in harm's way. Police were going after a suspect in a double shooting that killed a 19-year-old man when they came under fire themselves. 2 gunmen walked up to a front porch on the 2900 block of Weichel Street in the Port Richmond section last night. Police say the pair started shooting through a screen door. The teenager was fatally shot, along with a 49-year-old man believed to be his father. Police arrived on the scene quickly and were alerted to an area where people said a suspect had fled. That's when they themselves faced that gunfire.
So we believe that our suspect fired at least 6 shots at 2 or 3 full uniform police officers. They are very, very lucky they didn't get hit. They didn't even return fire because there were a lot of people out on the streets, but they did chase this individual.
Police officers found the suspect hiding under a vehicle with a handgun and placed him in custody. There's no word on the whereabouts of the second suspect.
Philadelphia police are looking for a second gunman in a shooting that killed a teenager and wounded his father. The 19-year-old and his 49-year-old father were shot inside a home on Weichel Street in Port Richmond just after 8 o'clock. The son died at the hospital. His father is in critical but stable condition. Police say while they were at this scene, someone fired shots at them. Officers did not return fire and weren't injured. Police later arrested the suspected shooter.
As the killer of Fro, aka Sid, Curry would be a popular topic of discussion amongst Philly drill fans, and after his arrest, people would post details about his case, labeling him a crash out. People would also post Fro on Reddit saying how he was YBC's biggest problem, and the fact that Curry had taken him out was massive news. But Curry had been incredibly sloppy, and even shooting at the police when trying to escape meant that he was definitely cooked when it came to trial. Apparently the prosecution found the murder weapon, as well as Curry's phone, which contained evidence tying him to the case, giving prosecutors basically everything they needed to put him away. His defense would try to argue that he was a victim of his surroundings, but this ultimately didn't have any pull with the court, and Curry was ultimately sentenced to 42.5 to 85 years of state incarceration, not just for the murder of Sydney, but also for 2 other alleged murders, which we'll be discussing later in this story. Ultimately though, the murder of YBC Josh was a major catalyst in escalating the war amongst members of YBC and their opposing gangs, and while for a period of time, Sydney from 39th Street was allegedly a formidable force against YBC, his brazen murder in his own home showed that YBC members were willing to crash out completely to defend their gang, and ultimately, this sequence of events meant that both Sydney and Curry, 2 of the deadliest shooters from their respective blocks, were now off the streets for good. 2020 had been a bad year for Philly, but unfortunately, 2021 would turn out to be even worse. The yearly homicide rate pushing past even the numbers at the height of the crack epidemic in the early 90s. But unfortunately, for the streets of Philly, Curry was by no means the only deadly member of YBC, and soon after, another young man would emerge, proving himself to be even more deadly than those that came before him. A teenage shooter, allegedly responsible for the killing of the innocent man Rodney Hargrove, who YBC thought was Sydney outside the jail. It turned out he would actually take the lives of 3 other people before eventually being caught. And just like Curry, he wouldn't go down without a fight either. But in this case, rather than shooting at the police before he was caught, this teenage gangster, facing 4 bodies, would end up escaping jail before his trial, taking the Philadelphia police on a statewide manhunt that shocked and embarrassed the authorities in Philadelphia at every single level.
State level? That boy should have got ghost. I would have found my way on a boat on the way to like Jamaica. Nah, Cuba. whatever country that they can't extradite you, like whatever country. I don't know, you 4 bodies, you might can't get extradited. I ain't gonna lie. 4 bodies, hell yeah. I'm gone. Ain't ending nothing.
Of events meant that both Sydney and Curry, 2 of the deadliest shooters from their respective blocks, were now off the streets for good. 2020 had been a bad year for Philly, but unfortunately, 2021 would turn out to be even worse. The yearly homicide rate pushing past even the numbers at the height of the crack epidemic in the early 90s. But unfortunately, for the streets of Philly, Curry was by no means the only deadly member of YBC, and soon after, another young man would emerge, proving himself to be even more deadly than those that came before him. A teenage shooter allegedly responsible for the killing of the innocent man Rodney Hargrove, who YBC thought was Sydney outside the jail. It turned out he would actually take the lives of 3 other people before eventually being caught. And just like Curry, he wouldn't go down.
He did one on Instagram Live. That was about the boldest thing I ain't seen on Instagram Live besides nope, that's a lie. Nope, it's up there. I can't even say it's a lie, cause boy, that's some wild stuff. Anyway, I don't know how they figured out it was him. That was him. He had the face mask. I couldn't see nothing. They still found out that was Buddy.
Down without a fight either, but in this case, rather than shooting at the police before he was caught, this teenage gangster, facing 4 bodies, would end up escaping jail before his trial, taking the Philadelphia police on a statewide manhunt that shocked and embarrassed the authorities in Philadelphia at every single level.
How so?
While the murder of YBC Josh was a devastating loss to the members of YBC, their rivals would soon be suffering a loss of their own after the killing of a teenager by the name of Buddy. The war would continue to escalate into the end of 2020, while numerous shootouts were happening between YBC and their various rivals, including Sydney from 39th Street. Other young members of YBC would be seemingly lurking in the streets, desperate to catch more of their ops lacking, ultimately leading to more senseless murders of seemingly harmless people. The next tragedy would strike on Christmas Eve, when on December the 24th, 2020, police responded to the 1800 block of Wynwood Road after receiving a report of a person with a gun. They would attend the scene and find Daewoo Naishon Struggs, aka Woo Biddy, age 20, on the ground. He had been shot several times in the torso, and he would unfortunately be pronounced dead at 11:46 AM that day. He was actually an aspiring comedian, allegedly even filming a post for social media when he was killed, but some have suggested that actually he was killed after previously dissing his ops on social media. With prison YouTuber and snitch exposer 1090 Jake breaking down the case on his channel and showing the live that Scruggs was filming when he was shot.
He said, "These West dudes want to be my ops. Man, I only deal with Frankfurt shit. It don't involve me if it ain't Frankfurt."
When we shoot, you can't run when we shoot. I'm gonna smoke you. Real shit.
Hey, look, I'm not really sitting here trying to call somebody right or wrong, but listen to what he's saying and how he's saying it and where he's saying it and who he's saying it to. Woo Biddy foul, he brought that on himself. Now, I don't know what prompted him or what was his reasoning to even to go there with it, but listen to what he's saying and think about what happened afterwards. It's like, did you call out your own shit? You know what I mean? Yeah.
So obviously he has something going on in his own city and going on with West Philly, but still decided to walk through there. When a man seen on video walked up with a gun out. Skinny can be heard exchanging words with the shooter. It sounds as if he's speaking from behind a mask, but you can hear him say, "What's up? Go ahead, bro." And you can even hear the shooter respond back saying, "Sup." Skinny quickly said, "We on live." And you can hear the panic in his voice as the shooter raised the gun.
What's up? Go ahead, bro. Bro, go ahead, I'm live.
6 shots can be heard on video while Skinny falls to the ground on the side of 1871 Winewood Road. Police found him lying in the grass, shot multiple times to the chest and head, and 15 minutes after the shooting, Skinny was pronounced dead at the hospital.
A heartbreaking news report on the crime would be broadcast following the incident.
Robbed of one of her greatest joys, Spring Scrubs keeps reliving the murder of her grandson on Christmas Eve.
And I lost my heart.
Man,
that was my
Christmas
baby.
Daewoo Scruggs loved his family. His last Instagram post was of him and his dad, who died 3 years ago.
1, 2 o'clock.
Daewoo also loved to make people feel good.
Daewoo would like hype me up. Like I would be in my room, he would come in there, he would hype me up. He like says, "You look cute."
The 20-year-old was an aspiring comedian. Now, the gunman who killed him has brought heartbreak to his family.
But he always knew like he had enemies. Like he always knew people didn't like him. He always knew. Like, I never expected nobody to kill him.
Family members say Daewoo was walking to the bus stop to go to work at Home Depot. He got here to the intersection of Wynwood and Malvern. He was recording a video on social media. Then police say minutes later, an unknown man walked up to Daewoo and got into an argument with him. Seconds later, he pulled out a gun and shot Daewoo. It was all caught on video.
And ultimately, the suspect was caught on surveillance cameras committing the crime too, and it wouldn't take long for the authorities.
Look. Dude had a regular day job. From the picture they just painted, it seemed like Buddy lived the straight and narrow. It ain't sound like he was too affiliated in the streets. And then we get to the you can't run when we shoot Instagram story. It's like if you wouldn't even I can't confidently speak on that, bro. He was very brief on the before. I'm just knowing everything happened for a reason. Everything get done for a reason. It's almost rare where it don't. It's almost rare where it don't happen for a particular reason, or it might have a many reasons. You know what I mean? But yeah.
Authorities to identify him as 16-year-old Aman Hurst.
A new surveillance video from Philadelphia police shows the moments which led to a Christmas Eve murder in Overbrook. The gunman, wearing a dark-colored puffy coat, following the victim, Daewoo Scruggs, along the 1800 block of Wynwood Road. As the two go off screen, you hear a barrage of gunshots, the suspect then running away. 20-year-old Daewoo, an aspiring comedian, left for dead. Police are offering a $20,000 reward for his death.
However, before the cops would catch their suspect, Hurst would continue to commit violence in his community. On March the 11th, 2021, at 3:04 p.m., police responded to a shooting on the 1400 block of North 76th Street. Before police got there, 4 people who had been shot made their way to a local hospital. Naquan Smith, 24, who was shot in the chest, arm and shoulder, was pronounced dead at 3:12 p.m. and Tamir Brown, aka Lil Mir from O to the 4, age 16, who had been shot several times, was pronounced dead at 7:48 p.m. 2 more shooting victims, both 19 years of age, were placed in critical condition, but ultimately survived.
It was around 3 o'clock this afternoon when police began getting calls about shots fired and people shot behind Woodcrest Garden condos at 1400 North 76th Street in Overbrook. Skyfox broadens out the scene for us. Police at 2 different locations in the neighborhood, both littered with dozens of evidence markers. It's unclear exactly how many shots in all were fired or how many people were shooting. Police say a 24-year-old man died shortly after at the hospital. The others listed in extremely critical condition include men and teens ages 30, 19, and 16 years old.
Allegedly, this shooting that claimed 2 young lives was also carried out by Aman Hurst. Lil Mir from O to the 4 was actually a rising rapper, and fans on Reddit were shocked by the news of his passing. And he had songs with other well-known rappers from his area like Lil Bucks. Lil Mir had appeared in an interview the previous year where he spoke on West Philly streets being a war zone and being a member of O to the 4.
What's up, man? To the floor.
So it's a lot going on in the city, you know, current times, you know, a lot of killing going on.
Bro, I don't put it, if you know, you know.
500
that's been bad, that's been bad. If you know, you know, that's been bad, though. Weird though, my
because population, U.S., population of the biggest cities in the United States. So Philly at 1.5, New York City at 8 million. So we just established New York has 8 times the people. Or not 8. Let's say 5 times the people. How many murders was in New York City alone? It's 2023. Hold up. How many homicides was in New York City alone? That motherfucker said some crazy shit. Bro, fuck the point I was trying to make. This over here telling me 48,000 people dying in New York City due to gun violence. 46%. That's a lie. 41% of that 48,000 homicides. Well, the point I was trying to make is 500 is a lot. I don't think Chicago hit 500. The list of homicides in the number of homicides in Chicago. I ain't gonna lie, Philly. I gotta step your up, bro. Chicago 797, bro. You was bragging on the 5. I'm talking shit. Well, fuck the point I was trying to make. I was gonna be wrong. My bad. Now y'all fucked up though. It's city. I mean not city, but Philly dense. All the houses look like townhomes in my opinion.
That's all I can say.
Like niggas don't got front yards in Philly.
You a young artist coming up, I mean, you 16, I mean, so you real young, I mean, fresh in the game, I mean, so you say you from, 64th Street, y'all call that O to the 4. I mean, explain that for the people who ain't.
It's 60th and Lansdowne, and 64th and California.
All right, okay, yeah, go ahead.
My child grew up for. We all grew up together, you dig me? When we was young, it wasn't nothing like how it is now, just though it's a war zone in the whole west side. That's all I'm gonna say is a war zone. Every block in West Philadelphia.
He would explain that life got rough for him after his mother died when he was in 2nd grade, and that he's been in the streets providing for himself ever since.
I won't lie, like, it got rough as I got older. Like, when my mom died in 2012, I think I was in, 2nd grade or something. That's when it started getting rough, because she used to bust her.
2nd grade in 2012. Nigga, that's 6.
She left me.
That was
Clearly, he was himself deep involved in the gang war, ending that interview saying F the ops.
All right, man, is there anything else you want to let the people know? Anything else you want to clarify, address, you know what I mean, before we get up out of here?
I just came to that realization.
We not gonna see the names. Man. Free the Mob, free Ghost, free DK, free Sama.
So after this tragic double murder, Aman Hurst was building a formidable reputation in the streets, having killed 3 people in less than a year, but it wouldn't be long until he claimed another life. As I mentioned previously, one of YBC's most dangerous enemies was a 39th Street shooter by the name of Sid. Members from YBC would receive false info that Sid was getting out of prison on March the 18th, 2021, and a man named Rodney Hargrove was killed within an hour of leaving the prison in a case of mistaken identity. After this, the police would finally catch up with Aman Hurst and unravel the details of his deadly crime spree. On March the 20th, 2021, Aman Hurst was arrested and charged as an adult with the murder of Daewoo Nashawn Scruggs that took place on Christmas Eve 2020. Then on April the 21st, Hurst was re-arrested and charged in the double murder of both Naquan Smith and Tamir Brown. And then finally, he was charged with the final murder of Rodney Hargrove outside the prison on the 28th of April 2021.
Tonight, Philadelphia police say this 16-year-old is responsible for a months-long reign of gun violence which left 4 people dead, including a man who was a victim of mistaken identity. Investigators say Aman Hurst was.
It's like you hear the story and you can't even think of the end goal. You can't even think, okay, so what was the plan here? Just because you want them gone? You know, what's the plan here? And Buddy had a rough upbringing, like mom and daddy in prison, both of them. Out there doing his own thing early. Just like how old Buddy, he said his mother passed his 2012, he was 6. 2nd grade, been on his own, trying to figure it out. Hell yeah.
The gunman who shot and killed a 20-year-old man on Christmas Eve. In March, they say he was responsible for killing 2 people in a quadruple shooting. And a week after that shooting, investigators say Hurst shot and killed Rodney Hargrove just after Hargrove was released from jail. Police say Hargrove was not the intended victim.
An NBC 10 Philadelphia news report would air identifying Aman Hurst and the 4 murders he had allegedly committed.
Police now say 16-year-old Aman Hurst was the one who pulled the trigger on that aspiring comedian. On March 20th, Hurst was arrested and charged in that murder. But in between Scruggs' murder and those charges, there was another shooting. That time, 4 people were shot in a car. 2 of them died. Last week, Hurst was charged with those murders, and while he was behind bars, police took a closer look at a gun connected to him. That's when they discovered that gun was connected to another unsolved murder that we told you about as breaking news right after it happened in March. A 20-year-old man who'd just been released from jail was gunned down on the grounds of the Curran Fromhold Correctional Facility. Police say it appears as though that man was the tragic victim of mistaken identity. Now, Hurst, he may be a teenager, but it certainly did take some time for the authorities to track him down. The fugitive team, as well as the U.S. Marshals, they were searching for him. They say he was aware that they were looking for him, and he was going from place to place. He is now in custody and facing charges as an adult.
However, the the police wouldn't easily take him off the streets, and in one of the wildest turn of events I've ever seen in a case so serious, Aman Hurst actually managed to escape jail and go on the run 2 years later. The 19-year-old convict executed a daring escape along with another convict named Nasir Grant. News reports would break down the facts, explaining that the combination of an unrepaired fence, switched off motion sensors, and a sleeping guard allowed Hurst and Grant to slip away undetected.
The DA showed video of Aman Hurst and Nasir Grant walking.
That was too coincidental. Something else went on.
Out of their cells at around 8:30 at night and then crawling on their bellies to a door to escape. Krasner says another inmate who was also out of his cell was their lookout. Krasner said it only took them 90 seconds to get out. He also revealed that a hole in the fence at the jail that the pair was able to sneak through had been there for about 7 weeks. Krasner says prison officials knew about the hole, looked at it days before the escape, but nothing was done. We have a crew going through more of Krasner's revelations, including why the counts of prisoners were the same after the escape and how officials really learned 2 inmates had made it out. That's coming up starting today at 4 o'clock.
According to later reporting, once the escapees got through the fence, they jumped in an Uber and headed to South Philly, apparently all with the help of a woman and fellow gang member who organized their transition into hiding. Following the escape, a manhunt was launched in an effort to capture the escaped convicts, with a reward being offered as reported on CBS News Philadelphia.
Developing this morning, an active manhunt for 2 inmates who escaped from the Philadelphia Industrial Correctional Center. Take a look. As the search pushes forward, law enforcement officials are looking for answers about how the pair were able to break out in the first place.
The first one is 18-year-old Aman Hurst. He has been charged with 4 separate murders, including one right here on State Road in Northeast Philadelphia back on March of 2021. The other inmate is 24-year-old Nasir Grant, who has been charged with drug and gun offenses. Now, according to the Department of Prisons commissioner, these 2 inmates were housed in the same unit of the correctional center, but they were not cellmates. She says they were both accounted for at 8:30 on Sunday night, but then they missed each of the next 3 head counts, one at 11 o'clock on Sunday night, and then 2 more at 3 and 7 o'clock on Monday morning. She says it appears that they were both at the prison during those times, but she is wondering why they weren't listed as missing since they weren't present during those head counts. Mayor Jim Kenney calls it a major failure of our prison system.
The number one responsibility right now is to get these guys off the street. And any information that any folks can provide us, there's, I believe, a reward on each of them for $20,000 each for information leading to their arrest. So that's job number 1. Job number 2 is to get the Pennsylvania Department of Corrections in here and assess the system. Clearly, the system screwed up, and people didn't do what they're supposed to do. It's clear.
The escape was a scandal for the Philadelphia Industrial Correctional Center and led to a review of the facility by the Department of Corrections.
According to this report, the prison did submit a plan of action, and these observations were expected to be addressed. Repairs to the outside wall were scheduled for spring of this year. Now, the mayor said today that the prison is now under review by the State Department of Corrections.
Somebody conducted 3 bed checks that either can't count or could count and did something wrong.
Well, earlier this month, last week actually, the police said that the inmates were caught on video cutting a hole in the fence to make their break and were not noticed as missing until the next day. That's despite 3 head counts by prison staff.
In the time the fugitives were on the run, Philly residents were saying,
and that's why I'm saying it's too coincidental, man. I don't know how much a CEO at Philadelphia prison make, but let's say they got paid $20,000 a head to get escaped. That's an extra $40 on the yearly salary. Job's getting done. Let's say they make $80,000. That's half they salary in a one play. You think they won't
said
take
to be
a bite
living
of
in
that?
fear, terrified of the prospect of a quadruple murderer walking amongst them.
Where we are is about 2 to 3 blocks from that prison where those inmates escaped. And if you look around me, I'm in a playground. Right next to me is a recreation center, and directly across the street are homes. We knocked on several of those doors, and neighbors say this whole situation is scary. In this Holmesburg neighborhood, residents have their eyes out for 2 wanted men.
Have you seen these 2 faces?
I've seen him on the news, yes.
Get a good look.
The one guy looks real familiar.
He's referring to 18-year-old Aman Hurst, accused of 4 murders. The other is 24-year-old Nazir Grant, who was being held on drug and gun charges. Police say the 2 inmates escaped from the Philadelphia.
Dude was probably facing 3 years. And he had upgraded that to about an 8.
Industrial Correctional Center Sunday night. The prison is within miles of schools, playgrounds, and neighborhoods like these, where neighbors we spoke to say they're feeling a bit uneasy about what happened in their backyard.
What are the police doing about it? What is, the mayor doing about that? Because people are at risk. Now you're talking about potential violent people being out on the street.
It doesn't make me feel comfortable, seeing that someone can break out of a prison, especially with someone that has murder charges.
Man, these folks ain't dumb. They gotta pass. I feel like that, because I don't know the process of becoming a CEO, but come on, man. Every job that I have got some type of assessment. Mind you, the hardest job I probably had was being a janitor at a hospital. They still had some little assessment testing. I just feel like the onboard, or not the onboard, but the hiring process for a CEO is a little more strenuous, a little bit more detailed, a little bit more judgmental with tests and shit. Them folks ain't stupid. Them folks is not stupid. They fully aware, they capable. They passing some mental test. You gotta think. They put a collection of people that utilize the black market. With the black market, a lot of money can get passed around. Snorer's getting good money on. Nah, hell nah. It was a decent job. It helped start this shit, but hell no, I'd rather do this than that any day. Anyway, what I was saying is these folks ain't slow. Money rules the prisons and shit. Hell yeah.
Charges and are really just a danger to society.
It is scary, but I feel like when they escape from the prison, I don't think they want to stay in the neighborhood.
Most tell us living so close to a prison has never been an issue until now.
Somebody dropped the ball.
For these neighbors, what happened is only adding another layer of concern for crime in Philadelphia.
Soon, District Attorney Larry Krasner would comment around the time of a hearing on the escape, warning about failings in the prison system, with staff saying that they were suffering due to understaffing.
Staffing shortages, cameras that don't work, motion detectors that have been turned off, and a guard who is asleep. The DA says all of this aided in the escape of 2 dangerous men. Larry Krasner says he's not blaming anyone, as he pointed out. There were multiple failures, he says, that puts the city in danger.
Canada geese, in the absence of a dog, were landing in the dog run. And when they landed in the dog run, they were setting off the sensors. And when they were setting off the sensors, eventually someone decided to turn them off.
And while those sensors, the DA says, were not picking up movement, they were helpful, as the inmates used them to climb up over the fence.
After his escape, people on the Philly Wiki subreddit would speculate on what they would do if they were in Hurst's shoes. Some said he should go to Florida and flee for Cuba or another country with bad relations with the US, with people saying he's not making it out the country and that he should get off the grid. Others said that he has no escape and that US Marshals would find him on the moon. Some people pointed out that whoever helped him is in big trouble, while others said that he was probably just in one of his homies' basements and probably looking for the person that killed his sister in the parking lot last year. Unfortunately for Hurst, he didn't have the creative creativity that some of these Redditors did. And it turned out that he wasn't actually hiding far from where he came from. And just 10 days after his daring escape, he would be taken into custody by US Marshals in a standoff caught on camera and broadcast on Fox 29 Philadelphia. Following the arrest, NBC 10 Philadelphia would report on the capture.
If it took him 10 days to find him right around the corner or close, just imagine if he would have went to Kansas or like Wyoming. Nah, he probably would have stuck out like a sore thumb in Wyoming. Idaho. Nah. Imagine you would have went to Georgia. Nah. One of them country towns. Or yeah, I'm done with it.
Broadcasting the footage of Hurst getting in a car just before his arrest.
Pictures show U.S. Marshals officers taking Aman Hurst into custody early this morning, 10 days after the 18-year-old and another man escaped from a Philadelphia prison. Home security camera shows what appears to be Hurst walking near 61st and Washington Streets. This is in the Cobbs Creek section of West Philly. Robert Clark with the U.S. Marshals Office says Hurst got into a vehicle along with two family members. As that vehicle pulled off, officers went after it. Both inmates now, Hurst and Nazir Grant, are back in custody after officials say they cut a hole through a fence at the Philadelphia Industrial Correctional Center and escaped.
It's something that we take pride in, that in 10 days we were able to get two escapees in custody without any use of force.
Apparently, he was found at his aunt's house, with people in disbelief that he would decide to stay in Philly after his escape. His brother and 3 other people will be charged for assisting the escape, as reported on CBS News Philadelphia, which explained that someone from his own family actually called the police with a tip.
After 10 days on the run and a search that spanned 3 different states, tonight Aman Hurst is back behind bars.
Mo 3, everybody. Mo 3, everybody. Damn, I said it twice.
The people here are saying, Cobbs Creek, how could this happen?
Wednesday night, community leaders went door to door talking to concerned Cobbs Creek residents after they learned 18-year-old Aman Hurst was arrested by U.S. Marshals near 61st Street and Washington Avenue more than a week after escaping from a Philadelphia correction center. During a news conference, Supervisory Deputy U.S. Marshal Robert Clark says they got a break in the case when someone from Hurst's family called them Tuesday night.
We identified Hurst coming out of a house on the 6100 block of Washington Avenue and enter a vehicle with 2 family members. At that time, a vehicle containment was conducted as the vehicle tried to pull off the block, and Hurst was identified and taken into custody without incident.
Hurst's brother, Amir Woods, was also arrested on Wednesday for helping Hurst and 24-year-old Nasir Grant escape. Grant was recaptured in North Philadelphia last Thursday. 3 additional people have also been charged in aiding with the escape. Tonight, the investigation continues.
And Aman Hurst would now be facing escape charges on top of the original 4 murders, with phone calls organising the escape being recorded and played in court along with a video of the escape.
4 of the 6 people facing charges in connection with the Philadelphia prison escape appeared in court today. Aman Hurst and Nasir Grant escaped from the Philadelphia Industrial Correctional Center on May 7th of last year. 4 people, Michael Abrams, Yanni Stalling, Jose Flores Huerta, and Amir Woods, are facing charges for their alleged roles in the escape and the aftermath. The details of the case were laid out during today's hearing. The prosecution played 2 calls. They say Hurst made to Abrams and Stalling from prison right before he escaped. Hurst was being held on charges of murder. In the calls, Hurst tells them, quote, "I'm going to get the expletive out of here." The prosecution then showed video of the 2 men escaping the facility. Flores Huerta, a fellow prisoner, stood by and watched as they left their rooms, crawled through a common area, out the door, and then through a hole in a fence. Once out of the correctional center, surveillance video shows the 2 prisoners get into an Uber ordered by Stalling. The prosecution says cell phone data shows Stalling, Abrams, and Amir Woods, who was the older brother of Aman Hurst, knew about the escape and hindered the apprehension of both men. The prosecution says a motor vehicle search for Amir Woods' car shows he drove to New York the day after the escape. Officials previously said his younger brother made it to New York City and back to Philadelphia before he was recaptured. Woods, Abrams, and Flores Huerta will be arraigned next month on charges including escape and conspiracy.
The woman who helped him organize the Uber would actually end up getting 11 to 23 months in prison for assisting the escape.
A woman has admitted to helping 2 inmates escape from a Philadelphia prison last year. Ziani
Well, that's a hell of a Uber, God.
Stallings was sentenced to 11.5 to 23 months in jail after pleading guilty yesterday. Prosecutors say Stallings helped Nasir Grant and Aman Hurst break out of the Philadelphia Industrial Correctional Center in May of 2023.
Ultimately, Aman Hurst is still awaiting trial for his 4 murder charges. And considering how brazen he'd been not only with the murders, but also the bold escape, it wouldn't surprise me if the judge really threw the book at him. But ultimately, even with one of the most prolific shooters off the streets, authorities were far from stopping the violence. And yet more murders would play out over the summer of 2021, with yet more YBC members being tied to the crimes. 2021 was a violent year on the streets of Philadelphia, and the YBC gang and their younger counterparts YFA were a big reason for the violence playing out in the city. As 2021 went on, yet more people would continue losing their lives to these out-of-control shooters. And once again, as becomes the trend in this story, the desperation of the shooters to hurt someone in the streets led to more innocent people being killed for no reason. On the evening of May 25th, 2021, 18-year-old Nasir Marks was practicing his speech for his senior year project in front of his family before heading out to see his girlfriend. When he stepped off the bus at 39th and Poplar, he was shot multiple times, allegedly in a case of mistaken identity. 2 YBC shooters named Zaire Crawford, aka Baby 1K, and Samaj Nolan, aka Reek 1200, allegedly thought Nasir was a rival gang member and opened fire. His family would be interviewed by the news about the tragic situation, with his dad telling reporters that all of this came out of left field and that Nasir never got into any kind of trouble in the streets, also adding that Nasir was set to be the first person in his family to go to college. This was a tragic murder, but it would unfortunately be followed by another fatal shooting within 30 minutes in the same area, in what police would call 2 completely separate shootings, but we would later come to find out that they were in fact connected after several of those YBC members responsible for Nasir's death were still lurking in the streets, armed, looking to catch anyone to kill. Perhaps they knew that Nasir was an innocent immediately after the murder and felt the need to make up for it, or perhaps they simply thought they would continue their spree and catch another op lacking. Eventually, the group happened upon a 15-year-old named Kanye Pittman. According to police, just before 8 p.m, Kanye was talking with a friend near the 2500 block of North Sydenham Street when Zaire Crawford, aka Baby 1K, Samaj Nolan, aka Reek 1200, and Yasim Miles, aka Baby Wick, would spot Kanye and open fire, hitting him multiple times. Some reports suggested that Kanye had gotten in a fight with the cousin of a YBC member and beaten them up badly, and that the shooting was revenge. Police would respond to reports of shots fired, finding Kanye suffering from several gunshot wounds. He would be rushed into hospital in a police...
This was the Bud situation.
car, but was pronounced dead later that evening at Temple University Hospital. News would report of these back-to-back murders as a tragedy in the community, and pointing out the crime rate in Philly was increasing drastically.
Killed in 2 separate shootings in the city last night have now been identified. Philadelphia police say 15-year-old Kanye Pittman died at the hospital after being shot multiple times in North Philadelphia. That shooting happened at 8 o'clock on the 2500 block of North Sydenham Street. No arrests have yet been made. A half hour before that shooting, an 18-year-old was shot and killed in the city's Mantua section. Police have already identified him as Nasir Marks. He was shot multiple times in the 3900 block of Poplar Street around 7:30. No one has been arrested. As of last night, the city's homicide count was at 206. That is 40% higher than this time 1 year ago.
And following Kanye's...
I don't get how they able to get away with so many of these murders, whatever. Man, Philadelphia, out of all cities, when it comes to footage, they the one I see the most. It's either them or Chicago's or Philly, most definitely though. I'm talking about you get the when they pull up, bop out, get back in, speed off. You get the car, which car they in, what color that motherfucker. Like they should be clear. They just be having on their skis and gloves and whatnot. And is it? I don't know.
His death, his people would be devastated. One heartbreaking post on his obituary page reads, "Kanye, you were the main reason I was happy most of the time. Every time you came around on the weekend or so, it was always one of the best times of my life. I genuinely miss you every day, and I can't accept your death. I now wake up every day with a grudge against the world. I don't enjoy life or anything around me. I hate myself and everyone and everything. Please come back, Kanye. You were my everything. I love you." His mother would also open up about her heartbreak at the loss of her son in an Inquirer article, saying how he was a happy, popular, funny and caring kid in his neighborhood, but unfortunately for her, following Kanye's death, he would become the target of ridicule by YBC members who mocked him ruthlessly in their songs. Reek 1200 actually bragged about these murders on his song No Get Back, where he rapped, "We spin back to back, 2 bodies in 1 day, they know what's up," seemingly mentioning that these murders were indeed less than an hour apart. YBC Dul would frequently refer to Kanye as the young bull from the back block, and in his song So Many Names, Dul would rap that young bull from the back block tried to run so they did him bad. And Dul would continue referring to Kanye by this nickname or his actual name in numerous other songs, with Kanye's mom later saying in an interview that every time a song drops dissing her son, somebody sends it to her. This would be yet another senseless...
And that's another thing. Why Philadelphia is one of them places that it's a common occurrence that what we see, because honestly, you got to be there to know. What we see, innocent, he going to school doing regular stuff. He might know a few of the guys that's around, but he ain't in the mix. He just know them. We spin through the block. Oh, we caught whoever was out there. It's a young one. It's a young one that's just been going to school, not really gang banging. Just know some people. But anyway, why do the rappers rap on them? Like, why the rappers diss them? In my opinion, you'll think they'll diss the names and faces. You know? Like, what they'll say factors. You'll think they'll just diss them, but it ain't that. It always confuses me. It's like, why y'all even rapping about him? He honor roll student. Never mind. Yeah.
Loss of life in the Philly streets. My heart breaks reporting on these stories, and I can't say I've ever seen so many innocent people harmed covering a drill story before, but unfortunately for the residents of Philadelphia, the violence was far from over, and only a few months later, another gruesome double murder would take place, and in the middle of all of these murders were the Philly drill rappers, increasingly willing to put details of their gruesome crimes into songs for the whole city and world to hear. Before we go any further into the video, I just want to make a quick announcement. The Traplaw team is hiring. So if you want to get paid to sit on Reddit and do research about your favorite rappers all day, every day, then head on over to intelcartel.org and fill out the application form. I'm hoping that we got some real Reddit disciples out there that actually want to make some money, join the team, and help me make the magic happen. So intelcartel.org, go over there and apply, and hopefully see you soon. Before prolific shooter in YBC, Curry was caught for the murder of Sidney Sessoms inside his own home, he actually committed another savage double murder that would take the life of 2 teenagers with loose affiliations to YBC's rivals. The shocking triple shooting...
Loose affiliation. Man, he probably went to elementary school with these dudes. Played on the same 3rd grade basketball team. They been cool ever since. I'm talking about this the only city videos that has this type of stuff. And I ain't done just about every major city or major city when it comes to the drill music. Now, don't get me wrong when it comes to like other places. One in particular I remember is Alabama. They can't spray the whole block, but that ain't common. You know, he probably gonna have 2 more situations that's gonna be just like this.
Would take place in West Philly on Wednesday, July 21st, 2021. Around noon, a 16-year-old student athlete, Kalen Johnson, known by friends as KJ or K3, with his football jersey also repping the number 3. He had just finished the summer school at Boys Latin Charter School and was headed to play basketball with his friends. KJ had also just got his driver's license a few weeks earlier, and he would take a few of his friends with him in his car, including his childhood friend and another gifted basketball player, Tommy Frazier, also known as Lil Snipe, as well as 2 other youths. Unfortunately, what they didn't know was that they were being trailed by 2 people associated with YBC, who were on a hunt for one of the 2 boys in the car who was allegedly affiliated with a rival gang. KJ would drive about 1 mile full.
They just fake image. I'm reading the chat right now. But I'm gonna give me some water and a snack or something. So I'm off with thinking they completely innocent. I don't know. I just think that shit, man. They know who the fuck is out there doing that shit. They know. The streets know who's spinning. The streets know. So when it's time to come to do your dance back or yo whatever, it shouldn't be no reason for all this.
Stopping at the intersection of 56th and Vine to drop off one of the friends. There, one of the 2 people trailing the group from YBC would open fire on the car, hitting KJ and Tommy multiple times, including KJ in the head and Tommy in the chest, killing both of them, while one of the other youths would get hit in the shoulder but fortunately survived. And in true YBC fashion, the 4th youth, that was the actual intended target of the shooters, would escape the scene without getting hit, and calling KJ's mother soon after to tell her what had happened. Only 8 minutes before the shooting, KJ himself had called his mum to let her know about his plans, his last words to her being, "Love you, bye mum." KJ's mum would then rush to the scene, but her son had already been taken to the Presbyterian Hospital, where KJ would unfortunately be pronounced dead. Not long after the shooting, local television news would be at the scene, capturing the police investigating KJ's blue Hyundai that was now riddled with bullets.
Developing right now, 2 teens were killed and a 3rd was hurt in a triple shooting this afternoon on the 200 block of North 56th Street in West Philadelphia. Police say the teens who were killed were both 15. Both males were shot multiple times in the torso, and a 16-year-old was shot once in the shoulder. He is in stable condition. No arrests have been made.
The gun violence crisis now led to more tragedy this afternoon in West Philadelphia. 2 teens are dead after they were shot on North 56th Street near the scene of another shooting that happened just last night. A 3rd teen was seriously hurt.
It's babies! It's babies! These are babies!
Okay. That West Philadelphia woman voicing what many feel after 2 young lives were taken as a result of gun violence this afternoon. While police investigate what happened on North 56th and Vine, the community can't help but feel despair.
I mean, it's all over. It was just a shooting last night.
That same evening and the next day, many local news would report on this recent tragedy in the streets of Philly, highlighting both the deadly toll of 2021 so far and the month of July specifically, during which over 200 people had been killed or wounded in shootings in just 20 days. The violence had gotten so bad in Philly at this point that the mayor had to come out and explain to people why he was refusing to declare a state of emergency.
2 teenagers are dead, another is injured after gunfire erupted in West Philadelphia. This comes as Philadelphia Mayor Jim Kenney defends his decision to not declare a state of emergency as gun violence continues to surge to record levels in the city.
What's a state of emergency and what would it do for a city? The governor declares state of emergency when he or she believes a disaster has occurred and may be imminent, that is severe enough to require state aid to supplement local resources in preventing and alleviating damages, loss, hardship, and suffering. I feel like a massacre, like some wacky, 5-digit wacky, same time. Yeah, for a state of emergency. Or like a major event. like 11-9, something like that. What's going on right here? I feel like state of emergency would have been a little too much.
Action News reporter Dan Cuellar is live at police headquarters tonight with more. Dan.
Rick, it is clear that the lines have been drawn on whether a state of emergency should be declared to stem the tide of rising record gun violence. A growing number of community activists saying one should be declared immediately. The mayor today doubling down, saying he will not do so.
If this isn't a public crisis, then what is? If this isn't a public health issue that needs to be done in an emergency, what needs to be done?
Community activist Tariq Glasgow is just one of a number of voices across the city that have been calling on Mayor Jim Kenney to declare a state of emergency in the wake of gun violence that's gone unabated by anything the city has done so far.
It's hitting home, so it's real to us every day. It's affected all of our households. And to say that it's not in a state of emergency, it is an emergency.
Today at noon, an hour before the mayor was to address gun violence, 3 teenage males were shot in the 200 block of North 56 that were sitting in a blue Hyundai. A 16 and 18-year-old were shot and killed. A third victim, a 16-year-old, was wounded after being shot in the shoulder. But the mayor doesn't believe a state of emergency declaration is needed.
What I think it could do is have an unintended consequence and cause more fear in our communities, especially communities of color, already dealing with decades of systemic racism and poverty, which we are committed to getting rid of.
The Action News data team reports that 1,289 people have been shot so far this year in Philadelphia, that the city has a higher homicide rate than both Chicago and New York City.
We have to start taking accountability. The politicians can only do so much. The community activists can only do so much. We, as adults, as parents, as guardians, have to start housing our houses.
Others agree with that assessment, but say a state of emergency declaration is still needed.
The emergency would bring resources and activities to the community to address the things that are happening.
It's enough of the BS. Those people that are in high position, they need to exercise their power to do what we need to do to get the people in here to help these communities.
The mayor says he is planning to meet with Governor Tom Wolf to discuss other plans of action to deal with the unrelenting surge in gun violence across the city.
6 ABC would also run longer coverage about the double murder on their TV news, mentioning how there had been several students from the boys' Latin charter school who had also been killed since 2016, as well as interviewing KJ's aunt and mentioning that the family knew that he wasn't the intended target.
Are we gonna judge a book by its cover? Kyrie Simmons, the only one that might have some strong affiliation. You know what? I don't even know. Let's just keep it going.
2016, as well as interviewing KJ's aunt and mentioning that the family knew that he wasn't the intended target, meaning that the police also likely knew what the shooting was really about from early on.
In other news tonight, teenagers with bright futures shot in broad daylight in West Philadelphia. Today, we're learning more about the 2 students who were killed while they were on their way to play basketball.
There were 4 young men that were in a vehicle that was shot at 56 and Vine yesterday. 3 of them attended Boys Latin, and 1 of them was killed. His name was KJ Johnson. We spoke to his family a short time ago. They say he was excellent at school, excellent at sports, and was loved by so many.
KJ wasn't murdered because he threatened somebody. He wasn't murdered because he was in a fight or he had some sort of beef. He was murdered because someone was just reckless and thoughtless. And they just don't understand what they took away from us.
KJ was killed around noon yesterday at 56th and Vine. Shots were fired into his brand new car.
KJ just got his driver's license. And his mom rewarded him for being a good kid and being respectful. And she got him a car.
We should look at this as a little of a teaching moment, man. Wrong crowd, wrong company. You can hang with that company, but at what cost? You know? Hey, let's keep it going.
He used his car to go to basketball practice.
2 additional Boys Latin students were in the car. One of them, a 16-year-old, was injured by gunfire. 18-year-old Tommy Frazier was also in the vehicle and was killed by gunfire. Frazier was part of the Mastery, Harrity, Hardy High, and Gratz High School communities, according to an email that was sent to faculty today. KJ excelled at all sports, his family says, and just played in a basketball tournament Sunday. He was leaving Boys Latin and picked up Tommy Frazier to head to play basketball basketball, plus the 2 additional boys. KJ's family says they know he was not the intended target. He is the 6th Boys Latin student killed from gun violence since 2016. The school lost Jashawn Patton, William Bethel, Saeed Woodson, Kyrie Simmons, and Tyre Barnes. KJ's family today is reeling.
He was just being a kid, doing what he's supposed to do, doing what kids do. So, I mean, this is horrible. This is horrible for all of us. This is horrible for the family. This is horrible for his mother. She lost her only child, her son, her best friend.
A few days later, the Philadelphia Inquirer would write a long story about KJ and Tommy, as well as pointing out how many of the victims of the gun violence epidemic in Philly were still only teenagers, while the CBS Philadelphia and Fox 29 TV News would cover the vigils held for both victims.
Emotional night as a community remembers a teenager whose life was taken entirely too early. Tonight, friends and family honored the life of the boy they knew as KJ. Here's Shawnette Wilson.
Balloons released in memory and honor of 16-year-old Kaylin Johnson. Outside KJ's school, Boys Latin Charter. KJ played basketball and football for the school.
On the days that he would come to practice, it was funny because I always laugh with him, like there's always a bright color on, either a bright yellow or a bright orange. Everybody can see KJ from a mile away.
Santina Norman says she's known KJ since he was in 2nd grade, once her neighbor and her son's first childhood friend.
The violence that's happening, like my boys, they've lost 3 close friends in a matter of less than 30 days.
Tanisha Pratt lost her son Tahir, a student here too, in 2016. He and KJ were friends.
I feel like this happened to me all over again. It just brings back memories.
Tahir was a good guy. KJ was a good guy. And they got killed for what? Because somebody had a gun and they thought they were big.
At the same time of the balloon release, a community meeting on gun violence was happening at Tabernacle Lutheran Church in West Philly.
And this gives us an opportunity to own our own neighborhoods and say this is how we feel these issues need to be addressed.
KJ's mother would also give an interview to Fox 29, telling how she didn't want KJ to be just another number in the statistics.
2 families mourning the loss of their sons in 2 separate shootings in Philadelphia. The city now well over 300 murders due to the out-of-control violence. I'm Dawn Timoney. One of the victims was a student at Boys Latin Charter School. In fact, he's the 6th student at that school to be killed in just 5 years. And tonight, Kelly, you spoke with his heartbroken mother.
Dawn, I did. The family of 16-year-old Kaylin Johnson, best known as KJ, do not want him to be just another statistic. They tell me he was loved, he had so much going for him, and he was innocent in this. He was not the intended target, and yet he was struck by another senseless bullet.
The person that saved my life, that kept me off the streets, I wasn't there to save his.
The mom of 16-year-old Kaylin Johnson, known as KJ, says her last conversation with her son, he asked for permission, like he always did before going somewhere, to go to the YMCA before work Wednesday. But he never made it there.
At 12:05, my son wasn't here no more. My whole life was for him.
He was a kid that did not deserve what happened to him. Point blank, period.
Later on, KJ's high school football team would announce that they are retiring the number of his jersey, the number 3, during an emotional event where his family was present to receive the framed jersey.
Thank you. From this point on, no one will ever wear the number 3 in Boys Latin again. This is KJ's number, this is his number, no one in Boys Latin will wear that number again. We're going to present you with this jersey.
We got you tonight. You will.
It seems that this truly senseless slaying of two talented teens who had just so happened to be at the wrong place at the wrong time will become a symbol of the gun violence epidemic going on in the city, and the local newspapers like the Philadelphia Inquirer would later publish very long stories about the two victims, where particularly KJ's mother would open up about her struggles after losing her only son, but also about hope as she would later give birth to a new child whom she would name Ryder after KJ's favourite pastime hobby of riding dirt bikes, and how the community had come together to pay tribute to the two, showing images from the memorial service for Tommy held on July the 29th, 2021, and a moving photo depicting KJ's mother Emily Johnson placing roses on her son's casket. The friends of KJ and Tommy would post their own tributes on social media, with one friend of KJ, named Keon Wright, a current defensive line of Delaware Fighting Blue Hens college football team, posting a photo of himself playing with a custom shirt that says Forever KJ at the back. At this point, YBC had caused untold grief and suffering in their West Philly community, but it was all about to come crashing down, as the Philadelphia Inquirer would later detail in their June the 9th, 2024 cover story. A big piece of the puzzle would be an informant close with some of the YBC members, whom the police would first catch in September 2021 when he was moving with a stolen vehicle, this being the same month when Curry would be caught for the murder of Sid. As the police were about to finish processing him for the crime of being in possession of a stolen vehicle, the young man would suddenly tell that he had information on not one but 4 murders, including the dates and approximate locations and the street names of the assailants, these being none other than Yah, aka Baby Wick, Reek 1200, Murder K, aka Baby 1K, Curry, and F5. It would turn out that the killers of KJ and Tommy were the latter two, Curry and F5, who would in fact drive after the murders to a friend's house in North Philly, where they would proudly tell about their latest escapade to their friends, one of these people eventually turning informant. With regards to Baby 1K, aka Zaire Crawford, as well as Reek 1200, aka Samaj Nolan, and Yassine Miles, aka Baby Wick.
That ain't wild. These folks bragged about it, then the people they went and bragged about it with told on them. What? These niggas, and it's like, how can they trust? It's not even that. And it's so crazy. These niggas ain't even like, nobody ain't talked about no money. They ain't do it for this dollar amount, or they was supposed to get paid this. And I know this might sound kind of crazy, but the whole Young Dolph thing, although I'm not agreeing with it, I can see the why. These niggas, they doing it all for block innocent dudes. Man.
Who would both have warrants out for their arrests in the relation to the murders of Nas and Kanye. Law enforcement would have some solid evidence tying them to the murders, including text messages.
Brag about what the homies that's about to tell on them. That whole sequence that sounded stupid, silly.
Cell phone data and video of the getaway car, but they were still missing an actual witness who could identify the shooters and provide a motive. Luckily, Baby 1K, aka Crawford, would allegedly tell all about these murders to the informant, telling him how they had simply seen that somebody was walking and begun shooting, killing Nas, who was reportedly not involved in the gang life at all, and then revealing that he had counted his bullets after killing Nas and knew that he only had 3 left for Kanye, so that when they saw him, he knew he had to make those bullets count. The informant's testimony would reportedly be crucial during the trial, where Nolan, aka Reek, and Crawford, aka Baby 1K, would both receive 35 years to life, while Miles, aka Baby Wick, would receive 20 to 40 years for a conspiracy to commit murder. And then in the case of Curry, who had already been caught red-handed for the murder of Sid in September 2021, as well as Sherman, aka F5, we would see that informant testifying in front of a grand jury in relation to their cases. Particularly, Crawford, aka Baby 1K, would then do possibly the smartest thing in his life and plead guilty, eventually receiving a sentence of only 12.5 to 25 years for being the getaway driver during the murders of KJ and Tommy. Curry, on the other hand, as we already discussed previously, would get hit with a very long sentence, despite pleading guilty to everything because of the severity of these charges. This included the murders of KJ and Tommy and Sid, and the attempted murders of the friend of KJ who got shot in the car, as well as Sid's father who got shot when he shot up Sid's house. Add to that 2 counts of assault on a law enforcement officer when Curry opened fire towards 2 cops in the aftermath of the Sid murder. Even though he pled guilty, Curry would eventually get sentenced to 42.5 to 85 years, with an NBC 10 Philadelphia News report covering his conviction.
Convicted of killing 3 teens learns his fate. Earlier this month, the judge sentenced 22-year-old Arshad Curry for the murders of 3 Philadelphia teenagers. One of them was 16-year-old Kaylin Johnson, who was killed in July of 2021. Police say he was an innocent bystander. Curry pleaded guilty to a number of charges, including the murders. He was sentenced to more than 40 years in prison.
District Attorney Larry Krasner would troll the YBC gang after Curry became the 5th of 5 YBC members to get sentenced, in addition to Baby Wick, Reek 1200, Baby 1K, and F5, with Krasner saying how YBC now stands for You've Been Convicted, and that the young bag chasers wouldn't be chasing anything from inside their prison cells.
This is the DAO regular Monday, usually, press conference. As always, we have a couple of topics, the first being data and other information around gun violence, which I will go through. And the second, today, has to do with the conviction and sentencing of defendant Arshad Curry, that's Arshad, last name Curry, Curry, for his role in multiple shootings and homicides in Philadelphia. Ultimately, this case is about YBC. And YBC, sometimes known as the Young Bag Chasers, has a new name. I didn't invent it. Somebody else did. The new name is You've Been Charged. And the newer name is You've Been Convicted. Because at this point, we are looking at multiple...
Hold on, Chuck. What's the likelihood of you up there freestyling? He added this, you've been convicted as the bar, he just freestyle.
Multiple murders, multiple shootings, multiple convictions for horrific killings, very often of people they did not target, that occurred over a period of time. This is the 5th of 5 YBC defendants, or as we call them, You've Been Convicted. They used to call themselves Young Bag Chasers. They're not chasing much inside those cells anymore, but this is the 5th of 5 YBC defendants convicted.
The Assistant DA, Sidney Pope, would also chime in, pointing out what Curry had posted on his social media after pleading guilty, which showed that he seemingly had no remorse whatsoever about what he had done.
And what Arshad Curry said after he pled guilty is all that you need to know. When it's all said and done, I remain a soldier. I stand on business. They can take my freedom, can't take my morals or respect, though. And nobody ever play with me or mines without retaliation. My name golden in this. You can't say Curry without turning heads. That's on an Instagram account.
And look though, these hold on. So look though, these dudes, that reputation, that stamp, that vouch, that whatever she just explained from dude Instagram account, that's all they want. Niggas know. Now we about to spend the rest of our days inside of a prison. Man, I'm saying all that to get to this point here, man. But if it ain't about no paper, what the hell we doing, man? What are we doing? Ain't about no paper, no money, no Bitcoin, no crypto. Like, it ain't about nothing.
These are photographs of Arshad Curry taken in jail on State Road, in possession of a shiv in the next photo, and he holds it in his hand. Make no mistake about it, Arshad Curry has continued to commit crimes while in custody.
Fox 29 Philadelphia would then report on the sentencing of Curry and the DA's press briefing, showing particularly a speech given by KJ's mother, who would also react to the news whilst also sharing her own experience of getting trolled by YBC members after her son's death, before noting that this senseless violence had ruined the lives of 9 young men, including both the 4 victims and the 5 YBC members who would now be sentenced to long prison terms.
Just imagine sending your son to school and they don't come home from school.
Emily Johnson is numb still over the murder of her son, 16-year-old Kaylin Johnson, after which she says his killers taunted her and bragged about it in music they made.
Not only does your only child not return home from school, you're getting trolled by, you're getting harassed by a bunch of untalented rappers dissing you about your son that was, an accident.
Johnson spoke tearfully today during the district attorney's weekly news conference. Larry Krasner announced the conviction of Kaylin's killer, 22-year-old Arshad Curry, seen here in pictures the DA displayed during the news conference. Curry is the 5th of 5 YBC members, which stands for Young Bag Chasers.
The new name is You've Been Charged. And the newer name is You've Been Convicted.
Krasner says Kaylin isn't the only victim.
We are looking
you'll sit on the channel.
at multiple murders, multiple shootings.
This one crime took 9 people off the street. My son who's no longer here, the remainder that are in jail that are never coming home. Who's winning?
Indeed, after the murders of KJ and Tommy, the YBC rappers headed by Dul would diss these allegedly unintended targets of the shootings, as well as the mother of KJ numerous times. Only 6 days after the double murder, F5 released the song Serena with a music video where he raps numerous bars about YBC killing their ops, before rapping how he's riding around with his shooter on the shotgun seat, whilst referencing Megan Thee Stallion's famous lyrics from her song Body, saying how they got a lot of bodies. These lyrics seemingly describing exactly what happened during the murders of KJ and Tommy, where F5 was allegedly the driver and Curry was the shooter. Dul on the other
I could just hear him being Philly gangster rapper, body, yaddy.
hand, in the song Criminal, asks why KJ's car stopped at the red lights, claiming they knew they were followed, before saying that they scored on him and making a basketball reference to a shot clock, which is used in the sport to indicate how much time a team has to possess the ball before scoring. In the song Letter to Larry, Dul raps how KJ, aka K3's mother, was bitching at him when she got the news about her son's murder, and that he's not capping in his raps when he says that the ops are dying, including K3 and Tommy, aka Snipe, as some of his examples. The disses towards KJ's mother would continue in the song Killers Love Me, where Dul raps the infamous bar that he might slap KJ's mother, as well as making a now ironic remark about saying whatever he wants because nobody would dare to touch him. Even in the song with the YouTuber Brandon Buckingham, titled McBuckingham, released only a week before Dul's death, he would take shots at the two murdered teens, saying how they got killed while asking how someone named Osama made it out the car, Osama then perhaps being the intended target of that shooting. Also, in the intros to several songs, Dul can be heard opening the songs by listing some of the people allegedly killed by YBC, including Buddy, aka Bud, Fro, aka Sid, Rizzy or Q Raw, and Tommy, aka Snipe. Likely due to the trolling that the mother would have to endure in the aftermath of losing her son, she too had taken to social media several times to troll back at some of the YBC members, including Reek 1200 when he would get arrested in 2022 after being on the run and later being sent to state prison.
Although some people might say this was a good move, talk to him back, troll him, I feel like you gotta let them talk to themselves. You know, you gotta let them boys talk, cause once you give them that energy that they looking for, it's like a avalanche effect. It starts small, it's he's giving them fuel, pouring gas on the fire. That's what I'm trying to say. Hell yeah. Even Dul getting on the song and talking about them dudes don't sit well with me. I don't know. Yeah, earlier y'all said that these people that the victims that seem innocent ain't innocent, but I'm looking at it as if it walked like a duck, quack like a duck, it's that. Dude and them was going to school, he was a hooper. It lines up to, he focused on school. He even be on the basketball team. You gotta do extra stuff people that ain't even focused on school ain't thinking about doing. Staying about 6 p.m. Getting there early. Make sure the grades is straight. Homework turned in. Got to do the homework. Got to do the book report. Got to do all this. That it lines up to he's a regular student. Yeah.
And F5 when he would get sent to state prison. And of course Curry, whom she would diss with a cryptic message saying how Curry had been a crash dummy for someone who had sent him to shoot Buddy, and that Curry had now ended up right where the last person who had tried to kill Buddy had also ended up, before also saying that some of the youngsters who knew KJ were now being cool with YBC out of fear. Some Redditors would criticize her for not behaving more maturely, while also claiming that KJ never had a chance with a mother like that, while many others would be more understanding, pointing out the absolute hell that she must have gone through after losing not only her son, but then having his killers troll and harass her constantly in songs and on social media, and that in reality there was no telling what somebody would have done in her shoes. Others would seemingly insinuate that KJ wasn't just an innocent athlete posting a picture of him smoking a blunt and pointing a gun with a laser beam on it at the camera. But of course KJ wasn't just an athlete, but also a teenager who had grown up in an area that had turned into an
No, that shiesty was crazy though. Hold up.
increasingly dangerous war zone. KJ wasn't just posting a picture of him smoking a blunt.
And now he blurred out a gun too. Let me shut up.
And pointing a gun with a laser beam on it at the camera. But of course KJ wasn't just an athlete, but also a teenager who had grown up in an area that had turned into an increasingly dangerous war zone during his adolescence, where many kids, including likely many of his friends, had become increasingly active participants in that war. And while the murder rate in Philly would begin to decrease after the record-breaking year of 2021, there was unfortunately no stopping the carnage that YBC was involved in. And what ultimately wound up happening next was that with so many of their dangerous shooters locked up in 2022, the YBC crew would be left with a weakened defense. And after years of terrorizing their ops and mocking them for losing so many friends, YBC would become the ones suffering back-to-back losses and getting trolled relentlessly. Moving into 2022, the Philly drill scene was flourishing. In the midst of a wave of violence in 2021 that would ultimately wind up taking some of the most prominent members of YBC out the game for good, the remaining gangsters and rappers on both sides of the war would continue to make music in the midst of the violence. With the year playing out, more and more people would lose their lives to the streets, and more rappers would confidently brag about the crimes and insult the victims in their music. J100 was one of the founders of YBC and one of the earliest rappers from their set, with songs that date all the way back to 2017. J100's music has always been violent, but now it seems to be pointing out specific crimes and shouting out his homies by name. On May the 13th, 2019, J100 dropped Turn Up Part 1, a street song with bars all about shooting their ops and running around Philly with guns. In the song, he would mention a friend of his by the name of Darfetti, saying Free Fetty, he'd been down for like 2 summers. Darfetti is a YBC member who started rapping around 2019 too. Then, fast forward to January the 16th, 2021, that's when Jaquan Williams, aka Q Raw, is shot dead by 2 men at the intersection of 40th and Cambridge Street. Police would circulate surveillance footage of the murder, and here you can see suspects walking together moments before the shooting, as well as Q Raw walking and crossing the street before his untimely demise. Following his death, tributes to Q Raw or Kwani would circulate online, but also after Q Raw's death, members from YBC would mock him relentlessly, calling him the disrespectful nickname Q Rizzy in songs, like in the June 2022 song Gen 5 by Lil Rambo and Darfetti, where Fetty raps that he's trying to make a new strain as he's tired of smoking on Rizzy Lack, as well as in the bridge of the song where he raps Dead People Know, Roll the Buddy, and the Rizzy and the Fro, an obvious jab at the 3 fallen CCK members. 1 month later, YBC Dul would drop his song So Many Names, where Dul raps Q Rizzy got hit with 2 shots, that pound put him down. YBC members would spend the next couple of years trolling everybody who had been killed in their active gang war, and Q Raw, alongside Fro or Sid, Kanye Pittman, Rodney Hargrove, Lil Snipe, KJ, and others would be mocked relentlessly by YBC members in their lyrics. But the following year, the tables would turn, as members from YBC would get caught slipping and face the same fate as some of their most disrespected ops. On May the 14th, 2022, BK, aka Baby Car from YBC, is killed, and his death hit his friends and his family hard. Here you can see J100 expressing how hurt he was over the death of BK, and here you can see
that's another thing. Tables be turning. Tables is gonna turn. They gonna do that. They gonna do that. So all that time that YBC and them was just doing all that overly trolling, even disrespecting dude mama. Now it wouldn't be out of her realm or it wouldn't be too much for her to even indulge in trolling y'all following people that quick. Tables gonna turn. That's just life though. It's just gonna do that.
See another one of his friends, Big 4 Deuce, mourning the loss of BK. Baby Car had been rapping since at least 2019 too. Him, just like the other YBC members, had been super disrespectful in his songs. In one unreleased track, he can be heard saying that he smokes buddy so much that he became an addict.
I smoke buddy every day, that turned me an addict.
Unsurprisingly, in the face of all of this one-way disrespect, the ops would relentlessly diss YBC once the news of Baby Car's death broke. In this snippet, One Mir can be heard rapping a double entendre about BK and Burger King, saying BK got me high, now I'm hungry, I want some Burger King.
BK got me high, now I'm hungry, I want some Burger King.
But what makes it more tragic was the fact that Baby Car was seemingly trying to push peace with his ops before his death, even being seen in one pic with Lil Bucks, a move that Meek Mill would even post on Instagram praising BK, saying F beefing, now you gotta have a get rich race now, that's a boss move y'all made. But unfortunately, this wasn't the only loss that YBC would suffer during this time. A while after this, another YBC member named Kerr would also pass away, his death apparently occurring on BK's birthday, with it being said that he was fighting over a gun with one of his folks when he accidentally shot himself. Despite not being killed by the ops, the CCK members would have a field day with this news, trolling Kerr for dying on BK's birthday. One account named Smoking on YBC would clown Kerr, saying now you with him. After this, a YBC member, Eam Stacks, would allegedly want revenge for BK, so him and 2 affiliates went to 39th Street looking for ops. 39th Street were actually prepared for them, and members from that block would shoot back, paralyzing Eam Stacks, who was left in the street in a shooting that was captured on video. And in the video, you can see an associate of his check on him before ultimately running and leaving him on the ground. Reddit would report that Eam Stacks was still alive but in critical condition, and he would get disrespected for allegedly being paralyzed, with one person posting on Instagram that they have $500 if someone could provide a video of him doing jumping jacks. While people even outside of the gang would disrespect Eam and YBC for what happened, some posts would circulate containing the footage commenting on how Eam's friends had left him in the street after getting shot, with commenters on this post saying that this this looked like the worst drill ever, and other posts questioning why Eam wasn't being charged since it was actually him that initiated the drill, so he might be criminally liable. But regardless of the losses taken on their side, members of YBC would continue their campaign of disrespect in the music. On June the 13th, 2022, YBC Dul, Hopout Blick, and Lil Rambo dropped their song Bumblebee Gang, dissing numerous ops. And in it, Lil Rambo raps about not being able to let his ops rest, saying they know I diss the dead, I'm sorry I just can't let them rest. Meanwhile, Dul would start off his verse saying the last time he ran through the 9, his ops ran away. A few lines later, he would diss Lil Snipe, saying that I'm with Snipe, smoking Snipe, we're rolling Buddy out the pack, before admitting that he disses the dead so much that he smells Q Rizzy on his breath. Once again, the YBC members were defiant in the face of their ops, but tragically, all of this dissing was coming at heavy cost, and within a couple of weeks of this song releasing, another YBC member close to Dul would lose his life too. On June the 25th, 2022, YBC member Darfetti, real name Darmin Grant, who is also YBC Dul's cousin, is shot and killed. According to reports, he was gunned down on the 500 block of West Bristol Street, later passing away in hospital, and a gruesome picture would later circulate on social media, apparently depicting Fetty after he was shot, and Reddit threads would pop up, warning YBC members who had been taking heavy losses in the streets, telling the surviving members to take music more seriously, with some people commenting that YBC should now stand for Young Bull Chill. For police, this murder has never been solved, but unsurprisingly, following the murder, the ops were quick to disrespect Darfetti in songs too, like in the track No Limit, where Lil Bucks raps, I still smoke Fetty out the pound, essentially flipping YBC Dul's frequent line that he smokes Buddy or other people out the pound. It truly felt like the tables were now turning, and after a deadly 2021, 2022 would be a tragic year for the YBC members, and people would continue to replicate this sentiment online. After this, pages tracking the gang war in Philly and comparing it to sports, like Philly ESPN posted, saying that CCK has killed many people this season. This shows you just how crazy and normalized these murders were getting in the community. But for Mr. Disrespectful and the YBC crew, the losses they were taking in the street.
These boys got stat lines. 99 overall defensive rating.
Simply added fuel to the fire, and they would defiantly continue to disrespect their ops in every song. On July the 18th, 2022, YBC Dul releases the song So Many Names featuring Hopout Blick, and the song had a bizarre sample, the theme from the Fairly Odd Parent show, and featured extensive dissing of ops and dead rivals. YBC Dul would get extremely disrespectful from the very beginning of his verse, starting off by saying that he's dropped so many shells on the 9 that it's like a gun range, before following it up saying that he can't wait to catch Quasi because he keeps saying his bro's name. He would then say that he's smoking on Fro, who caught a switchy to the brain, and then dissing Snipe, who got killed at a red light, literally dissing a whole block and 2 of its fallen members in the first 4 lines of his verse. The YBC crew didn't seem to have a care in the world when it came to dissing their ops, but perhaps they should have spared a thought to the cops operating in their city, as in the midst of all of this violence, the authorities would soon make a public declaration that they were going to shut down the gang violence gripping the city. In August 2022, Philly DA Larry Krasner says that he's planning more busts and names all of the gangs in his crosshairs, making fun of their names, starting with O to the 4.
O to the 4. Today we want to send a very clear message to the members of O to the 4. You like that name? How about go to the jail? Because that is where you're going to go.
He would then mention YBC, PNB, and more gangs in Philly.
The same goes for the people they have been fighting with, the young bag chasers. The same goes for other people and other groups who just keep committing violence, mostly with guns. So Pit Boys, Southside Stizzy, Zoo Gang, PNB, Brickyard Mafia, Topsiders, 5th Street, 7th Street, Wilson Park, time is up.
The police had their sights on these warring gangs, but once again, completely unbothered by these threats, YBC Dul and his friends would continue brazenly releasing music that pushed the violence. On September the 7th, 2022, YBC Dul releases their song Talk featuring FS the Bender, Mir Pablo, and Hopout Blick, where they would continue the theme of disrespecting their ops. Mir Pablo raps that he needs another pound because they don't smoke Buddy out the 8th, and YBC would rap that Q Rizzy crossed the street, questioning why he tried to play tough, before telling listeners to go ask Fox 29 because he puts N-words on the news, a reference to the surveillance footage in the Q Raw murder actually being broadcast on Fox 29. He would then end his verse by saying that Snipe and K3 died on that same drill, bragging that it's a 2-for-1. But YBC weren't the only ones flipping a middle finger to the authorities in their city, as YBC's ops would also be defying the DA, who was trying to shut them down with a very targeted trolling campaign. On September the 23rd, 2022, Lil Bucks drops the song Innocent, featuring a sample from a news report on his gang during the intro where he quoted DA Larry Krasner. Lil Bucks would then start his verse defiantly telling Larry Krasner to eat a D, even rapping that his ops just act tough for Reddit. During these months, Lil Bucks would be on an incredible run in the rap game, dropping back-to-back songs detailing all the violence playing out in his city. On October the 12th, 2022, Lil Bucks dropped his new song Achievements, which had vague but violent lyrics all about about the shootings in their city. The following month, on November the 9th, 2022, Lil Bucks drops Backseat Boys, rapping that his friend has a lot of bodies, but he can't say who it is, as well as dissing an op named Blockwork. YBC would then continue dropping music too. On November the 10th, 2022, J100 drops Running Up That Hill, which samples Running Up That Hill by Kate Bush, and on it he raps that nobody has died for Q Raw yet, before claiming that Snipe is in a deep sleep. J100 was one of the longest running rappers in YBC, but unlike YBC Dul, he didn't usually diss the ops so blatantly, and unfortunately for YBC, J100 would wind up being the next high-profile member to lose his life in the war. Apparently, J100 had gone back and forth with his ops in leaked voice notes leading up to the tragic incident.
Slide. Y'all did that little ass yo. Y'all don't slide. We never got shot at for by y'all. Definitely you never did nothing. What's wrong with you?
Jay also went live arguing with somebody, and in the comments, somebody asked if he's on 40th and Lancaster.
I'm about to add you to the live, see what you want. See if you ready, see if you really want to get active. Because if you really want to get active, I'm going to end this joint, and I'm really going to call you. Right now, like, never did nothing down here.
J100 would sadly be killed hours after this live, a few streets away from the location mentioned, as on December the 5th, 2022, at 9:20 p.m, Philly police would respond to shots fired on the 4300 block of Parish Street, where J.
4300 block, Parish Street, Philadelphia. 43 Parish Street, Philadelphia. I'm trying to see if I just see a Lancaster around. I don't see one. Oh, hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Yep. Lancaster, then you got Wallace, Fairmount, Aspen, Brown, Reno, Paris. One. Okay, let's just kind of like this. 1, 2. Here, Lancaster. Here, 40th and Lancaster, right here. 41st. Boom. 40th and Lancaster. And then you got about right here with it. Yep. That shit crazy. I just had to do the science right quick.
J100, real name Tajor Brooks, would be found suffering several gunshot wounds, with him later being pronounced dead in hospital. He was allegedly killed on the same spot on 43rd Street where he had shot his music video years before, and according to this Reddit post, he had given out this location where he was shooting another video that his rivals had gotten hold of, working out where he was and coming to take his life. Ops would react dissing him, and a compilation of these disrespectful posts would circulate online, with Lil Bucks being seen smoking on Jay.
Yo, listen, if you don't get high today. Cause we smoking on a pound of that BK and that little J, no cat.
After this death, fans on Reddit would say YBC Dul's music is getting all his homies killed by bringing all of this disrespectful energy to the crew and making them targets, and others said that YBC had now lost their best rapper. With such a prominent member of YBC, Philly's most disrespectful gang, losing their life, it was no surprise that the ops were dissing relentlessly. But what did surprise some people was that soon deceased members' mothers would be chiming in too, as on December 7th, 2022, KJ's mother would diss YBC and mock the death of J100 by posting up some Jordan sneakers or J's with the caption, "We're going to the playoffs." Once again, comparing the gang war to basketball, which while being a common thing amongst drill Reddit or Instagram pages, is incredibly chilling.
I don't know how old that woman is, man. It's like I see why she doing it, but it's like you can't do that. You can't. I can't say you can't, but it's like you don't do it. You don't, because I stand on the principle: if you don't want it done to you, don't do it. No matter how fucked up they might be getting, that ain't you. You don't want to do that. You don't want this shit done to you. And the thing about Tom, as you see how we getting further to the end, not further, but closer and closer to the end of the documentary. My bad, I drank some water. But you see how things are taking effect, changing. Tom and karma and good energy, positive, all that shit is law of attraction. It's gonna come in effect. Not laws of attraction, but laws of corresponding energy. Anyway, it's all gonna come in effect. I know this is a YBC Dul documentary. It just happened like last month, 2 months ago. We know what we know where this is about to head. That's why I'm
coming from the mother of somebody involved. Fans would even compare her to the mother of murdered Chicago rapper FBG Duck, calling her the Mama Duck of Philly. She would even go back and forth with a Philly drill news page called Philly Death Row, who posted telling fans to stop trolling her. She would apparently even go live mocking the death of J100 more, whilst trolling other members of YBC. You can even hear KJ's mother making fun of YBC Dul's skinny jeans.
I just want to know if Dul was out there with them tight ass pants on and those big
Dul
ass.
probably, he probably was. He probably ran on you. Hey, yo, Dul, if you left him, you out of pocket.
He probably hid in his boots, y'all. He probably hid in his boots, like seriously.
On the ground, he bleed out.
She would later claim that she's going to wear a different pair of J's every day for 30 days before changing her mind and sailing on 100 days.
We about to wear J's for 30 days straight, y'all. I promise you, we wearing a different pair of J's for 30 days straight. I promise. We gonna do 100 days.
She would act like she was getting off live before changing her mind and explaining why she has no remorse for J100.
All right, I'm gonna be good, y'all. I'm gonna be good. I'm lying. That. Round of applause, clap it up, clap it up, clap it up, clap it up, clap it up. I'm sorry whoever don't like it. I don't know them, but you know, they tend to keep a lot of people's names in there.
Threads would circulate on Reddit saying that YBC didn't slide for Jay, and pointing out that another shooting happened just 5 minutes before Jay's death. Apparently somebody named Teddy was killed right before J100. Apparently some of Jay's associates were falsely claiming that this shooting was get back for his death, with this post clarifying that Teddy's death was not get back for Jay, and that Teddy had actually been shot before Jay was hurt, with it likely that these incidents were unrelated. But regardless, this would be yet another devastating loss for YBC. But once again, the likes of YBC Dul didn't let it stop their trolling, and as the months went on, as we get into 2023, the disrespect would continue and raise to whole new levels. On February the 24th, 2023, YBC Dul does a live performance of his song Killers Love Me, where he disses his ops, once again referencing the 2-for-1 murders of Snipe and K3, as well as claiming that the ops never slid for Buddy and Fro, and he would also claim that Lil Mir was screaming loud. But the most disrespectful bar, by far, was when he said that he would slap KJ's mother. Anyway, despite the devastating losses in the streets, YBC Dul was on the rise off the back of his music. A February 27th, 2023 post about him on Philly Wiki solicited unpopular opinions on the artist, with the most popular comment praising his beat selection, while others admonished him for being 23 years old, surrounded by teen gang members that he was influencing to commit violence. Others would comment on the fact that while his music wasn't that good, he had a huge amount of...
Hold up. So Dul was the oldest? Or one of the older guys? Mind you, he's 23. He just walking into the NFL. Yeah. Give or take a year. Rookie. NFL. I'm just letting y'all know the comparisons. Yep.
Of influence on the youth of Philly who would be committing the violence for him. This was actually a big topic of discussion on this thread, with many admonishing Dul for seemingly hanging around with a bunch of people way younger than him and leading them astray, while others defended Dul, saying that this is how it goes in the hood and that it's normal for a younger person to hang around with their older brothers and their friends from a different generation. Some identified him as the leader of YBC and the remaining good rapper, but also predicting his downfall like other members of YBC, while Others would tragically predict that Dul might be the only person from his circle to survive. On May the 19th, 2023, YBC Dul drops another song titled Slide or Provide, where in the intro of the song, he name drops 4 fallen ops, Buddy, Fro, Rizzy, and Snipe again. Also claiming that he's tired of smoking Buddy out the pound since he does it in every song, he would then say that he can't smoke Q Rizzy because he's dirty and bad for your health, finishing off his verse saying that he'd be angry if somebody kills Lil Bucks before he does. YBC Dul was providing on the music side while his demons in the streets were sliding for YBC, and he would continue to drop big songs with major artists, continuing YBC's monumental rise in music. On April the 10th, 2023, Dul and Skrilla would drop their collab with O-Block's Prince Dre, a state-to-state link-up that had Dul getting respect from legendary Chicago gangster rappers. But while Dul was rising, so too were his rivals. On April the 17th, Lil Bucks drops Perk 10, and on the track he once again dissed Philly DA Larry Krasner. In a different lyric, he bragged about how one of his friends has caught 6 bodies. The street back and forth was becoming a musical back and forth, with fans following along and praising their favorite rapping gangsters from each side of the war, and fans would continue their twisted punditry, assessing the state of the gang war from their phones. In May 2023, people posted on Reddit saying YBC are getting pressured by their ops, and people were commenting that this is what happens when your top shooters get killed or locked up. Indeed, 2022 and 2023 saw a change in fortunes for YBC in the streets, and with some of their most feared enforcers like Curry off the streets, defending their block was getting harder and harder, and with the music getting more and more disrespectful, their ops would be furious, constantly looking to get back. On July the 4th, YBC Dul, Hopout Blick, 9side Ree, and Mir Pablo dropped the song I Miss Zom, a tribute to their incarcerated friend Zombie, which included more disses towards dead ops that hadn't been mentioned so far. 9side Ree dissed Buddy and other dead ops like Lil Snipe, Q5, and Booker. Booker was another O to the 4 member killed by a different gang. Apparently he was at the wrong place at the wrong time, and after robbing people, they would get back and kill him days later with his friend Tooley, with his killer apparently being from a crew called 524. But he was close to Lil Bucks, who was seen posting a tribute to him. Q5 is another dead op from another set, which I couldn't find much info on, but in Mir Pablo's verse, he dissed Q-Raw's friends, saying that no one from their block has killed anyone, and then in Dul's verse, he admitted to funding the gang war on his block, and dissing ops from the Dub, or 20th and Montgomery, and insulting an op called Money for getting a bladder injury, and mocking somebody called Quasi for losing their best friend. The musical back and forth between YBC and O to the 4 would continue. On July the 13th, 2023, Lil Bucks releases the song Loyalty. It again featured an intro sampling Billy DA Larry Krasner talking about them locking up members from O to the 4, and in the song, he raps how he has bodies and how his gang is #1 in Philly. But taunting the DA when involved in such a serious gang war is a pretty risky move, but the reality is that in the streets, the danger coming from rivals was likely much greater than the possibility of arrest, and soon after this song was released, another young man who was disliked by YBC would end up losing his life. On July the 26th, 2023, an 18-year-old is killed in a shooting near the YMCA in South Philly. This was allegedly Deke Loco, with affiliations to the CCK group, the Clappers with a K, and he was another Philly drill rapper with a history of making violent music, with numerous songs of his going at his ops apparently being taken down by the authorities. But aside from the violent music, he was apparently expecting a child and was killed just before he would become a father, and members of YBC and YFA would diss him after the news of his demise came out, with YBC posting his picture after the murder. He would be mocked relentlessly by Dul in later lyrics where he would rap that he got killed at the YMCA, and it's likely that all of this brazen bragging about the murders would put YBC in the crosshairs of law enforcement, as on October the 10th, 2023, the Philadelphia police would break up a YBC video shoot seizing several guns. But this was just a momentary setback, and for a minute it seemed like the tables were turning in the streets as more people associated with the CCK alliance would be losing their lives. Next, HL Osama, a prominent rapper from O to the 4 and friend of Lil Bucks, is killed, the shooting allegedly happening on the 1500 block of North 61st Street, when police would say that they found a 19-year-old woman and a man shot who were both in critical condition.
Breaking overnight, a shooting in the city's Overbrook section left 2 people in critical condition. It happened on the 1500 block of North 61st Street at 10:30 p.m. Police say they found a 19-year-old woman and a man possibly in his 20s, both shot in the abdomen and torso. The 2 were taken to Lankenau Hospital. Witnesses saw the suspected gunman fleeing south on 61st Street.
With apparent surveillance footage of the murder later leaking on Reddit. Soon after the shooting, YBC Dul goes live rapping along to disrespectful lyrics and saying that he's smoking Osama.
You play with fire, then best believe you getting burnt. I'm smoking Osama right now. What y'all talking about?
And Dul would even later post how he's still hanging out with HL's killer. However, soon the authorities would take action and arrest several people involved in the gang war on both sides. On August the 19th, 2023, YouTuber American Confidential, covering the Philly drill scene extensively, would make a video about Leaf Ward and Lil Bucks getting arrested, along with other YBC affiliates.
In the last 2 weeks, Lil Bucks, Leaf Ward, FS the Bender, and a couple other people got booked. Leaf Ward was over in King of Prussia and was caught with a stolen car, a gun, and pills on him, according to this. Now, Buck...
It sounded like the music was making them hot.
Situation.
But I ain't gonna sit here and BS, man. Everything that Mayor said, it's kinda you've been convicted. all that talk he was talking, it's starting to come true.
Is unknown to me
Like
at this
he
time. I
manifested.
don't know what he's booked for, and I haven't really looked into it.
And in the video, he would play a video apparently depicting somebody telling YBC Dul about Lil Bucks getting attacked in jail and saying that he thinks they'll be on protective custody.
We came back from the yard, but when we was in the yard playing ball, y'all was like, as soon as I go outside, I'm going to the hole. I'm like, man, you don't get your little dirty ass in the shower? They bump traffic off of G2, go right on F2 here at the water fountain. He tried to run from Yaz. Chubb's Stilly. Yaz sticky. He take off the other way. Chubb's cracking with a two-piece. He go down by the phones. Yaz starts stumping him. He stab him again. Chubb sit on him. Start sticking him in his head. Dude, I ain't gonna lie. They probably going PC books, bro. Young boy getting tortured, bro. This is third day in here, bro. This is the second time he got tortured already, bro.
Yo, we about to be on them pages, bro. This cranking. He said the set on top butt, start dicking him all in his head. This is real.
They
like
smash on him like that, bro.
They sat on him and started
I ain't
stabbing him
gonna
in
lie,
the head.
bro. I ain't gonna lie. It's about to be a video. Like, y'all know how King Von videos was coming out? Yeah. Videos gonna start coming out.
No, it ain't.
They would then go on to say that if Lil Bucks runs into Curry in jail, Curry...
Listen to what they comparing it to, man. Dang. And see, and look, I pay attention to like the drill comments. Everybody like to big up they city drill, but listen to what y'all drill is comparing themselves to. Man, nobody can beat Chicago drill.
Curry has been waiting to...
Yeah, nobody can come close. I'm trying to think. New York bout had it. If they would have had... New York bout had it. They bout had it.
to catch another body in prison, and he just got out of solitary confinement.
Little Buck started taking off, bro. He started running like he was running for running like nigga on that switchy area.
They said, my man, y'all talking still. Come here. Yo, well,
he said, y'all said, like, yo, I'm about to go to the hole. Like,
yo,
said he bumped
bro,
traffic.
like,
they said he bumped traffic.
He
though.
bumped traffic. He
Like, on some wanted that wreck right there.
He wanted that. He said, like, no, you know what he really wanted to do? I ain't gonna lie, you know. He wanted that cheese. He heard dude put that cheese on his head. They say,
oh no, I ain't do nothing. Oh no. I was trolling, bro. I was trolling, bro. I was trolling, bro. I ain't giving nobody no cheese. The judge, YBC y'all trying to get back behind the judge.
If I catch
we deep in the
if I catch buckets, I'm not coming
like,
home.
it is like everybody against us, like,
weird. It's like everybody
go
is
nowhere.
It's like everybody.
He can't go
against
nowhere
us,
in the
like,
jail. He can't go nowhere else. He can't even go to the youth right now, bro.
He goes to the youth.
Deep in the jail.
If he go to the youth, I put everything I love. My little brother gonna smash on him.
Weird.
Hey, yo, listen. You know who you don't want to run to over here, bro? Y'all know who you don't want to run into over here?
Y'all know? Oh my God! And he just got out the hole.
Run into 30, bro. 30 said he trying to catch
30.
Bro, 30 said he catching it. Yo, 30 said he catch any op, he catching the jailhouse body. He not playing, bro.
I ain't gonna lie, he dead serious though.
Bro, well,
I ain't gonna lie though. If he running to him, is over.
Bro, I'm a kid of being. I don't want to run into Curry, bro. I'm a kid of being. That bull dangerous, bro. He taking niggas back. He taking niggas back.
They said 30 fresh. They said 30 fresh out the hole.
He fresh out the hole, waiting to catch some.
My man fresh out the hole, wanting some wreck.
He trying to wait.
He slapped the tablet.
Somebody got slapped with a tablet.
30 slapped the tablet like
2 days ago.
American Confidential would then break down the situation and explain how, as a Philly native, he cannot believe what's happening in his city's underworld.
Imagine sitting in a gymnasium with 1,200 random people in the stands. Now imagine you and 3 of your homies just sitting there and talking about stabbing people in jail and naming your homies' names. If these are what your friends are like, what do we need enemies for? I cannot believe what's going on in my city right now.
He would also break down the details about Leaf Ward's arrest, explaining how cops had chased him through a restaurant where he tried to discard a gun in a trash can.
Upper Marion Township police arrested the 26-year-old rapper at a restaurant next to the King of Prussia Mall on Wednesday evening, the latest in a series of jailings of drill stars that have shaken the scene's fan base, said the article. Ward was charged with 3 felonies, court records show, including possessing a firearm that he was barred from owning because of a prior felony conviction. He was also charged with evading and resisting arrest, recklessly endangering another person, and providing false identification to law enforcement, and several drug-related misdemeanors. He's being held in a Montgomery County Correctional Facility on a $150,000 bail. Upper Marion police said they'd been tipped off by surveillance cameras that a black Dodge Challenger reported stolen in Philadelphia in July was traveling towards a restaurant driven by Leaf Ward. According to the report, Ward was drinking at the bar with a woman when police called a tow truck to remove the vehicle. Noticing the commotion, Leaf went outside, saw the officers, and ran back inside the restaurant. After dashing through the kitchen and ditching a black Glock 40 caliber handgun with an extended magazine, Ward was ordered to the ground at taser point, police said. Leaf Ward allegedly told police that his name was Omar Washington. Officers say they recovered a plastic pill bottle labeled Bum Feet from the Challenger, as well as a white plastic bag that police say resembled MDMA and ecstasy. Leaf Ward had numerous active arrest warrants sworn out against him, according to police, including one from the state attorney general's office for felony weapons offenses. Now, this is all according to police, so take that for what it's worth.
Going forward, American Confidential will become one of the leading journalists in deconstructing what was going on in the Philly streets. 10 days later, on August the 29th, 2023, American Confidential drops another video, this time about Philly drill pages being used by the police. What was interesting is American Confidential had a very sensitive and level-headed approach to reporting on the Philly drill scene, with people commenting how his sensitive approach and how he presents information comes across like he has a master's in social work, while others praised him for making content with good intentions and maturity. In the video, he would break down a report about how the cops are getting on top of gang members' social media activity, making it much easier to catch this generation of gangbangers.
Earlier this month, on August 23rd, NBC 10 released a 3-part series called The Trigger Goes Click: How Social Media is Fueling Philly Area Gun Violence. It talks about how authorities are keeping track on a rise in social media self-snitching.
I mean, what I can say about the internet, it never goes away. It never goes away. And if you think people ain't watching, they watching. That's why we get to see Instagram lives recorded, screen recorded from people on phones. And it'd be like 7 people. One of the 7 people decided to record this live. It's crazy. It's crazy.
And are using evidence they have found to convict people more and more over the last 3 years.
And then these folks actually believe that the local police department is not watching this internet. I don't know how many people gotta go down. And then I don't know if the street people trying to get the same, let's say, clout as like a rapper or whatever. But they get on there posting all this money, knowing damn well they ain't had a job in years, don't own no type of company that's bringing in $100,000, bringing in $500,000 a year. So they get on the internet with $250,000 worth of dirty money. I don't know how they get it. And expect these people not watching, they don't want to tax that money. They know you ain't did a tax return in years. I don't know why you think these people slow. Hell yeah.
They talked about how people somehow haven't caught on yet that you're leaving a trail of breadcrumbs when you talk about or even record crimes you were involved in and know about. This was impossible with the technology 20 years ago, but this generation has grown up alongside social media and society has seen devastating effects.
During the video, American Confidential would refer to Philadelphia social media pages keeping score in the gang wars and even react to the article that mentioned him by name.
I'm sure they're going to talk about those pages that keep score and encourage the groups to get back, tracking feuds between rival gangs, pointing fingers at potential shooters after a homicide, and sharing details of the harsh realities of those who live their lives with a finger perpetually on the trigger. It has all become something of a cottage industry online. Breaking down the beefs involved in drill music has become popular subject matter on the internet. On YouTube, you can find channels like Say Cheese TV that shares interviews with drill rappers, or the Philadelphia-focused American Confidential, which attempts to provide context to violence in the city streets. It's also something of an open secret that depictions and discussions of gang violence often appear on online communities, such as Reddit's Philly Wiki. What the fuck? That particular Reddit section, known in the site's parlance as a subreddit, has nearly 70,000 members and hundreds are active on the forum at any given time. According to Philly ADA Palmer, users there generally know about activity of different gangs throughout the city. Quote, they seem to have good knowledge generally of the feuds and who's involved and what groups are and who's fighting who, he said. I just don't understand why they're going after our city subreddit when I can think of 10 things that they didn't mention that are more harmful about drill rap and the culture surrounding it. Every major city has a subreddit that talks about its hoods and the unique situations we find ourselves living in every day. There are also other subreddits dedicated to violence, including gore and uncensored videos of all kinds of things. Saying this one is unique is a stretch by the news. Plus, if you want to talk about what social media is doing to our kids' brains and not mention what's going over on Instagram, seems like an incomplete story at best and intentionally going out of their way to not single out a single account.
American Confidential would defend the subreddits, saying that a lot of the info there is just speculation and that it's no different to Reddit communities all over America following the different drill music scenes in different cities. But what he does single out is the scoreboard pages on Instagram, suggesting that they're the ones that are glorifying and promoting the violence.
Well, over on Instagram, there's something brand new that has somehow crept into the culture of drill rap. Those pages that keep score. Now, I've been watching this develop over the last year or two. And to be clear, there are at least 20 or 30 pages of different sizes and themes. But there is one that sticks out. One that gives me this feeling that they don't want the violence to end. Let's look at an example. This Instagram page has 21,000 followers. And before I start this rant, I want people to understand, I don't want this page taken down. Whoever runs this page should have the freedom of speech to post whatever he or she wants to. But, I mean, if we're talking about the problem with drill rap culture, why would you leave out all of the bull on Instagram? I don't mind trolling and bidding, but when you start to incite, that's my line. This page isn't unique. I can't make that clear enough. So, it's
position, small forward, team trained to go, conference western, finals appearance twice, driving 9, drive-bys 90, 94, my bad for driving, drive-bys 90. Driving layup 95, driving dunk 86, shooting from close 92, shooting from mid range 90, shooting from deep 87, shootout rating 88. They really look at this like 2K.
This page started out pretty much as a troll page, and you could tell by the theme of the page that this person is not involved in anything. They are fans of this music and drill culture. They think this is entertainment. That says a lot more about desensitization than any subreddit. I would have no problem if this page posted this with no caption or even a caption condemning it. I'm not trying to hide the reality of what's happening in our city. What I don't like is encouraging these groups to retaliate against each other.
And he would point out how disturbing it is that these pages discuss real gang-related murders like their sports teams and openly encouraging this behavior to continue.
The Tortures have yet to get back for Chucky after he was demolished by WSM at the end of last season and forced to retire. Were the Tortures win a game against WSM this playoff? Senders Projects gave up 30 points in the first quarter of their game against the...
I ain't gonna lie, this Instagram page. This Instagram page sound like a academics fan. Sound just like him. It really, yeah, it sounds just like him.
7th Street, Clappers, CCK. They just came back and dropped multiple threes, leaving Clappers with 3 injuries in less than an hour. If that post made no sense, it's because it's gibberish. It's intended to be a part of this lore or world they made up in their head. It's the theme of the page. These are the quote pages you hear rapper mentions from time to time in lives. It has to be a teenager running this account with not much time on their hands. Drill rap has become entertainment to them. And these people who are not directly involved in the violence themselves are feeding this endless cycle of retaliation like it's a soap opera on TV.
However, despite this thoughtful analysis, there was little to be done to stop the actual back and forth between these sets in the streets. And even with the cops doing their best to keep him in jail, Lil Bucks would keep a constant stream of music coming to his fans, extensively dissing his ops too. On August the 31st, Lil Bucks drops No Limit, where he disses Darfetti and J100. And it seemed like really, these gangs didn't have a care in the world at this point and were actively looking to expand their beef no matter who was looking. On October the 31st, 2023, YBC members on the street diss other gangs, dropping shade on OT7 Kwani's Zoo Gang and the No Chills. And there would be no disruption to the disrespect in the music either. On November the 13th, 2023, YBC Dul drops Ocean Eyes, much more of a laid-back drill song that sampled Ocean Eyes by Billie Eilish. In this song, Dul raps that the pounds of Q Rizzy he has at his crib smells musty, before saying that he took some L's, but the ops are grieving about Buddy, Fro, Rizzy, and Snipe. That would be followed on November the 17th, 2023, when YBC Dul and Skrilla dropped their new song Bowls in the Underworld. And in the song, Dul dissed numerous dead rivals like Fro and Q Rizzy, but this song was a massive hit for Dul. Ultimately, YBC Dul was becoming infamous for being the most disrespectful rapper in Philly, all off the back of these offensive disses in songs insulting real-life dead gang members in his city. But soon, he would take the disrespect to whole new levels. But before he could do that, another famous name in the Philly drill scene that was friends with Dul, but from a completely different hood, would wind up catching multiple murder cases in a gun exchange gone wrong, and once again, rapping about it with his friends for the whole world, including the Philly police, to hear about in detail.
Hey, I'm tuning back in tomorrow. We're going to finish this. Whenever I hop back on stream, we're going to finish this. Appreciate everybody that's coming through. It's almost 4 o'clock in the morning. You in the chat, appreciate you. Yeah, boy Storm gone. So we at the, I want to say the last part of this YBC Dul documentary by Trap Lord Ross. If you made it this far in the video, put Swisher Sweet in the comments. This is tobacco. It's sealed. It's sealed. It's sealed. They don't say nothing about tobacco on this month. But anyway, it's tobacco. YouTube, don't do that. We haven't gotten to the YBC Dul part, but everything around him. That's what I'm here for. We already did a video on just about everything that's leading up to this point. I just would thought it would be a little bit centered around Dul. It ain't. It's just affiliates and things that the gang did, but I'm like, shit, I want to see what Mr. Disrespectful was up to, you know? But it is what it is at this point.
The next name brand rapper in Philly to crash out in the streets, and arguably in the music too, wasn't from the disrespectful crew YBC, but actually an allied set called PNB, more specifically their violent younger generation called the Tortures from the Germantown area in northwest Philly, with this case revolving around one of their most
I ain't gonna lie, to give yourself the name Tortures, because the crew got to come up with the name. It's kind of wild in itself, and for the name to stick.
Prominent members, Hopout.
Hey, because if the ops even calling niggas the Tortures,
Germantown is another area that's seen a rise in gang-related violence in recent years, with the war between PNB and their ops also going back years and involving numerous deaths, including PNB Rock's brother Steph, who was shot and killed in June 2016 in East Germantown, allegedly by members.
Niggas cannot go eat. And it's so wild because if you was like a guy that's known to keep security, they're known to keep the air around you at, I want to say all times, but a lot of the time, you know, a lot of people will see that as you being scary. Whole time, I'm a millionaire. My life's worth millions. You know what I'm saying? If it ain't, I feel like it is. That's why I'm protecting it. You know? I just don't get how we be having these these crazy ass double standards, and I'm not even talking about gender roles. You know what I'm saying? I'm not even talking about the gender's double standards. Like men can do this and women can't. No, I'm talking about at this point, it's law-abiding citizen and rapper or street rapper double standards. I'm talking about. At least he had a full stomach. You know, you get a timeout for that one. We ain't asked for that one, and you thought that shit was gonna smack. You get a timeout for that one, gang. Just take your 5 minutes or 10. I don't know which one it is, but just hold that. Okay. But yeah, man, I really ain't got over that because I just feel like off of who he was alone, you know, he should have had that type of detail. Off of who he is alone, at least ganging them, but it's like you can't carry around 100 niggas because you got to buy 100 flights. 100 flights. Oh, don't go to the Mary store. 100 pairs of Marys. So it's like having an entourage is crazy. And then say you got security detail. Depending on their experience level and who they security for and they wage with them and that. Let's say he a $100,000 guy. Probably more, but let's just call it that. Why I'm talking about all this shit? PNB. Fuck it, I'm gonna cut that part of the video
From a
out.
set called West Side Mafia or WSM, Hopout Blick's younger generation called the Tortures have continued the war to this day, as well as starting new rivalries, but also making affiliations. One of these being with YBC. Hopout Blick was known for his extremely disrespectful and violent music, like December 2022, when he dropped the song Torture Party, where he raps that if you want to be a torture, you have to kill an op, before rapping how someone came out and got killed, insinuating that this was due to a woman backdooring him. This is likely a reference to a man called Nemo, real name Niam Johnson Tate.
It sounds on
was
brand,
allegedly
you know?
killed as a get back for
Hell
PNB's
yeah.
death. His murder, according to his mother, being a setup where someone would lure him out with a phone call, and at the end of the video, someone from the Tortures can be seen peeing on the street sign of West Sharpnack Street, which is in West Side Mafia's hood. Torture Party would later become Hopout Blick's first song to hit 1 million views while he was already locked up. Then there's the song Big Tortures, released in early March 2023, with a music video and lyrics of the song including numerous mentions of how he's killing his ops for Lil Jar, real name Jar Custis, a 16-year-old who was killed all the way back in 2017 with a guy named Gunner allegedly claiming this murder, which is why he would, according to Hopout Blick's raps, be killed by PNB and Tortures some years later. In an all too familiar pattern in this story, once again, Jar wasn't even reportedly the intended target, but was hit because he would bravely run towards the fire to get his young cousins to safety.
Back home,
It's another one I heard. Yeah.
the Germantown section of Philadelphia was the scene tonight of an emotional vigil memorializing 16-year-old Jai Custis. He was killed in a hail of gunfire 2 nights ago on East Pastoria Street. Action News reporter Christy Aletta was live at police headquarters tonight. Christy, you have learned that Custis was taking heroic action just before he was shot.
That's right, Jim. Jai's family says that he in fact ran towards the gunfire to get his younger cousins out of harm's way, not knowing in turn that he would lose his life.
He said, if I get shot, I get shot.
Speaking for her granddaughter Kia, Melinda Custis says those were the last words her grandson Jai Custis said to his 13-year-old cousin as he ran towards East Pastorius in Banton. A bullet grazed Kia in the arm and pierced the 16-year-old in the back, ending his life.
This could be a whole different story. We could be planning for 2 films.
He ran past his house, which he could have ran in, but the other little children were still out. So he was making sure that the other children got to what they needed to get.
His family.
And this is another affiliate or friend of the gang situation. Dude was they gonna explain it probably a little more. I don't know. But from my knowledge, Buddy was a regular kid, went to school with some of the guys that's, you know, actively gang banging. Probably still friends with them. But he wasn't with that type of action. But yeah, this is another one of the innocent things that I feel like that I hadn't touched on previously earlier in this video. Shit's annoying. Although this type of stuff happened in other areas, especially the areas that we had the drill music in, they shit just trash. It's some shit like this went on in Chicago. There's some stuff that went on like this in New York, Atlanta, you name it, but the worst.
He calls his actions heroic and don't believe that he was the intended target. Only collateral damage and the ongoing gun violence gripping city streets.
On April the 26th, 2023, Hopout Blick would release the song and music video titled Shake the Switch, where he would continue his usual wild antics, before also mentioning at the end of the song how he just got his gun hot.
If you pull the trigger, the switch will shake itself. That's how fire that bitch
Presumably
is.
from doing a shooting, and that he's trying to swap his Glock. As it just so happens, only 2 days after the release of this music video on the 28th of April 2023, it would turn out that Hopout Blick was indeed looking to get a new gun. But unfortunately, he and his friends weren't apparently interested in a fair exchange. Around 3:35 PM, police would respond to a shooting near the intersection of Comely and Palmetto in northeast Philly. When they arrived, they found an absolutely brutal scene, with 3 teenagers laying shot to death, all in different locations around a house and the front sidewalk on the 5900 block of Palmetto Street, with one of the victims being found on the porch, another just inside the house, and a third on the sidewalk. A 4th victim would also be dropped off at the Jefferson Frankfurt Hospital, but he would fortunately survive. Police would find a gun at the scene and identify a car used to transport the surviving victim to the hospital. According to paperwork posted on Reddit, the car would then attempt to flee from the cops, but would crash about 2 miles from the shooting scene. In the car, police would arrest 2 teenagers who would turn out to be friends of 2 of the victims. One of these youths would turn out to be on electronic monitoring while on juvenile probation, and the cops were able to use that data to locate him inside the house during the shooting. Then, someone who had been in the house during the shooting would provide a statement to the police explaining exactly what had taken place. According to the witness, there was a pre-planned meeting at a house on Palmetto Street where 5 people arrived at the home to purchase and/or swap some guns. In the house, the buyers would give $1,000 for 2 men to buy a gun, but before any gun was produced, shots would ring out from the direction of the front door, to which one of the buyers would respond by seemingly shooting in that direction. When the smoke cleared, the witness would observe 3 people shot, one of these being one of the supposed gun sellers who was laying down on the front porch and breathing heavily. Another one of the buyers who had responded to the original shooting, who was now laying down in the living room and bleeding heavily too. And the third one, also one of the buyers, who was also shot in the chest, this likely being the person who would be taken to a hospital to survive. A later report on the event would identify the 3 dead victims as 17-year-old Malik Ballard, also known as Leak or Leaky, who was found on the front sidewalk, and a 14-year-old by the name of Salah Fleming, also known as Dirtbike La, who was found in the living room, both allegedly from a set called 20th Street or No Chills from the 20th and Montgomery, as well as Khalif Freggy, also known as Leafy or Switchy, allegedly from the PNB or Tortures set, who was found on the front porch. The paperwork posted on Reddit would also or No Chills from the 20th and Montgomery, as well as Khalif Freggy, also known as Leafy or Switchy, allegedly from the PNB or Tortures set, who was found on the front porch. The paperwork posted on Reddit would also reveal that the supposed sellers of a gun had first arrived at the property about 50 minutes prior to the shooting, according to security cameras. This would end up being the house of the 2 sellers, cousins Tyree Lennon, also known as PNB FA, and Taj Lennon, also known as Baby Stu. Although the sellers would still access the house from the back alley, with Baby Stu climbing to the kitchen deck before letting others through the rear basement. However, some minutes before the shooting, some of the sellers appear to exit from the back and go back to their cars, during which at least 2 of them swap their hoodies. Khalif Freggy, aka Leafy or Switchy, and none other than Kaiser Reeves, aka Hopout Blick, before re-entering the house from the back. Soon after, shots can be heard ringing out before the sellers exit from the back and flee with their cars. However, sometime later, Reeves, aka Hopout Blick, would actually return to the scene with a man named Kevin Yip, better known as BD from the Tortures, to check on Leafy, but the 2 would seemingly quickly realize that he had likely already passed away. However, the defense has argued that the surveillance camera videos are incredibly grainy, making it questionable if positive identifications can even be made. Sometime after the shooting,
Man, here's what I don't get. Okay. Yeah, here's what I don't get. And it leaves me with 2 questions. Why they was selling the Blick? If it's hot, you better off just keeping it. If it's stolen, better off just keeping it. It's already got one on it. That's when you throw it away. But selling it, because it leaves opportunity for shit like this. People with bad intentions. All right. Secondly, why did these niggas kill these niggas for a Blick? That right there to me signifies these niggas was broke or had no money motion. Only thing they had was drilling and spinning, and if they had to play hitman, they get their little ends, then that's what they did right quick. Any motherfucker with decent motion, making good money, doing whatever, this type shit wouldn't even be on their mind, because this type shit stops the money. You know what I mean? Hell yeah.
BD would make a shocking post on his Instagram story, posting a picture of Leafy, saying how they got a 2-for-1, and he's fine with that, meaning that they may have lost Leafy, but it was worth it as they were at least able to take out 2 of their rivals. Following the incident, people on Reddit would also say that Hopout Blick was dead himself, with people even comparing the streets to basketball again, saying that Blick and his friends got hit and that his ops might have made a 4-point play, with some saying that hanging out with Dul probably caused his death. But of course, Hopout Blick was not dead, although he would soon be in big trouble. In early May, only a few days after the shooting, police would give an announcement that they had identified 2 of the people who were now wanted for the shooting from the torture's side, cousins Tyree Lennon and Taj Lennon, aka PNBFA and Baby Stu.
At 4 o'clock, wanted in connection with the shooting that killed 3 teens. This afternoon, authorities are asking for help finding 2 persons of interest in Friday's shooting.
Take a good look at the 2 people Philadelphia police are looking for tonight. On the left, Taj Lennon, just 15 years old. On the right, Tyree Lennon, who's 22. The 2 are cousins and persons of interest in this triple homicide in Longcrest. The shooting started around 3:30 on Friday on the 5900 block of Palmetto Street. Today, police revealed that 2 groups of mostly teenagers arrived at this house a short time earlier.
Based on the information we received, they go into a house on that block for some sort of transaction. At some point during their meeting, gunfire erupted, resulted in 4 shooting victims.
Killed were 14-year-old Salah Fleming, 17-year-old Malik Ballard, and 18-year-old Khalif Fresgi. A 16-year-old was also shot in the chest, but managed to run out of the house and is now in the hospital.
We believe they're some sort of friends. What type of friends they are, it's questionable.
Shortly after that shooting, police located a black Ford Edge and arrested a 15 and 16-year-old in connection to the shooting. But tonight, police need help finding 2 more people they say have prior convictions. They're asking parents to be more involved in their children's lives, as nearly everyone involved was under the age of 18.
Hopout Blick likely knew that it was only a matter of time before he too would become a wanted man. So a few days later, he would post on his Instagram claiming his innocence by writing, "I do not have any involvement in drugs or sales of drugs, nor partake in any involvement in street crime. This account is strictly for entertainment purposes only, and that any names I mention in music is all made up for my fans, and I do not participate in any kind of crime or criminal activity." But unfortunately for Blick, despite his
Now who the fuck believe that shit? Hold up. Who the fuck believe that shit?
What the hell? Oh my God, no way.
Also, any names I mention in music is all made up for my fans. I do not participate in any crime. I had to read it again. See, buddy, you named yourself Hopout Blick. Anyway, you named yourself Hopout Blick. Y'all know when I be like, oh, this shit be rat cat. This prime example right here. Yep. Let's keep it going.
And I do not participate in any kind of crime or criminal activity. But unfortunately for Blick, despite his absolutely bulletproof denial, in early June, he would also become a wanted man. And by early July, Kevin Yip, aka BD, had also been added to that list. However, the police wouldn't be able to arrest these youths in the following weeks. Meanwhile, Hopout Blick wouldn't exactly be laying low, as in early July, he would drop a music video with a very telling title, Where You Been, which begins with a clip of Blick with other torture members hanging out in a park, seemingly still in Philly. Although it's not clear when the video was shot, he was still dissing the ops, telling them that you could be the next K or Kill. Blick then begins the song with a bar that sounds like it was likely recorded after the triple killing, as he
They like, where you been? I'm out the way, just stacking cheese, but I'm really him. I'm an actor rapper in them V's.
addresses where he's been, saying that he's been out the way getting money, but also saying that he's an active rapper who's still sliding, and that unlike their ops, they've really got bodies. He would also feature on the songs of other rappers like the song I Miss Zom by YBC Dul, where he would continue to taunt his ops, saying how he was going to catch a member of the West Side Mafia and kill them, even mentioning a specific car brand they were sliding in, although this wouldn't seemingly be one of the car brands actually used during the triple killing. He would also rap how the tortures have beef with the whole of Philly, and diss a particular person called Cam, who he would claim got killed for dissing or talking out of place. This person would allegedly be a 19-year-old illustrator and rapper by the name of Cameron Scott Bay, who was killed in April 2021 outside his grandmother's house on the 1800 block of Mohican Street, although Cam reportedly lived on West Sharpnack Street, which is in Westside Mafia's territory. And if dropping songs and full music videos while being on the run wasn't enough, Hopout Blick would also seemingly do interviews, one of these getting dropped in early July, where Hopout Blick can be seen with none other than PNBFA, the interviewer beginning the video, asking where the 2 have been, then responding, they've just been out the way.
Yo, it's Fed Baby. Real Fed Baby. But I'm here with Blick his ass. The real FA I've been looking for y'all, bro. Where y'all been at, bro? I missed y'all.
But that was funny.
I ain't been around.
We just been off the radar. Nobody really looking for us, for real. We just don't do social media. Waiting for that shit.
What about you, Blick? Where you at?
Chill out, y'all. I bought 3 alright, like you said. I bought 3 for me neck.
Taking a mental break?
The pure audacity of the interview wasn't lost on the audience, who would make comments saying, "Isn't this man wanted?" and how the vibe during the interview was pure regret, how they looked very stressed, and mentioning the intensity of being on the run but still posing with guns during the interview. Indeed, PNB FA would say during the interview how everyone should stay away from the street life as it only comes with a lot of pain, which is what rappers and gang members always tend to say during interviews, but unsurprisingly given the circumstances, in this case, it really seemed that he meant it.
School, get y'all diploma, do whatever the y'all gotta do to make your family happy. It ain't nothing in the streets, but a lot of pain, sleepless nights, making your family upset, all that shit. Just keep doing you. Everybody gonna love you for who you is. They ain't accept it.
Only 5 days off.
No, clap it up one more time. Right message, wrong messenger. You niggas got the same mentality. Not mentality. Same mindset. Same thought process. Same ideas. Practically what I'm trying to, or basically what I'm trying to say is, you the same dude that went and did that. I feel like if you truly felt that way, it wouldn't have happened. The reason I clapped it up because shit, I clapped it up to really make fun of you niggas. Not gonna lie. You it sounded like you niggas felt the heat coming. Like a lot of them victims was underage, especially Salam Fleming. I remember him. He was 14. He was 14. I know they was having their feet in the street life, but the way you niggas did it was foul. All across the board. Foul. And then had the nerve to talk, yeah, I've just been stacking my cheese. They just been out their way stacking my cheese. Well, what stopped you from doing that before you did that? Because if you was doing that the proper way, before you went and did that, trust, it wouldn't have happened. It wouldn't have happened. I know somebody in the comments gonna let me know that, or try to tell me that I'm missing the whole story. I'm playing sides on the, I'm on the victim sides. You damn right, bro. These niggas wouldn't try to steal a gun, bro. A fucking gun. I don't know how much guns cost in Philly, but let's say they're $1,000. My nigga, you can't make $1,000? You spending all this time in the streets, can't make $1,000? That's absurd. That's absurd. I just feel like you wanted a Blick bad enough. You could have worked your way up to it. These niggas crazy, stupid. It's hard for me to fuck with them for real. I just feel like shit. That play was a little too weak for all that. That play was a little too weak for all that. Crash outs. I call them dumbasses, bro. Stupid ass. Stupid ass, nigga.
After this interview dropped on July the 6th, PNB FA, aka Tyree Lennon, would be arrested and charged for the shooting. Meanwhile, Blick would keep releasing music, in fact, putting out an entire album in mid-July, aptly titled Don't Believe the Rumors, which begins with the song PTSD, where Blick raps truly schizophrenic bars, first saying how he's innocent and is getting framed for the murders of Salah Fleming and Malik Ballard, aka La and Leaky, and he then later specifies that he's on the run for 2 homicides because people are lying on him, saying that he's innocent and even specifying in an ad-lib how he's never killed anybody, before immediately flipping the script and now rapping how the cops think he's in hiding, but really he's sliding, and that they hit someone with an assault rifle and he started flying. The same theme would continue on other songs, making even Chicago drill rappers like Lil Jeff and Q50 seem tame in comparison when it comes to self-incrimination. In the song Snitch K, the chorus is seemingly all about the triple killing, that Blick once again claiming that they've been framed and that they've never even shot anybody, before seemingly calling the 4th shooting victim who would survive a snitch and saying how they could have actually had 6 people dead in an alley. This either referring to the triple killing, where there would in fact be 5 people present from the buyer's side, according to the witness, or another shooting. He then says how he's riding around with Baby S, likely referring to Baby Stu, aka Taj Lennon, before going on to say that one dude is supposed to be dead, and when he got grabbed grabbed by the cops, he immediately began telling on murders, perhaps again referring to that fourth victim. The verse in the song is even crazier, with Blick starting to say how they're not beefing with the No Chills as they got the cops involved. Then, once again claiming that he's getting framed and that the other side is lying.
I'm trying to coordinate shit across China. My bad. It could have waited.
He wasn't there during the shooting. Blick then appears to forget everything he just rapped, and then continues to rap how someone had a gun on their waist, but they took it off them, and that they don't dare talk about Switchy, aka Leafy, because the torchers gave them double coffins, and that the torchers hop out and start shooting, and the victims try to run, but the torchers catch them. And if you don't start shooting, you're going to see your friends dying. Before again repeating that he's on the run for 2 homicides because people are talking, but they're just lying to the cops because Blick is just an artist. But somehow, Blick had even more self-incriminating songs in the stash, one of these being called Took a Risk, which he would either leak himself or it would get leaked by someone else sometime during the summer of 2023. And in the song, Blick raps how Salah, aka La, got hit in the chest, so he started spitting blood, while Leaky got left dead on the sidewalk, before specifying that the torchers have 2 new victims who they call Double L, La and Leaky, and that they throw down L's for these 2 and throw L's up for their friend Leafy. He then continues to say that Salah should have used his gun, but he didn't, and that Leaky was just in the way, so the shooters left him leaking. He would then also say that he should have known that someone named Chill was going to tell because he was scheming, but that you would have also thought that he died the way he was bleeding. This again seemingly being yet another reference to the 4th victim who survived. The Philly law enforcement must have been listening to these songs with very mixed feelings. On the one hand, Blick was laying it all out there like he was Jim Carrey in Liar Liar, seemingly incapable of not saying what was on his mind. But on the other hand, he was still on the run, making the police look like fools with his insane online antics. But then, in late August 2023, something would happen, and the local drill media would begin to post that Blick had passed away again, and his ops like Westside Mafia and CCK would immediately hop online and start trolling.
Really got his number. Like, yo, this can't be true. That's why they said that. Why nobody smoking? Yo, Fat Mo, you can come get high with me, bro. That's what I was doing. I was rolling. I'm rolling.
He trying to get that phone call. He not answering.
He not going to answer it.
Nah, PNB might be broke after this one. Broke.
Lil Ron, I'm about to slide.
They said Blick was the money getter for PNB. What? Yes. No, they breadwinner got killed like 2 years ago.
No, chill, slow that. Chicken and waffles, the reality check.
Yeah, that's a good gun right there.
I don't even want to say nothing. Just give you the look, like, well, them boys fucked up. There's some more crazy, goofy shit you might ask me. Cause they don't even know Buddy checked them out. So now they hopped on Instagram, basically talking about a lie. Yeah.
Chicken and waffles, the reality check. Come on.
It's like the whole South Philly did it. It's like the whole South Philly did it. The whole South Philly did it. 3 buckets, all them pegs. All them pegs. Pegs. Huh? Go ahead. Play that. Didn't know. Oh, somebody call it. Yo, play it over.
But once again, Blick was not dead, and not long after, he would hop on Instagram Live with none other than YBC Dul to show nothing had happened, and that the ops had probably killed an innocent person instead.
We just had to pull the ops card real quick.
No, we're like,
we just had to see if it was going.
Shout out for the resub, bro. I appreciate you. VVS Jalen.
We knew they was going
They just hopped out on the innocent.
Call me talking about, bro, you want to know how many times he got hit?
He said, yo, I'm about to call your man killer right now. He said, I'm about to call your man killer right now. I said, wait.
What? Just killed the innocent.
Bro, you got my phone ringing, Blick. Like, no.
Hey, Blick, this the second time, Blick.
Get it, bro. Why do you keep cooking innocents and claiming it's me? I never felt in my life.
Is lying to the cops, so he's trying to kill him, before also claiming that they shot him from the stomach up and questioning how he can still be walking after that. A few days after the release of Double Coffins, Blick would appear in another interview where he and the interviewer would refer to him as the most wanted.
I'm my bag, man. Most wanted. They know I'm still outside though, feel me? I ain't hiding. Whole time I've been slime.
Already know, man. This is gonna be a good one for him, you know what I'm saying? So America's Most Wanted, you know what I'm saying? So no, but go ahead, introduce yourself to the people who ain't too familiar with you.
Yeah, I already know. It's Hopout Blick.
The interviewer would also recount Blick meeting the rapper T Grizzly and how Grizzly had told him that he has that indictment music, to which Blick would respond by saying that his music is just entertainment.
He said you had that indictment music.
That's, yeah, bro, like I told you, bro. But all that shit, like I told you, like all that shit entertainment. So like all that shit just for the fans' ears, like that's ain't real.
Then, the following day, a rapper called Sani Goon from the Clappers with a K, part of CCK, would drop a diss towards YBC and their affiliates like the Tortures, where he would actually play the role of a defense lawyer for Blick, asking how is he calling himself Hopout when he has never killed anybody, and saying that he's false claiming bodies. By now, Blick's raps had gotten to the point that given the chance, his next hit might have been his actual written confession, but Blick wouldn't get a chance to drop another song as a free man, because only 5 days after the release of Double Coffins, and 3 days after the release of that interview, he was finally arrested on September the 7th, 2023, with someone posting a photo of him getting captured online, and soon newspapers would report how he had been charged with 2 counts of murder, attempted murder, robbery, illegal gun possession, and other related crimes. And in the aftermath, pictures would also circulate of him in jail, and in 2024,
I be wanting to see the behind the scenes, like on First 48, like some First 48 type stuff, but the behind the scenes of Catching the Most Wanted. I would like to know how they found him, for real. Looking at it face value, you'll think, oh, somebody just told him. Because I was just watching First 48 a couple days ago. They did talk about how a family member gave them the address. That might happen right here now I'm thinking about it. Only way, because if I'm hiding out, goddamn, yeah. Somebody had to tell you.
The case will begin to make large headlines once again as the trial against Blick and PNB FA would be given the green light to move forward. These reports would also reveal that still in May 2024, Taj Lennon, aka Baby Stu, and Kevin Yip, aka BD, were still on the run. But it seems that both have since been captured too. The Hopout Blick case is one of the most brazen examples of self-snitching that one could imagine, but it was also incredibly disrespectful to rap about what happened. It seemed that Philly was reaching new lows compared to its twin city for gang violence, Chicago, but nothing would be more disrespectful than Mr. Disrespectful himself, who at the end of 2023 would get creative in the most demonic ways, after one of his enemies was killed just working an honest job at a McDonald's restaurant, with Dul and his friends returning to the McDonald's restaurant over and over to film music videos and troll the staff there. In one of the most disrespectful series of music videos I've ever seen, YBC Dul would ultimately paint a target on his back as Philly's most wanted gangster rapper.
Hey man, I got a YBC Dul like 7-1 that I haven't posted. It was recorded in this house. It's like, you know,
with Hopout Blick off the streets, and so many of YBC and YFA's most deadly members also off the streets, YBC Dul had quickly become the face and breadwinner for his YBC crew. He had songs racking up hundreds of thousands of streams at this point, and had personally benefited massively from the deadly war going on in the streets of Philadelphia, rapping about damn near every murder as it happened. But soon, Dul would take things to disrespectful new levels. On December the 6th, according to a Reddit comment, Dul was actually mentioned in the Philly Inquirer in relation to the KJ murder, and that he had been trolling on Instagram afterwards. This was a reference to a Philly Inquirer article that mentioned YBC Dul but has since been deleted, but the still existing preview on Google says that the article referenced Dul's frequent disrespect towards KJ's mother. Dul was painting a big target on his back, and now the mainstream media in his city were even reporting on the negative impact of his trolling on the families of the victims. But this was only the beginning. 2 interesting things happened on the 7th of September 2023. Bizarrely, Skrilla hops on a song with mortal enemy of YBC, Lil Bucks from O to the 4, alongside Poundside Pop on the track Hood Hopper. People called Skrilla like a referee between YBC and CCK. Others called him an actual Hood Hopper, with the song's title referring to the fact that Skrilla is seemingly respected by gangs on both sides of the war, and that apparently he can safely hop from...
Oh, shout out for the gifted sub, bro. Shout out for the gifted sub. I appreciate you. We're trying to hit that 100 before the end of the month. I don't know.
One hood to the next without being harmed. Skrilla had done numerous songs with YBC Dul at this point, including their street hit, the collab Bowls in the Underworld, which to be fair, did have violent lyrics, but not anything too disrespectful towards specific ops. So doing a song with Lil Bucks made it clear that Skrilla's hood hopper status was known, and that he was seemingly clear to collab with both sides of the war without him being a target. Some joked in the hood hopper comments that OT7 Kwani would have told him to pick a side, but soon, sides would ultimately be picked, as a result of a murder that happened the same day that hood hopper dropped. Also on the 7th of December 2023, Sonny Goon's brother, Booger, real name Zaire Stafford, is killed outside of a McDonald's restaurant after finishing a shift working there. The Philadelphia Inquirer reported the police responding to a reported shooting at 29th and Clearfield Streets. There they would find a victim with gunshot wounds to his head and body. As well as finding a gun at the scene, they would also find a McDonald's hat. and they believed that the victim was indeed an employee of the nearby McDonald's on Allegheny Avenue. NBC 10 Philadelphia would share a photo from the crime scene, and as time went on, more information about the victim would circulate on social media. Booger was apparently the oldest of 12 siblings, and having graduated Yes Philly High School in June 2021 with all honors, top of his class as valedictorian. It's not clear to me exactly how much he was involved personally in the gang war. It's possible that his brother, being a high-profile rapper, Sonny Goon, known to beef with YBC, could have played a role in him being targeted, but it's also not clear to me exactly who was responsible for this heartless crime. However, what is clear is that YBC members would celebrate this tragedy in their music and on their social media accounts. The following day, on December the 8th, 2023, a post would circulate on Reddit, reposting an Instagram story where YBC Dul tags 4 rivals that he claimed were killed this year, including Booger. YBC members and affiliates would diss Booger relentlessly, even going as far as to revisit the restaurant where the murder happened to troll the employees, including in one clip going through the drive-thru and asking for the Ooga Booga sauce, triggering the employee working there who likely knew the victim.
I want the Ooga Booga sauce.
But y'all won't take that order.
You know what the Ooga Booga sauce is?
You want to know I won't take your order to get out my drive-thru list?
Y'all got the Ooga Booga?
You want to get out my drive-thru?
On December the 11th,
he was holding his laughter so hard. You can hear it in his
100 seconds interview with YBC Dul drops, and in it, he makes an interesting comment saying how he only started taking music seriously when he realized he could make money by dissing dead people.
When I realized I started making money off dissing dead, like, bro, I really make, like, look, bro, I got on right now. Of dissing Kirizzi.
Now, I think this is a really interesting insight because as awful as what YBC Dul was doing, he comes from a tough place with few opportunities. And when he actually discovered that this strange act could be successful and make money for him, he went all in. And I'm not condoning it, but you can hardly blame him. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but when you've got people like Booger trying to do an honest day's work to make some money, running the risk of getting caught at work and killed on site, at least for the time being, you can't blame YBC Dul for wanting to make thousands of dollars in streaming revenue from relative comfort and safety. But YBC Dul would take the disrespect to stomach-churning new levels following this murder, as on January the 21st, 2024, YBC Dul drops a disrespectful song referring to the murder at McDonald's called Bundle Box, with lyrics where he repeatedly said he smoked Booger and Buka and saying that he knew he died before his family. People in the comments compared the gang war to sports once again, saying that YBC are making a comeback, but it's important to remember that Dul was really cultivating this culture of referring to murder like sports. I mean, the way that he flippantly rapped about these dead people like they were characters rather than people definitely encouraged this sort of thinking in the comments, but it's important to remember that there's real pain behind these posts, and no doubt Booger's friends and family were furious at the disrespect and planning to get even. A couple of days after Dul's song drops, on January the 23rd, 2024, a post from Sonny Goon's Instagram is circulating on Reddit, with the post suggesting that his gang slid and got back for HL Osama. Sonny Goon didn't let the disrespect stop him from staying active in the music game either. On December 16th, 2023, he would drop his song Harry Potter, and on the following month, on January the 30th, 2024, Sonny Goon would drop Poetic Justice with Lil Bucks. A much more laid-back vibe for a Philly drill song, but in the lyrics, there was certainly a lot of disses aimed at YBC Dul. Bucks would say that his gang killed anyone who dissed his friends, and he would diss Dul, referencing his earlier song Slide or Provide, saying that he only makes music and doesn't slide. In Sonny Goon's verse, he would claim that the same night his brother died, he shot at his ops 30 times, and seemingly warned Dul that he couldn't wait to catch him. Unfortunately,
I'm sitting here trying to remember if y'all ever request Sonny Goon. Sonny Goon. I can't say that I remember that y'all requested him. I'm getting to something. Is the music ass? Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Let me know down in the comment section.
Sonny Goon wouldn't catch YBC Dul before he released his next song, and when it dropped, it would be the most disrespectful of his career so far. On February the 13th, 2024, YBC Dul would release the song that would be his most popular track on YouTube, today sitting over 2.2 million views. The track was the incredibly disrespectful song McButtons and McNuggets. The song would start with a skit where Dul would order McDonald's, telling the staff that he wants the sweet and sour sauce, which he calls the Ooga Booga sauce. The song then begins with a haunting sample along with slow motion shots of the sign outside the McDonald's and shots of his friend smoking, as well as close-ups of the YBC chain, and Dul would be seen even dragging a shovel and digging a grave for a body that he's then seen dragging along in the next scene, and he would even pour McDonald's fries onto the ground and onto a fire. The video would...
Them bitches did not burn. Them motherfuckers actually still there. Through the ash. Through all the wood and fire that was happening, them bitches still there, perfect condition. You can still eat them bitches. I'm dead ass. Shout out to McDonald's. Them fries, They be hitting.
Feature a performance with Dul surrounded by YBC members inside of an actual McDonald's, eating food and pouring fries onto the ground. Also in the video, he would seemingly use an AI filter to make himself look like a clown, reminiscent of McDonald's mascot Ronald McDonald. And in the lyrics of the song, Dul would disrespect a number of his enemies, including Booger, Decloak, HL, Q Rizzy, Neff, and WS Kev. He would also diss Booger's brother Sani, saying ask him about McDonald's and that they caught Ooga outside of his job and left his face red like Ronald. He would call for his friend Band Up to be freed from prison, saying it's been a minute since he's seen him shoot, as well as dissing Decloak for getting caught at the YMCA, and even dissing Kanye Pittman, saying that he's got people touched and that his killers do what he says, and dissing his ops for taking back-to-back losses, and ending with a lyric dissing Sydney. The song was so demonic that people would comment that the music sounds like he's in hell already, and some went as far as to call it spiritual warfare. Others said the song was demonic. Now unfortunately, Sunny Goon would seemingly be arrested by February the 25th, 2024, with more information coming out about his arrest later on, suggesting that he was arrested with one of the guns used in a July 4th mass shooting that left one person dead, allegedly an innocent person. Apparently, this arrest was all the result of a jail call made by Lil Bucks, but regardless, while incarcerated,
bruh, if I'm not mistaken, it was a jail call, Lil Bucks, I didn't know Sonny Goon, but them boys was in the car, and you know how you able to flip the FaceTime, flip the camera, and show shit. Them boys showed a Glock 19X gold edition. That it's brown, but they showed that motherfucker. I think it had a button on it. You know how the cell phones they tracked. I'm talking about they tracked it down to who had the motherfucker.
His music would continue to rise. During this time, Sunny Goon's.
If that's the same case, then all right, I'm on to some shit. What I think about it, mindless. Mindless. I didn't talk on a jail call before. They tell you this is about to be recorded and monitored. They let both parties know. The person that's getting the call, the person inside the jail doing the call. These motherfuckers are street guys. They street guys. My point being this, they are aware. That's why I call it mindless. And then for it to be a whole body on it, motherfucker. Yeah.
Song Start Your Day becomes his first to pass 1 million views, but while Sani was locked up, disrespect would continue on the outside, and 2 weeks after the release of the notorious track McButtons and McNuggets, the disrespect from YBC Dul showed no signs of slowing down, and suddenly, Skrilla, who seemingly was the hood hopper, good in every hood, would suddenly pick a side, because on May the 1st, 2024, Dul would return with a follow-up track, McButtons and McNuggets Part 2, featuring Skrilla. The energy in this sequel track was darker, colder, and more vicious, with the first bar of the chorus making it clear why Dul had earned the street title of Mr. Disrespectful. This would have Dul referencing Booger's murder, directly mocking his job at McDonald's, and saying his gang catches people clocking out of their jobs. The video itself was haunting too, and featured slow motion shots from inside and outside a McDonald's restaurant. And on the track, Dul would...
Man, to be heavy in the streets with a public job like McDonald's? It's already... Let's say points going against you. I'm sitting here thinking like I'd never have it, but goddamn, life done presented blessings to me. I just still feel like Philly. Yeah, I just feel like Philly a little too wild to have a public job, let alone a job at all. Let alone a job at all, but a public job where anybody can walk in and out, anybody can drive through that go through that drive-through. Anybody that can get the low, you gonna be here 8 hours. You gonna be here 8 hours, especially if you want that $1 at the end of the week. I don't know how much McDonald's pay. I honestly do not know. But let's call it $1,000 at the end of the week. That's some more crazy shit.
Would diss Sunny Goon for languishing in jail, and even claimed to have put money on Lil Bucks while he was in prison. And elsewhere in the song, he would diss Sid again, and claim to be looking to catch his ops from CCK. He would also diss Booger again in his second verse, and in one jaw-dropping part of the video, Dul would rap about having his button or switch on him in McDonald's. At this point, the music video actually then shows him flashing his gun both inside and outside the McDonald's restaurant. Then in his second verse, Skrilla would proudly rap about being able to bunny hop in different hoods. But after appearing on a song so disrespectful to YBC Dul's ops, perhaps that would no longer be an option. But anyway, the coldness in Dul's delivery, paired with Skrilla's gritty verses, only intensified the already volatile situation between YBC and CCK. Ultimately, YBC Dul's McButtons and McNuggets would become his most popular song to date, and the blatant disrespect.
And look, I don't know how Skrilla's able to do all that. But I'm talking about the average run-of-the-mill rapper. You kind of vouching the shit he's saying when you do your verse on there. I know you can pull that shit. I'm rapping about what I'm rapping about card, but whole time you stamping you giving it a stamp of approval. Especially if you got to clear the verse afterwards, clear the song afterwards. They got a little shit where you can was it Clear Sheets or something? I forgot the name of them, but yeah, you vouching the shit he's saying. I don't know how he's able to do it. I started this by saying the average joke, the average run in the mill. Motherfucker can't do that. That boy got real smoke and shit to tend to if he get caught. You know what I mean? Shout out to Skrilla. Yeah.
Respect and brazen attitude to go to the restaurant where a murdered rival worked and using McDonald's food ordered there as props to poke fun at this dead rival is one of the most chilling things I have ever seen in hip-hop. As much as it pains me to say it, YBC Dul's strategy for being the most disrespectful rapper Philly Drill
Hold on, I gotta make a baby kid thumbnail right quick.
had ever seen was actually working, and as a result his music and profile rose higher than it ever had before, but also rising at the same time would be the attention he was getting from the enemies in his city. From here there would be just one more rival who would lose their life to the streets, becoming the latest topic of YBC Dul's disrespect campaign. But unfortunately for Dul, the next dead op would be the last, before karma finally caught up and Mr. Disrespectful would end up on the receiving end of the treatment that he had so openly wished on others.
Insane bar, but it was a fucking bar.
Before that would happen, YBC Dul would hop on social media and do quite possibly the most disrespectful thing of his whole life. After the huge success of McButtons and McNuggets, YBC Dul's viral formula of being as disrespectful as humanly possible to dead rivals in his city was actually working, and as he progressed into 2024, he would continue to do the wild, disrespectful antics that would have people screaming he'd gone too far. On March the 7th, 2024, YBC Dul drops How to Step with Mir Pablo. This featured a music video where Dul was depicted digging up a grave, and in a clip posted to social media from the set of the video, Dul begins digging up a patch of dirt in a graveyard, asking where Kwani at.
Hey, yo, where the Kwani at, yo? Kwani, where the
The music video featured this scene where Dul would dig up the dirt, and it played as Dul rapped a lyric saying Kwani still ain't got no tombstone, might go dig up his dirt. Some people thought this was a diss towards OT7 Kwani, suggesting that Dul was saying that Kwani isn't dead yet and hasn't got a headstone, so he's going to pre-dig his grave. But YBC Dul denied this meaning in his interview on No Jumper, saying that there's no direct beef with OT7 Kwani and that their gangs haven't hurt each other.
Kwani.
Okay. No, I ain't talking about Kwani.
But people get that confused because they thought that video, you digging up the grave or whatever, was about him.
Up his grave. Nobody in our camp touch nobody in their camp. Nobody in their camp touch nobody in our camp. We ain't got nothing going on.
Now, I think this was actually a diss towards Q Raw or Q Rizzy, whose real name was Jaquan, but the rest of the song itself was full of disrespect, including Mir Pablo saying that his people smoke Q Rizzy and it smells bad, as well as disses aimed towards Booga. On Dul's verse, he continued the disrespect, naming several ops that got shot that he says he wishes died, as well as saying that he smokes Booga and Buka. YBC Dul was buzzing in the rap game off the back of his disrespectful lyrics, and soon he would be doing more press appearances to spread the word about his music. On March the 12th, 2024, a new interview with Dul dropped on Philly First 48 YouTube channel, and in it, Dul would start the interview off by advising kids to stay in school, saying the streets will leave you either dead or in jail.
I don't really, for real though, like kids, go to school. That's what y'all should do, go to school.
I ain't gonna lie, I ain't really got a problem with the gang members, spinners, drillers, murderers, whatever you want to call them. I ain't got a problem with them telling kids to go to school. But it's like you just drop it to look decent. You just say that shit to look like a decent human being. But like you only drop it in. It seems fake. There we go. It seems fake. I just feel like if that's one of your strong beliefs, you will promote it more. You know, not just to wait while you got this camera in your face, doing an interview, pushing your music. Oh yeah, kids stay in school, yeah. But you know niggas ain't listen to the Dare commercial. Who the fuck think you did? Who the fuck you think you is to be different? This is beyond dual. This goes for all of them. Truth be told, this goes for all the hit that shit while the camera on. It's like, all right, bro, that ain't your get up. And on top of that, I feel like y'all said find a cool. If that's truly who you is, you'll find a cooler way to say it. Cause y'all rappers be making the most shit fire. They exaggerate certain things and shit. It sounds fire. I just feel like y'all wouldn't hit the dry ass. Stay in school. Stay in school. Believe it or not, the kids gonna stay in school. Believe it or not, the kids gonna do what they want. Either they gonna stay in school or drop out. Just like how a lot of y'all did. You know what I'm saying? Ain't too much.
Why should they? Tell them why then.
Cause y'all not really gonna end up dead or in jail.
The host would then explain how sometimes jail would save someone's life, only for them to come back to more beef, to which YBC Dul responds, explaining how his ops violate their probation in an attempt to go back to jail and duck their beef in the streets. The interviewer would then ask Dul if any of his friends had gotten sentenced, to which Dul would bring up Baby 1K, Reek 1200, and Baby Wick. Dul would then also make statements that eerily describe the circumstances of his own death.
If you're not in no don't be, because a lot of young boys, like, they quick to be like somebody young boy. Like, they quick to, all right, so since I know him, that's my big bro, and he beefing with them, so now I'm beefing with, like, young boys is putting themselves in, feel me? And these are young boys that's really doing the people, though, because they trying to get a name, right? Absolutely. So it's like, you gotta chill, though, because the young boys, y'all crashing, bro. Nobody don't care. They don't care about y'all. They not feeding them young boys in the jail. They not doing nothing for them young boys. Only people doing shit is they family.
It's they mother.
Nobody.
Later on in the interview, Dul would explain how he's going to make it to 50 and die of old age.
Money out here. I'm gonna become 50. Fasim said the ops ain't gonna kill me. I'm gonna die from old age. Ain't gonna kill me. I'm gonna die from old age.
Ultimately, things weren't all sweet in the YBC camp during Dul's hot streak in the rap game. Apparently around this time, YBC Dul's friend died in a car accident, and CCK members would troll his death in the comments of an Instagram post with Dul replying, clarifying that no one killed his friend and that the ops need to stop trolling like they did. Also saying in the comments that they should get back for their 4 dead members, and saying CCK are down bad, mentioning the locations of the 4 murders: the McDonald's, the YMCA, the Cookout, and the Trap House on 61st. Ironically though, people in the comments pointed out that Dul had actually dissed someone called Sir from the Mont for dying in a car themselves, with others calling him a hypocrite. Now remember that for later. Someone in the comments actually broke down all the different areas that people were from and how Dul was claiming numerous murders or wrecks from different gangs to make YBC seem more deadly than it really was. But regardless of the negativity, Dul continued his disrespect campaign and kept releasing music dissing the same dead people. On March the 27th, 2024, Dul and others would drop The Villains, or Non-Stop, where Dul again dissed the 4 dead CCK members and Booga specifically, but Dul was seemingly still defensive in the face of the criticism. On April the 25th, 2024, responding to Rel Gotti, who said that his gang slid within 48 hours over HL Osama, Dul posts that he's chilling with HL's killer. The gang going-ons were like a twisted soap opera or sports game for drill fans, and Dul's rise would only continue off the back of this buzz. On May the 9th, 2024, YBC Dul's interview with Adam 20.
Hold on, I want to say something about dissing the same ops or whatever. That shit get boring to the listener. I don't give a fuck how disrespectful. I don't give a fuck how creative the shit you say sounds. It gets boring. That was one of my problems with New York drill. Same with Chicago's. It was starting to get real stale. What else? Who else drew? But anyway, yeah, that shit get boring too. So as after it loses its lust. Lust is a good word. It loses its significance. Each and every time we hear it, it get less and less significant. I don't give a damn how you put it. If I hear 100 songs dissing the same three to 4 motherfuckers, by song 12, I'm like, all right, cut this shit off. Hell yeah.
On No Jumper dropped, and in the interview, Dul would explain how the drill wave that started in Chicago influenced him heavily.
Yeah, like the Chicago scene, like that's what really like sparked it off. Like everybody, like I ain't gonna lie, like me personally, like I'm a real like I grew up like them probably influenced me. Like them niggas, I ain't even know them niggas was like the same age as me though, feel me? Like around that time I thought they was all older than what they really was, like, feel me?
He would then explain how Philly really turned up in the streets around 2015 to 2017.
Philly wasn't on it in 2010, 2011, 2012, like, feel me? They was really on shit back then. We wasn't on that yet. Like Philly ain't started getting turned up prior to like 2015, 2016, 2017, some shit.
Adam 22 would then explain a fact that he heard about Philly's murder rate going up upon the arrival of drill music.
When I was watching some of the documentaries about what's going on in the streets of Philly, it was saying that like there was like the average for a long time was like 300 murders a year, and then the drill music shit starts to hit, and then all of a sudden it's like 500 a year.
Now, when I looked into this fact, you can actually see that it's true, but you can also see that those years line up exactly with the years that YBC Dul claimed that Philly started turning up too. Now, YBC Dul would then admit that he was a Kia boy, claiming that him and his recently passed brother would ride in stolen Kias doing you know what.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. I caught my first case when I was 14.
And what was that for?
I caught my first case I was 14. I had I think we had, well, we call them Johnnies in Philly.
Cops.
Johnnies, that's a stolen car.
Oh, okay. I knew you looked like a Kia boy. No offense, but you were kind of giving me that vibe when I was watching your last night. I'm like, I bet this dude done some Kia shopping.
Nah, yeah. I just was in a Kia. It's crazy because my little bro.
Oh no, I gotta see who, you know, how old the viewers is and shit. Before the Kia shit came about, before the copying your key card came about, what did niggas use to steal cars? I want to see something in the chat. I'm reading it right now. Damn, niggas. Oh, they do not know. Hot wire is an acceptable answer, but that was. Boy.
What the hell?
Boy. All right. We got some criminals in the chat. We gotta watch out for Buddy right here. What's his name? Sasuke Group. Guwap. We gotta watch out for him. Hey, don't leave your 83 Impala by this nigga. He might take your shit. Hell yeah.
Brother that died, we were just in that Kia together.
Really?
Yeah, you know what they doing, them kids, right?
I hear.
Yeah, but
I hear what goes on in them vehicles.
Fatsine would then call in, claiming that YBC created active rappers, i.e. those that were rapping, as well as actively sliding in the streets.
You ever heard of I'm telling you.
Active rappers? I have heard of some active rappers. I believe you might be an active rapper.
Yeah, but look, we at YBC got the most active rappers in the city.
Well, that's why I think Skrilla didn't want to talk about it, yeah.
What you say to him?
We created active rappers.
Dol would then bring up Buddy, explaining that he had been dissing him since his first song.
My first song I ever made, I said I'm smoking Buddy out the pound.
Before explaining that he wants to lean away from the war because it's bringing the city down.
The kids killing kids, people dying at school, let-outs. Like, I don't know if you've seen this, but like, there's a lot of massacres going on in Philly right now. Like, they had to have that FBI come to Philly because a kid got shot at a school, some
Dol's sentiments kind of didn't match with the rest of his activity online, and meanwhile, fans on Reddit communities would continue to speculate, asking if YBC Dul is really gangster in one particular May 2024 Philly wiki post, to which someone commented saying that if you run 3 to 4 blocks, then you'll really like that. A show of support that Dul was truly the head honcho in his area, with someone else responding saying that he doesn't actually run anything. Another commenter casted doubt on Dul's reputation, saying that YFA was really like that.
I ain't gonna lie. When people say run, it ain't like how it was back in the 90s, early 2000s. It ain't that. It ain't the he the big dog hierarchy. You know what? Let me take that back, because I honestly I don't be out in the streets enough to know. I just know some motherfuckers that's in the streets. The few I'm talking about, they don't answer to no nigga. You know? They don't answer to no nigga. Yes, boss. No, boss. I'll go kill him, boss. I'll go sell these drugs, boss. They ain't them type of niggas. I just feel like if these select few that I see aren't like that, then the rest ain't. Let me see what the chat talking about. Nah, it's really big homies now. Yeah. No big homies, no nothing. I remember Philly in Philly when I was in high school. We really had cops off the street in our school being security guards because it was gang wars free for all going on. Nigga, living in a free-for-all is crazy. What kind of war is that? I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why it feels like it's no more structure. So back in the mob times, Italian mobs or whatever, I feel like those was the most structured. But here's where we lose our structure at. In those mobs, they got the head honchos who put everyone in position. You know what I mean? So whoever's practically coming through the gang and up in ranks and stuff like that, they putting the people that's coming up in the ranks in position to win, eat. Back then, niggas made their first $100,000 or $1 million under the head, the big dog, and put young pup in position to eat. So nowadays, it's a nigga that made his first 100K, his first 200K, his first 300K on his own. Mind you, motion crazy. How can these niggas be tamed? Or all right, let's switch it to this drill stuff. The big dog of the kill game. He raising the young pup, teaching them how to do this, teaching them how to do that. Nowadays, y'all heard him. He was 14. Him and his brother in a Johnny. That's where they starting this type shit at. In a Johnny, without no big dog supervision or say so or whatever. But back to my main point I was trying to paint. Shit, it's hard. Believe it or not, it's hard to talk to niggas when they make their money. You know, like, motherfucker, I don't need you. Why should I listen to you? I don't know who fault it is. Young pups or big dogs for the young pups for not listening to the right shit or being a little bit more strategic and smart with their moves, or the big dogs not giving them guidance and putting them in position. I don't know who's at fault for real, but that's why shit is the way it is. No bad. It's two gangs fighting in school to the point everybody started fighting. The school could get under control. Couldn't get under control. And some people that was fighting was kicked out of school. I'm pretty sure of that shit. I mean, if niggas doing gang shit at school, they don't give a fuck about school. They give two fucks about school. Anyway, it's no more positions. Everybody want to be point guard. So they just do something for a name. Yeah. It used to be about money or something something personal. Now niggas just killing for a name. Yeah. I see what you're saying right there. That right there been shown plenty of times in this documentary alone.
That, and it's them that make Dul look believable. The honest consensus was split, with some people claiming that he's for real like that, and others claiming that he ain't, with the top comment pointing out that he's the most hated, so people are obviously not going to say that he's like that. But regardless of whether or not you believe Dul was personally a factor in the streets, what can't be denied is that in the midst of his rising fame, more deadly violence will be playing out on the streets of Philly. On May the 19th, 2024, it's reported on Philly Wiki that Qua from CCK was killed, identified by police as 22-year-old Quadir Cheeks. 6 ABC Action News would report on the murder, calling it an ambush. Police reported 4 men jumping out of a car, firing 43 shots at the man in his 20s, with him being hit 12 times. Kwa was rushed to hospital, but sadly couldn't be saved. And in a Reddit post about the murder, in the trend of comparing the gang violence to basketball, heartless comments would say that firing 43 shots and hitting only 12 times was indicative of a low shooting accuracy, with all of this showing just how desensitized to this sort of deadly, real crime that the followers of the music truly were at this point. Anyway, the police recovered surveillance video of the murder.
Breaking overnight, an ambush and murder on a West Philadelphia street. Police say 4 men got out of a car and fired 43 shots at a man in his 20s. 12 bullets hit him. Officers rushed to the scene, the 5400 block of Baltimore Avenue, and took the victim to Penn Presbyterian Medical Center, but he could not be saved.
That is crazy. Who mentioned that? Osama Brothers. I'm going to remember your comment, because within these next 20 to 30 minutes, we going to see what you said play out real time. So shout out to Osama Brother for putting some shit in the chat, man. Oh, clap.
The search for the shooters
I just thought about it.
Why the man was targeted remains a mystery. Police say they have recovered surveillance video of the crime.
And would later release this in efforts to try and solve the case, with an image showing all of the shooters being circulated and a $20,000 reward being put up for any information relating to them, and a full breakdown of the $20,000 circulate, with the police saying
$20,000. FBI, open up! God damn, they coming for that. I'm talking shit.
At approximately 10:48 p.m., the victim was walking on the 5400 block of Baltimore Avenue when 4 offenders jumped out of a dark grey Mercedes S560 and opened fire. Now, this was a surprisingly nice car for them to slide in. This is what would be called in drill these days a striker, a high-end stolen car used to perform drills at high speed and in style, something that Dul would actually allude to in his vlog with
chat right now. Let's ask some stupid chat. Let's ask some stupid chat. What is the perfect striker? Like, if you had the chance to build any car or get any car as a striker, what's the perfect striker? I want to see comments in the chat. Hellcat. Crown Vic. I'm living this shit real time. Well, shout out to you again, bro. What part of Philly? If you don't mind me asking. Impala. Why did I just clap it? Shout out to you, bro. Supercharged police car. Hummer truck. Demon. I like that answer. Shit, if it was me, I'd go with something. Okay, my idea of a perfect striker is anything 1,000 horsepower. Hell no, I just got a fire ass idea. So on TikTok, I've been seeing these cannonball videos where these guys put big ass gas tanks in the back of their trucks or cars or whatever. Seen one with 200 gallons. That motherfucker. My bad. The gas tank that was in the back of the truck about filled up the bed of the truck. Let's say it was a 6-foot bed. This motherfucker filled up. Anyway, 220 gallons. You can go on a long high speed TRX. Nah, I'm going for the gusto. Fuck a fire extinguisher. But TRX, gas tank in the bed of the truck. Get the truck lowered. I want to say 4 inches. Smaller tires. Smaller tires to the point where I can have the load of the truck on them and also able to do 200 miles an hour. Fuck it. Throw some twin turbos on that bitch with the supercharger. I forgot the name of it. Combo turbo it. Combo charger. Whatever. Yeah. I'm saying we gonna boy. And I know how to drive a truck. I'm boy. TRX got a speed limiter. That's what I do know. That's why I said we lower it. Find the right. I'm talking about find the right tires that's able to go fast. That's the only reason the TRX got a limiter. Cause them big old tires can't do 200 miles an hour. You gonna blow that motherfucker up. He trying to time travel. I'm trying to. I ain't gonna lie. I changed the gear ratio in the back of the rear end. I changed the gear ratio in the rear end too to something that pick up speed quickly on the low end, or something that give me good acceleration. TRX too heavy. I mean, I seen police cars that's able to tap out. I mean, not tap out, but max out at 150-ish. So if I get some shit to do 170, 180, we're good. And some with a good. This nigga really yapping. You really planning this shit out? I'm really freestyling right now. I'm just off of information I know about cars. That's what I'm really going off of, and what I know about the police cars. Them bitches they fast, don't get me wrong. But them bitches ain't lightning speed. If they got a Charger 5.7 all-wheel drive. That bitch can get beat. Or they got a Tahoe 5.3. That bitch is trash. Ford Explorer, trash. That tourist show, decent. Even the Charger decent, but come on, trash. That hoe still ain't gonna pull that good. All that horsepower? You think so? If you got a scat, you're beating the police. I want something with breakaway speed when it comes to the police. That's why I was talking about changing out the rear end gears. I'm talking about by the time the police hit 60, I'm already 120. If you know how to drive, you beating the police. I know niggas that crashed out and fast shit. I feel like I'm a decent driver. Although I ain't been in nothing that do 200 miles an hour. I ain't been in some shit that got 500 horsepower. I ain't been in some shit with 400 horsepower. I been in some decent shit. Owned some decent shit. You know what I mean? What's good, Brody? So, hey, if y'all see the video, I'm gonna put that question in the video. I want to see what the comments say.
Brandon Buckingham.
You'll flip that TRX trying to run. Demon slips a lot. You need a Ferrari. I wouldn't want a Ferrari. I swear to God, I'll take but anything LS that I can build over a Ferrari. Fuck a Ferrari.
Is this a fishbowl?
No, it's a striker.
Why do they call it a striker?
Because we have no striker. Like bowling pins, we riding the strikes.
But anyway, with the striker used in the hit now identified, uncensored footage of the shooting itself would later leak to Reddit too, with members of Philly Wiki posting and asking why Qua was killed and explaining they didn't understand the reason that he was targeted. Some would suggest that Qua wasn't as involved in the gang war as other
anything I can drop or got one
members, and members from CCK would say in a video reposted to Reddit that they killed the wrong person on the right block, seemingly referring to the killing of an innocent in response.
Shooting top in the next shot and all that on the wrong block. I mean, the right block, but it was the wrong nigga. We took the wrong right block.
The killings and the music surrounding them was becoming a mainstream news story in Philadelphia. On June the 3rd, 2024, a long-form Philly Inquirer article is posted that breaks down the gang warfare in the city in great detail. The article is titled "Defying the Code of Silence: How One Brave 18-year-old Helped Solve 4 Murders and Convict a West Philly Gang," and it will explain how the police pulling over an 18-year-old for a stolen car led to the discovery of 4 previously unsolved murders. The witness, who didn't want to be named in the article, claimed the shooters' nicknames were YA, Reek, Murder K, Curry, and F5. The article would claim that YBC has been involved in the shooting of at least 30 people. And the article would reference Dul and YBC.
Wait, y'all niggas in the chat like car people?
Violent lyrics extensively, pointing out that Dul had not been accused of any crimes, but raps like he has. They would bring up lyrics like, "I don't even want his chain, when I catch him I want his dreads," as well as "young bull from the back block," a phrase that Dul used when mentioning the murder of Kanye Pittman. The article.
So I don't get how they was able. I don't get how, but misspoke right there. I don't get why they was on internet even. Listen to this stupid shit. We killed the wrong guy, right block.
And explaining they didn't understand the reason that he was targeted. Some would suggest that Qua wasn't as involved in the gang war as other members, and members from CCK would say in a video reposted to Reddit that they killed the wrong person on the right block, seemingly referring to the kill.
Like you ain't got your first decent bag and goddamn you got money to splurge on. Well, where I'm from, we call them toys, or boated up. We got several names for them shits though, but yeah.
Killing of an innocent in response.
Shooting top in the next shot and all that on the wrong block. I mean, the right block, but it was the wrong nigga. We took the wrong right block.
The killings and the music surrounding them was becoming a mainstream news story in Philadelphia. On June the 3rd, 2024, a long-form Philly Inquirer article is posted that breaks down the gang warfare in the city in great detail. The article is titled "Defying the Code of Silence: How One Brave 18-year-old Helped Solve 4 Murders and Convict a West Philly Gang," and it will explain how the police pulling over an 18-year-old for a stolen car led to the discovery of 4 previously unsolved murders. The witness, who didn't want to be named in the article, claimed the shooters' nicknames were YA, Reek, Murder K, Curry, and F5. The article would claim that YBC has been involved in the shooting of at least 30 people. And the article would reference Dul and YBC's violent lyrics extensively, pointing out that Dul had not been accused of any crimes, but raps like he has. They would bring up lyrics like, "I don't even want his chain, when I catch him I want his dreads," as well as "young bull from the back block," a phrase that Dul used when mentioning the murder of Kanye Pittman. The article would also explain the alliance between YBC and YFA, naming F5, 1K, Murder K, Baby Wick, and Reek 1200. And while at their trial, the mother of the witness would explain how although she was heartened by her son's choice to speak up, she was also worried for him. And the article would claim that the witness was forced to leave Philly and that him and his mother stayed in the hotel under a fake name while in town for the trial, saying that the mother and son duo didn't even tell the police where they were staying because they didn't trust anyone. While on the stand, the witness would claim that Zaire Crawford, aka Baby 1K, would tell him that he only had 3 bullets left after killing Nazir Marks and that he had to make it count when he found Kanye Pittman, and his testimony would be crucial in convicting the 5 men. The public interest in Philly's gang and drill communities was rising and spreading far beyond the local media and localized Reddit forums, and soon vloggers and YouTubers would be going on pilgrimages to Philly to document the dangerous scene there. On June the 20th, 2024, Brandon Buckingham visits Kensington, Philadelphia to make a vlog on Skrilla. And in the video, Skrilla would take Brandon around Philly, faded, while explaining his life. In the video, YBC Dul appears and trolls Brandon, telling him that he's stopping the violence.
Listen, I'm telling them, we give back to the community, we help the elderly, we stop in the violence, we give back to the youngins. Look, they eating good, the kids eating good. We're not doing nothing nothing negative.
Stop
All
the
positive
violence.
vibes.
Stop the violence. Give a message to the youth right now, bro.
Just slow y'all roll. They ain't got to put the gun down, twin. Keep y'all gun. Slow y'all roll. Y'all moving too fast. Stop moving too fast and really think before y'all do shit.
Dul and Skrilla would then explain how they went to the same school and how their school was a good school.
I went to high school with Dul too, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I went to boys Latin. Nobody don't even know that.
Hey, boys Latin?
Yeah, that's like a all boys school. I had to get
good school, yeah. It's probably one of the best
99% of everybody that go there go to college.
Later in the video,
Boys Latin, Philadelphia High School. That motherfucker got charter school. With only 800 students. Listen to this wild fact. I'm actually kind of proud about this fact. I'm actually kind of proud about this fact. I ain't never heard nothing like this. Clap it up. What's wrong with you? But anyway, in the 2017 to 2018 school year, the dropout rate was 0%. Clap it up one more time. I guess it's a good school. They didn't really tell me much on the Wikipedia page. So how them two niggas get in there? That's crazy. That's crazy. You gotta take tests or something to get in here? I know they ain't had no reason to lie to us, but let me just secondary vouch what they said. I'm talking about, you see all these college sweaters, you know, how the seniors be taking the college wearing the sweater wearing the school sweater that they about to attend. That's what I'm seeing a lot of. I'm seeing a lot of suits, ties, cardigans, Carlton type wear. Yeah, Carlton from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air type attire going on. Carlton was one of them good kids, so that's why, you know, like shit. I'm assuming that the shit on brand. Let me go back to the chat. What about now? I'm gonna read y'all cars, bro. Oh, I'm gonna have to cut this out in the video. That's like my little place marker. No, never mind that. But CTSV, I want a candy painted cutlass. Which cutlass? It's like 3 different cutlass. You got the G body, you got the 71, 442 type situation, or you got the early 80s. It's more of it looked like a grandpa car. I ain't gonna lie, but if you build that bitch up right, it'll look decent. But which cutlass? Lambo or slingshot? Boring. I need a boring but 96 Impala SS. All right, that sound like some real deal nap shit, some real deal nigga shit. You know, hell yeah. Box Chevy on some 26 is only right. Everybody named mama got one of them. You know, or either wanted one at one point in time. 6x6 Hellfire Lick. I don't know about that one. 6x6 sound like more of a distraction than like a fire ass whip. Hell yeah. Niggas don't know about that slingshot. Fuck a slingshot. Although I swear to God, that's one of the whips that if I get, my only intentions is to be flexing. Like I'm in that bitch with the yeah. whatever. Yeah, like you gotta see me now. Same if I get a drop. I want to be seen. I want y'all to see some shit. Hell yeah. GTR 98 Oldsmobile with the drop top. Oh, 98 Oldsmobile. That's one of them trench mobiles. Like the box Chevy. All right. All right. Oh, shit. Damn, I went to Speedway High School. We had only 98 students in my graduation class. Started with 120. Shout out to Speedway. He's a far wester. He's so far west that he in a different city now. Hey, man. Shout out to Speedway though. No, definitely shout out Speedway. Oh no, wrong button. Definitely shout out Speedway. I got pulled over. I'm like, shit, I know I was speeding. How fast was I going? I did that just to see if he clocked me. That's the only way you get a ticket. They got to tell you how fast you was going. But anyway, I'm like, yeah, I know I was speeding. Where are you off to a rush to? Shit, the strip club. If you know, you know. The set right there. To the strip club. Oh, I see why you in a rush. Yeah, man, my bad. Oh, shit. No, boy, you pushing 30. Everybody going to the military. It's a hard school to get into. 57 Buick. I always wanted a Chevelle SS. Get the convertible one. That bitch gonna hold his money, hold his value. If done right, you got a 6-figure car. If done right, hell yeah. And not just you'll been put a little bit more than 6 figures in that bitch, but like it gonna hold his money. Them bitches rare. Hell yeah. Snore, what high school you went to? I went to Arsenal Tech. For anybody who was wondering, 95 Toyota Supra. Yep.
Cops would pull up to where they were at to take Skrilla's speaker for playing music too loud.
This is a lot of cops.
Monte Carlo T-top, LS9, Candy Red. All right. Now he talking.
YBC Dul would then say that the kids need to stay in school before saying he needs to leave because he's flaming hot and someone might try and do something to him.
I can't really keep like walking around and down here though. I'm telling y'all, I'm flaming hot, and I'm Mr. Disrespectful. They gonna do something to me.
Yeah, we don't want that at all, bro.
I can't afford that.
At all, we do not want that.
Just over a week after this interview, Dul would pop out with his latest disrespectful stunt. After Qua's murder, which had been the topic of intense debate and speculation on Reddit's Philly wiki, Qua would be laid to rest with details of the funeral circulating online. Qua's obituary listed an open casket viewing at his funeral to be held on May the 25th, 2024. Unfortunately, parts of this ceremony would be live streamed online, which included footage of the funeral showing.
As I creep. I'm not even gonna say creep, but as I get just a little older, it's finally hitting me that when Boosie said, "When you make it to C25, nigga, you's a OG." These rappermentaries, bruh, is really putting that saying in perspective for me. Told you I never really played in the streets. I never did street shit. So I ain't around a bunch of niggas that's dying and going to jail and shit. It is what it is. I want to say, hey, look, by the time I was 23, 20, I still wasn't ringing to me. Like, why the fuck would you consider yourself old at 25? Nigga, I still feel young. Hey, still feel young. Actually, at 24, I was big as hell, but still feel young as big as hell, you know? Unk status. Man, call what it is, but these rappermentaries put that shit in the peers' perspective for me. Like, damn. Mind you, they got in this shit at 14, so by the time they 24, it's 10 years in.
Showing Qua's open casket. And at the end of June, Dul would take to social media, reposting an image of the open casket from the funeral, with one caption asking why Qua has such a big smile on his face, suggesting that he must have enjoyed it when the shooters jumped out on him. And another post where he tagged his friends, Sani and Livy, saying that he would have slapped Qua's body if he was there, with the poster of this clip on Reddit speculating that Qua must have been on the J100 or Baby K hit, and suggesting that this was one of the most disrespectful things Dul had ever done, so it must have been personal. Ironically, people on Reddit reacting to this would immediately predict Dul's death 2 months before it would happen, saying that if you're this disrespectful, you better be ready for the bullets that are coming your way. Others commented that this sort of behaviour was bordering on suicidal, and saying that this sort of behaviour was indicative of someone truly ready to die, with others calling Dul like the Philly version of Fulio, and saying that Dul was bringing Chicago drill culture of dissing the dead to Philadelphia. The culture of violence in Philly was at an all-time high at this point, and perhaps it's no surprise that yet more senseless murders would follow. On July the 4th, 2024, around 11:30 p.m, there was a shooting that claimed the life of a 19-year-old Maurice Quan during a 4th of July pop-up party. According to the Inquirer, around 11:30 p.m, a white Toyota Highlander pulled up with a gunman opening fire into the crowd, firing 17 shots. A 19-year-old Maurice Quan was hit in the face and pronounced dead in the hospital, while 8 other people, aged 14 to 24, were hit. A report by the Philly Inquirer suggested that he was an innocent bystander killed by accident as a result of the ongoing gang war.
What I heard, 8 or 9 shots, I said to myself, this seemed like strange fireworks.
Instead of fireworks, July 4th ended with a bunch of gunshots. Surveillance video shows people scrambling near 60th and King Sessing late last night after a gunman inside an SUV fired into a crowd. Investigators say 9 were shot, including a 20-year-old man who lost his life. All victims are between the ages of 14 and 23, according to investigators. They say it all started on social media with a pop-up event in North Philadelphia that was shut down. That eventually moved to Southwest Philadelphia. Police say they once again were able to break it up, but the crowd came back about 30 minutes later, and that's when the SUV showed up.
The same day as that shooting, on July the 4th, 2024, YBC Dul's next song, 5500, drops, a song that was back-to-back with Disrespect, with Dul naming a number of his dead ops, now including Qua on the list, and essentially saying that he smokes them like dope and that he sold a pound of Qua for $5,500, and shouting out La and Leafy and dissing No Chills and Leaky, and in his verse, dissing Sydney, HL and Reefy, the latter being a 2023 murder that doesn't get mentioned a lot, but Mir Pablo would later get accused of doing. On 5500, Dul also rapped that 5 CCK members died, and saying that someone dropped their nuggets and screamed, likely another line disrespecting Booger. Dul was just getting started, and a week later, on July the 11th, 2024, Dul drops Dead People with Hopout Blick and Rundown Spaz, and unsurprisingly, it includes yet more dissing, particularly aimed at Qua. Then, on July the 20th, 2024, YBC Dul would release a collaboration with 2 infamous Chicago gang members who wound up losing their lives in close succession too. His song Long Live Jeffrey Dahmer featured Bloodhound Lil Jeff and Lil Scoom. In the song, Lil Scoom would start off by saying that they kill people for real, which if you want to go and verify, just go and watch my videos on Bloodhound Lil Jeff and Q50, before then rapping about signing a deal while still spinning blocks in the trenches. Bloodhound Lil Jeff would use his verse to warn his ops if they play that they get killed, before Dul hops on to say that Sid got cooked in his house while Qua got cooked coming out. Sadly, all 3 artists in this song are now dead, with Lil Jeff being gunned down in Chicago on June the 8th, 2024 while chasing someone into a house on a hit, and Lil Scoom apparently being backdoored only a month later on July the 7th, 2024 whilst trying to get his hair done. This is a fact. Real name Sharif King, he was gunned down on July the 8th, 2023 in an incident that was caught on camera.
Nah, definitely got music to do videos on.
YBC Dul was likely feeling crushed at this point, with the huge sentence handed out to Curry and another one of his friends, a prominent YBC member Mir Pablo, getting arrested the same day. Things were looking tough for the YBC camp, and the fans and pundits were truly noticing it. On the 7th of August, Philly-focused YouTube journalist American Confidential dropped a 23-minute video all about how Dul had asked fans to pray for YBC after Mir Pablo's arrest.
I ain't even gonna lie, bro. Stop commenting for Mir Pablo on my page, bro. That not right. That bro, they said he went rogue. R-O-G-U-E. Look it up. Look the definition of rogue. But that's bad, bro. Yo, but I ain't gonna lie, man. Pray for YBC, man.
Dul's comments about Mir not being right and going rogue was actually a reference to his recent post, inferring that somebody is snitching following this arrest. Despite feeling down about the fate of his friends, YBC Dul was more popular in music than he had ever been, and he was collaborating with more prominent YouTube documentary makers to help spread his message, and doing so in rather bizarre ways. On the 17th of August 2024, YBC Dul released a very unusual video. A music video for a song called McBuckingham, featuring a verse and appearance from YouTuber Brandon Buckingham, who didn't rap any violent or disrespectful lyrics himself. Unfortunately, got kind of used as a bit of a prop by YBC Dul, who used the video title to make another pointed diss towards Booger. And the video used AI, like Dul did in the McNuggets and McButtons video, to make it seem like Brandon Buckingham was actually Ronald McDonald, a twisted play on Booger's fast food job. On the second verse, YBC Dul didn't hold back, spitting, "He had a fast food job, he should have worked where they let you take it out." Clear dig at Booger's job at McDonald's, and Dul would continue twisting the knife, going even further, ending the verse with the line, "Booger felt that McButton bust his top." Despite Booger having been dead for 8 months by this point, YBC Dul showed no signs of letting up, continuously dragging Booger's name through the mud to antagonize his brother Sani Goon and their gang CCK. I found this part to be a little bit chilling, and the way that Dul kind of dragged an arguably unsuspecting Brandon Buckingham into the disrespect. I caught up with Brandon in an interview on my second channel where he broke down the history of this collab and explained that he actually told Dul that he didn't really want to be on a track that was dissing dead people.
Like I know I got a lot of criticism for that song, hopping on that song. I wanted to do a song because we did a song together. You saw how that organically happened. We're hanging out, we're filming. The rapper wants to go to the studio, so we go to the studio. I wanted to hop on the beat first, so I did my verse with Dul rapping about drug addiction and whatnot. Then he did his verse. I thought it sounded good. I didn't know what he was talking about. And then we did the music video. It was supposed to go in the vlog. He ends up wanting to drop it on its tape, and I'm like, yeah, that should be fine. And then as I'm doing my research, I'm like this might put a target on my back. Like, you're dissing people on the song. I don't know if this is a good idea. And he's like, it's fine. Like, look at Skrilla. I've done all these songs with Skrilla. Skrilla's fine. It's no big deal. And I'm like, whatever. And then he says he wants to do a music video.
I'll be honest, man. Like, when I saw that video, I almost felt like bad for you, because I almost felt like you'd been tricked and maybe like sucked into some danger that maybe you didn't sign up for. Because I saw that, and like I break down music professionally, right? So I listened to your verse and I'm like, there's nothing really offensive. You're talking about drug addiction and like your experiences and like stuff that you and people around you died. Yeah, exactly, stuff that's gone on around you. Which is, that's what rap's about. That's authentic rap. You're talking about what's true to you. You're not realizing that he's putting you, like, I think what was interesting was it's like, you didn't say anything offensive. You probably didn't realize anything offensive was going down. But then the context that Dul's kind of placed you in with the whole Buckingham thing and then the Ronald McDonald thing, it's almost like, I kind of felt bad for you. I felt like, damn, like he kind of a real disrespectful gangster kind of tricked you into some dangerous. Like, did you feel that way?
Yeah, I don't want to act like I'm a victim or anything. Like, I'm a 29-year-old grown man. I should have been smarter. But you know, just I don't know. I don't want to say he tricked me. Long live Dul. I really like Dul. It was my decision, and you know, I apologize to the families of the people that were dissed on that song. Like, I didn't mean to diss them, and I know how it looked. I never chose the song or the title McBuckingham. We weren't wearing clown makeup. I know Poetic Flocka was like, he's wearing clown makeup. Like, no, that was an AI thing. That was not my decision.
Now, it turned out that this collab came out off the back of a new documentary that Brandon had made exclusively with Dul that came out on his channel a few days after the song. So on August the 22nd, 2024.
I mean, he a review type YouTuber, documentary type YouTuber. Believe it or not, this type of stuff that he's doing is normal to him. Same with Tommy G. Same with any other YouTuber that's do this type of stuff. I expect him to do it again and again and again and again. I don't know about rapping on a diss song, but yeah.
Brandon Buckingham would release his video titled "The Most Hated Rapper in Philadelphia, Life as Mr. Disrespectful." In the video, Brandon would apparently use information from Dul to tell the stories of his many friends in YBC and what happened in the war leading up to this video. When Brandon asked Dul some of the most disrespectful things that he'd ever done, he said that one thing that came to mind was when he threatened to slap K3's mom.
One of the most disrespectful John though, when I said I was gonna slap K3 mom though.
You were gonna smack his mom?
Yeah, cause she be dissing my homies. I don't know what she be on. She like an old miserable mother.
During the vlog, Dul pulled out guns.
10 out of 10 just dissing her son. 10
He
out
told
of
Brandon
10.
that they're
10
really
out of 10 times he was dissing her
the
son.
trenches.
Y'all think it's a game? That's how we coming. We in the
Matter of
churches
fact,
like
he
we
was.
in Philly. I'm outside.
Clarify, those are legal firearms. Legally obtained, legally owned firearms.
Illegal firearms. Illegal. Disrespectful.
In the vlog, Dul also claimed that he's respected in the streets and nobody's ever shot at him yet.
Like, the street vouch for me. Anywhere I go, nobody don't play with me. I never got robbed. I never got touched, shot at in the city yet.
In the vlog, Dul also claimed that he'd just stolen a Draco from somebody and gun butted them just yesterday.
We just took a drink yesterday. We just took a drink and he got gun butted with it.
You don't feel weird speaking about that publicly?
No, we do this.
Dul would walk Brandon through the hood, notably bragging how that he was outside in these streets and had his feet on land, and even said that he would kill an op on the street right now if he saw one, and even joking that Brandon should help him get the drop on the ops for him.
They said I'm the most hated rapper in the city, right? Like when Quilly said feet on land, like I'm feet on the land, like my feet is on the earth. Who that? They busting the Yui too.
I feel like half your ops aren't outside, they're in a virtual reality.
None of my bro, they would go kill one of them niggas. They ain't know not to do no shit. I wish somebody, I'm sorry, Brandon Buckingham, bro. I wish you would. I wish he would go try to walk around, try to do a vlog with like a Lowski the Reaper or One Mirror, bro. We gonna flame that joint, bro.
Catch me in the crossfire if it comes down to it.
You got to get that drop up. Say nah. You my man, bro. We chilling though, bro. We ain't on that though.
Dul would later say that people in the crew are scared to go to the war zone at night.
How we talk, we've been walking around all day, right? Now once it get time to walk into the war zone, don't want to come no more. You see do now and all that. They don't want to come to the war zone. When it's time to go to my hood, I want to go to the war. I want to come to the war zone. I'm about to go. Look, I'm about to go put my feet on land.
And Dul would walk Brandon through his hood and show how run down the area of 42 and Parkside is.
What's the rundown? Where we at right now?
Right now we on 42nd and Parkside. This my block. This abandoned, bro. This hood abandoned. Not even houses wise. I'm saying like people being out here wise. Like
look at that.
Yeah, like.
Yeah, look at that house right there with the lime green and the brick.
Look, you glass is broken, all that. It's like still liable to stay there.
Yeah, this was our bando.
Yeah, we used to be in here.
This our bando for sure.
We still get in there?
It's still like this. But in this door right here,
just was open.
Will Smith on these joints right here.
Wait, Will Smith owns them?
Yeah, he's from West Philadelphia. Will Smith went to Overbrook High School. He went to my school, West Philadelphia, born and raised. Yeah. Yeah, he not lying, bro. Yeah. He from around here.
During these interviews, cars would be seen driving by, and Dul would say that he thinks people are seeing him and making calls, and it makes him want to start shooting.
Been seeing me, bro. They been rolling their windows up. I don't like when they do shit like that. I feel like they be putting cars in and start shooting people that do that.
So does the prospect of possibly getting shot just walking around make you nervous at all? Or what's your thoughts on it?
I ain't gonna lie, bro. You should be nervous though, bro, because walking with me a bad joint, but so-called on my ass still, so that'd be a bad joint. We just having a cool collected day. We don't feel like shooting people. We don't having shootouts and none of that. We just chilling.
Y'all can do that when it's been there. Back home safe. You feel like you have a lot of on-site situations in the city?
It is no talking. It's on-site every time.
It's funny. I just jammed this block the other day.
We really killed a lot of though, like. Not here no more, bro. The hood dry, bro.
Dul would say that he torched the whole hood and that the ops don't even come outside anymore.
Tortured the whole block?
We tortured the whole hood though. Like nobody don't come outside around here. We walking through blocks. You don't see nobody. Shit torture. This is a ghost town, desert town, ghost town, bro. Nobody outside. We the hood up.
Later, Dul would explain that they overcook their ops, meaning shooting them more than 3 times, before reiterating that he himself hasn't been cooked yet.
Different between getting overcooked and getting undercooked in the streets.
Do it 3 times. He undercooked. When get hit with 8 or more, he overcooked. It depends where you hit him at. I ain't get hit yet.
When you say hit, do you mean hit by gun bullet?
Yeah, got by gun bullet.
And you never been hit?
Yeah, I ain't get hit yet.
And how many times you been doing the hit?
We've been doing this shit for a long time now.
Towards the end, Dul would take Brandon to his ops hood, and when he saw a car driving past, he would tell Brandon that he knows who that is and that his friend shot that person.
Right here, bro. On my soul, on J Soul. They from Belmont Ave. They crib right there, bro. That they be getting clapped on that Q Rizzy and all them niggas from right there, bro. The that's in the car over there right now, my man Waters clapped him. He told him he can't bust no traps. Bro, only reason why he parked out here cause Waters not out here right now, bro. Wallahi, bro. He know it, bro. What's up, bro? My man shot him.
So he probably really hates you, yeah?
Bro, it's Mr. Disrespectful. Like, you think game he pulled off, right? Or am I wrong?
No, he did pull off.
Oh, word. We outside, bro.
Unfortunately for Dul,
now that we had made it to the end, we got to the YBC Dul part. it's very apparent that dude got everything he was looking for. I'm talking about everything. I know it may look cool on camera right now, but this type of projection, this type of energy, it's only inviting problems in. I don't know if he was aware. I don't know if he even thought about that type of shit. But we're already knowing how the story ended, type, you know? So it's just me thinking ahead and like, but this what you was doing while you was here. This is exactly what you was doing. In 4K. Matter of fact, fuck that. We caught you in 8K, buddy. We caught you in 8K. Hell yeah.
And Brandon, within 24 hours of this documentary releasing, Dul would lose his life to the streets too. Things would all come to an end for Mr. Disrespectful on Friday the 20th.
Yeah, but listen how he talking about the people that's the ops. They hear this, he antagonized
23rd of August 2024, when he was shot multiple times in a car-to-car drive-by shooting, which was caught on surveillance.
Outside of the music, mind you. Outside of the music.
Camera. Comments on the video would point out that this was likely a targeted hit, as the car pulled up and only shot specifically at the backseat window where Dul was sitting. Police say a 25-year-old YBC Dul, real name Abdul Vix, was shot in the chest and hand on the 5500 block of North 6th Street. Ironically, one of his last songs was actually named 5500. Dul was rushed to an area hospital where he was pronounced dead. 6 ABC Philadelphia would run a news report that showed close-up recordings of the bullet holes in the car Dul died in at the crime scene, and helicopter footage of the cops continuing to comb the scene would be shown too. And 2 days later, a full report on the murder would be broadcast on the same channel, even playing the full surveillance footage of the drive-by shooting itself.
We are learning new details about the investigation into the murder of a person police say is a well-known gang member. The sound coming from this surveillance video, and it shows the moments someone in a white Hyundai Santa Fe pulled alongside an SUV and opened fire. According to Philadelphia police, the deadly shooting claimed the life of Abdul Vix, also known as Young Dul. Detectives say Vix is a member of the street group YBC, and they say this video is now being investigated in connection to the shooting death. It happened in Philadelphia's Olney section Friday in broad daylight. The vehicle where the shots were fired from was found burned out on a street nearby. The other vehicle where the person died inside of is now being held by police.
And post would
So for the people that's watching the video on YouTube, we were streaming on Twitch. We've been streaming on Twitch since the start of this video. Anyway, let me read a chat that we got from Lil Missy Vert 215, Philly native. People don't know the nigga that clapped YBC Dul wasn't even beefing with Dul and YBC. He did it for clout. He didn't even have a reason to shoot him. That's loaded in itself. He got he got dealt with a non-enemy. A motherfucker. It was a 16-year-old, 8 Waters. It's lining up. It's lining up. It's lining up to the truth, cause what Dul 25, Buddy 16, whole 9-year difference, 8 years depending on, you know. It's no way in hell that these two niggas should have been beefing. For sure. Didn't he go on like a 3-day kill spree? I don't know about all that. But hold on. Let's sit here and think about it. Somebody in the chat this sparked the train of thought in my head. Them young niggas just won't rank nowadays. I'm asking for people in the comments and chat. How much rank do that get you? And what can you do with this rank? Like, that's what I'm asking y'all. Cause as it sit right now, Buddy is sitting in I was about to say Marion County, but whatever Philadelphia County Jail is, waiting trial. But yeah, what rank you gonna get in the jailhouse? What rank you gonna get in the streets? What rank? What can this get you? I see if it was some money on YBC Dul head, and it's easier to grasp. It's easier to get the not perspective, but it's easier to get the whole situation if motherfuckers did it for, let's say, 100,000. Oh, Mr. Disrespectful got 100,000 placed on him. Somebody want to come collect. I can see why. Shit, that nigga broke, and he don't mind killing a nigga for some money. You know, that nigga's, yeah. You got talked about on Snapchat for a week, then nothing. That's everywhere, especially Detroit. Just a couple Instagram posts and diss records. Just a body on the board, nothing more, nothing less. I mean, I guess at the end of the day, it's just the person you is. Now everybody wanna get their family out the hood or whatever. I don't know. You see how I'm looking at it as some weird shit now? That's how it is in real life for me. Like, damn, you don't do all that for absolutely nothing. I see if the 20 ball was on the floor. I see if the 10,000 was on the floor. I see. Man, I ain't even gonna lie. I see if the 2,500 was on the floor. I see. But that rank is crazy. Try to get rank off of getting rank, and I ain't got no money to the compliment. The rank is, man. Fuck that. I want some money, man. I want some fucking money. I want some money, bro. And this is me talking as a motherfucker that's willing to, hold on. $4K a hat. Problem solved. What y'all say? Fuck. Problem solved. But anyway. Where you get that tea from though? This one? Which one? It's two right there, one right here. This me. Unreleased though. But it's me. They get $4K a hat. Need it. Shout out to Rello, got him. Appreciate that. I know it may not seem like much, and I might be exaggerating, but I ain't gonna lie. Niggas don't make this type shit for a motherfucker to be that don't. For a motherfucker to don't be like, damn. I want one. Where you get that from, bro? Like, you hear that and you got your shit on? Yeah, you know.
circulate depicting Dul, Lil Jeff, and
This is one of
Scoop
them
saying
type
that these three
moments.
demonic drill rappers all lost their lives within months of meeting up. Users of the city's r/Philly subreddit reacted with happiness to the news that the gang leader in their city was no longer in the streets. Another post saw people making a mockery of the situation, sarcastically saying
shit
that
on
the
the
world
way.
lost a great mind up there with Albert Einstein and George Washington, while others pointed out how it's strange that the three subreddits dedicated to Philadelphia were taking this news completely differently, with commenters under the news posted on r/Philadelphia saying that they were rushing to r/Philly wiki to get the inside scoop on the background to the latest gang-related murder in their city. Naturally, the people most jubilant over Dul's death would be his rivals in the streets. Some from CCK claimed it was game over for YBC and YFA after Dul's death, but YFA members denied this and claimed that nobody's been hurt in retaliation for Qua or Boog's murders. Apparently, KJ's mother was trolling after Dul's death too, saying shots of 42 all around and asking people why she wouldn't troll Dul.
Shots of 42 Dul all the way around. Shots of 42 Dul all the way around. Yes, I'm trolling. For real. Why would I not troll? Why would I not troll?
Sits on the computer inside all day.
I mean, she make a great point. I think early in the video, I said, man, this woman got to be the bigger person. I said something along them lines, like somebody gotta be the, you know. Although it may make you seem like a punk or whatever. Oh no, this type of shit. What I'm about to say is a case by case basis. Don't do this for every situation, because you will end up looking weak. Just know if it's a troll, BS, lies, or whatever, you really ain't gotta. You really ain't gotta feed into it. If a motherfucker on the internet telling the truth, you really ain't gotta feed, because they already telling the truth. They already lying. They trolling. They trying to get a reaction. They trying to get something out of you. All right. That type of shit, it's okay. It's okay to leave that shit untouched. Trust. Because at the end of the day, if a motherfucker keep jawing and doing, they look stupid now. But back to my original point about somebody got to be the bigger person in this situation. She just look crazy, you know, trolling Dul. I don't know how old this woman is, but she looked crazy trolling Dul after he passed. Look real crazy. I know when he was trolling her son, that shit probably hurted her, and now she finally get her get back, but that ain't it. That ain't it. In my opinion. Thoughts on Q50 new hat? Huh?
Day and is scared to go to the hood like he is. Brandon would then post an update video addressing academics, denying the accusations of voyeurism, saying that he had become genuine friends with Dul, as well as refuting conspiracy theories that he or his vlog was the reason for Dul's death.
Anyone trying to act like I set him up or I wanted this to happen is like sick in the head, like a sick, twisted person. Why would I want someone that I just did a video with, someone that I was planning to go out to Chicago with, to St. Louis with, why would I want something bad to happen to them? For my own gain, like what, so I can get 1 million views? That is insane. That is not worth it at all. And not only that, the car that he ended up passing in, unfortunately, was not shown in my video, not in a single frame. It's not in a single frame of my video, that white car he passed away in. But he unfortunately had shown it online before, so people may have seen that. But it was not in my video whatsoever. Also, the location he passed away in, Olney, was not a location that we visited at all during our video shoot, right? We went to 42nd, 43rd, went to the Galleria, we went bowling. We did all this stuff, but we did not go to Olney. So people trying to say I gave up his location is insane. Not only that, but the video was filmed on May 13th. It wasn't filmed the same day or the day before. Maybe someone that Brandon's actually friends with, actually has a relationship with, passed away and he's grieving. They just went and blindly started attacking me and going off, saying all these crazy stuff. I'll pop some stuff on screen if you guys want to pause the video and watch some of the stuff that they're saying about me. But it is absolutely crazy, and I'm getting mad people wishing death upon me, wishing death upon my family. But something that really pissed me off is this fat, drunk, woman-beating bum, DJ Academics. So he doesn't even know me. He looks at me for 1 second and says that I'm not for the culture, I'm not a fan of rap music, and says I'm voyeuristic. What has DJ Academics ever done? He's always sitting behind his computer screen. He's really a fat. He's a.
Yeah, all right, buddy. All right, I ain't about to. Man, we already know what happened. Shout out to Traveler Ross for making a documentary. No, hold on. Shout out Traveler Ross for making a documentary. I know I said some things. I don't even feel like I said too many crazy things in this video. Now I'm thinking about it. But I guess bold at most. But I truly believe in that shit. Especially the things that's going against Dul. I know some of y'all might not like that, but it's really the truth. Like, a lot of this shit was unnecessary. A lot of this shit could have been avoided. A lot of this shit didn't even have to happen. I don't know. I want to say it's about 25 to 30 or even more bodies that got dropped in this whole entire video, bro. Not one time did they say anything about some fucking money. So now it's just off of pure hatred. Pure hatred. The only one in the public eye that was getting some money was Dul, because he was the most famous and able to drop a rap song to get 2 million to 3 million views. From, like I said, from the outside looking in, only one touching paper was Dul. I'm pretty sure some of them other niggas had pape and getting to it and all that, but if we able to, well, they named several others, but it's like, shit, when I leave this motherfucker, I'm gonna only remember Dul, nigga. You niggas was just doing this shit just off of pure hatred and not liking the, man, fuck this shit. All right, it's your boy Snore. I'm gone, man. Let me know what you think about the video. No, I'm not finishing. No, I'm not finishing the last 4 minutes. It's over with. This bitch been long enough. It's your boy Snore. I'm gone.